Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Met the Cat of Paris? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. It was just another day at UA. The sun was at its peak, a bright future ahead of all my fellow students. The deep blue in our tracksuits made it hard for us to cool off, but it was all worth it if I was going to become the world's greatest hero. Just like usual, Kaken was showing off his explosive quirk to everyone in the training arena. He turned to me. Maybe he'd give me the attention I'd been wanting for so long. Heat from his hands blew past my face, sending a wave of warmth over my body, as if he wasn't trying to miss it all. Hey, what was that for? I cried out, the tips of my hair almost singed from the blast. Sweat crept down my jawline. My breaths grew faster and faster as my greatest bully approached me. The fire in his eyes matched the scorch marks on the grass. "Don't look so hard, Deku," he said. "My quirk is more powerful than yours will ever be. There's no point in taking notes, you damn nerd." Tears welled in my eyes. He always knew how to push my buttons. I could tell the rest of my class was just staring, but I couldn't bear to look away from him. Believe it or not, I'm glad he was put in my homeroom. At first, I dreaded having to see his face after what he put me through in junior high. But with all the changes I've gone through with mastering One for All, not to mention the extra training I've been doing with All Might, it was nice to see a familiar face. Even if that face was as stupid and cute as Kaken's. The tears were growing bigger now. I'd cried too many times in front of my class this year already. What's one more? I gave in, bawling for the 100th time in front of all my closest friends and greatest rivals. Bakugo stepped closer. Closer than I ever thought he'd be. His meaty hand, still warm from the explosion, gripped my shirt, pulling me up toward his face. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for years. He was going to do it. I shut my eyes instinctively, resting in a calm and cooling comfort. Before I could think twice, he shoved me back on the ground. "Stop crying and get ready," his rough voice barked at me. Of course. Nothing ever goes how I plan it. You'd think I'd be able to predict Kaken's actions by now. I'm honestly surprised he wasn't more mean today. After all, today's training was a class assessment instead of our usual individual tests. I guess everyone's ego needs a break sometimes. Who was I kidding? He was never scared of anything, much less anxious for a test score like me. His quirk was already so powerful. He didn't need a good grade to tell him he'd be a pro hero one day. "Listen up, students," a voice said from the back of the classroom. It was one of the teachers from Class 1B. What was he doing here? "We were told to meet Mr. Aizawa here," and I glanced down at my watch. 4 more minutes. We learned to be early after all this time, but I thought 1B would be somewhere else. "We're going to do a new exercise today," he continued. My eyes glued to the teacher. Something was off. Why was he here without his class? "It's going to change your lives as you know it." In the corner of my eye, I saw the outline of his body shimmering. He never shimmered before. I hope Eraserhead prepared you well enough. A glimmering fog drifted off him. Then I realized, we were all in danger. In a split second, he dashed toward the class while I yelled, "Get down!" as fast as I could. Some ducked, some used their quirks to brace themselves. None of them knew it wasn't real. That is, until he transformed. The man we thought was another teacher grew a few inches, the intricately placed hairs falling into a mess instead, the professional attire falling into rags. I should have known. He has a shape-shifting quirk. I'd seen him on the news once before, but he shifted into a hero to escape the police. Someone emerged behind him, a floating mass colored in a deep purple. That warp quirk again. This was the League of Villains doing. I charged up One for All, green lightning spreading across my entire body. I was ready to take them on, despite Kurogyri. The man I thought was Class 1B's teacher pointed at me. Before I knew it, I was plummeting into a void below me, catching a glimpse of the light among the darkness. It was 2 eyes, blazing red and surrounded by soft blonde hair. "Kaken!" I yelled out, seeing his mouth move but unable to hear any sound. My ears rang. My vision went black. I hit the ground with a heavy thud. I opened my eyes to see a figure standing over me. Kaken Dash. I repeated softly. Was he standing over me? Maybe if he saw I was injured, he'd take me in his arms. I'd press my weakened body against his firm chest. He'd hold me until Recovery Girl got on the scene. A few minutes would be worth it. My vision focused. Instead of Kaken's beautiful, fiery eyes, I saw two round ones. His pupils were only slits engulfed in a green iris. You might want to see this, milady, he said playfully. As he stood up, I got a glimpse of his costume. It was black and skin-tight, with 2 ears and a belt for a tail. A pro-hero came to save me. But I didn't recognize him from any city around UA. Maybe the warp gate transported me across Japan. Where's Kaken? He was all I could think about. If I got captured, I couldn't imagine what they were doing to Bakugo and the others. What if he felt just as helpless and alone as me? No, Bakugo never felt helpless. He was strong. He's going to be a great hero one day. I just hope I live to see it. I wanted to jump to my feet, full cowling electric throughout my whole body, but I couldn't. My legs hadn't been this weak since the UA entrance exam when I'd broken them completely. Maybe the figure I saw had some kind of paralyzation quirk. No matter what it was, I knew I had to get back to my friends. My vision focused back. 2 faces I didn't recognize were looking down at me, as confused as I was at the situation. One, the cat-like pro I woke up to, and the other, a young woman, surely no older than me. How could she have graduated so quickly? Either way, I was in good hands. They didn't seem to want to harm me. If that was the case, they definitely would have by now. Who is that? The girl asked, her blue pigtails bouncing delightfully as she turned her head towards the cat-like one. Her costume was red with black spots and skin-tight, just like his. I got a better view of my surroundings. I needed to know in case I had to get away, unlikely as it may be. I was on a rooftop, gray with cool cream pillars all around. Nothing like Japanese architecture I've seen before. I'm not sure. I've just appeared while I was on my patrol. He might be lost. What a catastrophe. My head still fuzzy, I did my best to speak. Are you guys pros? Where's Kaken? And the others? Don't worry. You're safe with us, the girl said to me. She turned to her partner and continued. Kitty, I've got somewhere to be. He was probably akumatized and forgot what happened to him. Can you take care of it? You got it, milady, he responded, watching her zip away to another skyscraper. What's your name? I can help you get back to your parents. Izuku. It's Izuku Midoriya. Please, I need to go help my friends. My bones creaked and my muscles ached, but I was finally able to move. I sat up, my head throbbing. All I could picture was Kaken limp on the ground, wishing someone would step in. The thought of him suffering was too much. It hurt more than my own body did, as if never being subject to his explosive rage was worse torture than enduring it. That's one strange name. A black, outstretched hand appeared by my face, which I took and stumbled to my feet. Where are your friends? I need the fastest train back. Sorry, I don't know where that is. My tracking senses aren't as sharp as my claws. You don't know UA? I asked. Afraid not. Oh. I guess I thought all of Japan knew how to get to UA. It was the most competitive hero course there was. How could anyone not dream of getting in? I can still help if you want. I'll do my best, Izuku. You don't seem to know who I am. I'm pretty popular around here. Sorry, I don't. Call me Cat Noir, he said confidently. The pretty one in red you saw was Ladybug. But don't get any ideas. We're kind of a thing already. Oh, I won't, I replied, getting flustered for no reason I could fathom. Are you guys pros or something? Cat Noir leaned against one of the pillars nearby, one arm supporting his lean body and the other twirling his belt tail in a quick circle. I would consider myself a pro. Yeah, I'm a superhero. If that's what you're asking. Suddenly, my excitement grew for the first time since landing on the roof. That's one cool quirk you have. Can you do everything a cat can? What about those ears? Is that part of your body, or is it a support item? Quirk? My costume is elegant. That's not very nice, Izuku. The sun was directly above him. This place was strange. The pros here didn't go to UA, or even know what it was. He acted like my calling out his quirk was some kind of insult. More than ever, the desire to get out of here was overwhelming me. I tried to activate One for All, but nothing was happening. I pictured the egg in the microwave, even if that was supposed to help me suppress my power level. I pictured a door unlocking my connection to the past holders, like I could feel All Might's din coursing through me like I was back on the beach. Still nothing. I stared at the architecture, still puzzled at what city in Japan this could be, when a flash of red flew by again. Ladybug I recognized. Cat Noir. I need you. He looked at her and back at me. Sit tight, Izuku. Gotta go save Paris. Paris. No wonder the buildings looked different and nobody knew who I was. I had gotten so used to people off the street seeing me at UA's sports festival, I hadn't thought to consider Kurogyri transporting me to another country. I didn't even think his power could stretch that far. Come to think of it, the League of Villains has been known to mess around with quirk-enhancing drags, especially considering their link to the Shai Hasaikai. Even so, Parisians still had quirks. Cat Noir should have known what I meant to some level. Unless that was some sort of humor of his. He did make a lot of cat puns in the short time I've known him. Suddenly, a giant beast was destroying the surrounding buildings, and I realized why the superheroes were getting to work. Ladybug threw what looked like a yo-yo, wrapping its thick string around one of its red horns. Its horse-like body rampaged through the streets, flattening cars, crumbling historical structures, putting so many innocent lives in danger. I couldn't do nothing. Before I even thought about it, my legs jumped into action, sliding down a nearby ladder despite my every muscle begging me to rest. I got down on the street. One for All wasn't working. But that never stopped me before. Midair, Cat Noir turned to look at me. Izuku, get out of here. I couldn't. The look in my eyes told him I couldn't. I rushed people to safety, suddenly forgetting all about Kaken and Ururika and Mr. Aizawa back in Japan. But the people seemed more invested in the attack than scared of getting hurt, like they were desensitized to the villain attacks. Lucky charm. Ladybug shouted somewhere in the distance. I wasn't sure what that meant. But I focused on my rescue attempts that, clearly, weren't working as well as they did in Japan. People hid behind the rubble, recording diligently. Some gawked at the sight of Ladybug, others fawned over Cat Noir. Nobody seemed to care that their lives were in danger. Cataclysm! Cat Noir yelled, a bubbling black mist surrounding his right hand. He tapped the beast's giant sword. I guess that was his quirk, and the cat thing was just for publicity, which crumbled into dust. The beast disappeared, electric purple turning it into a normal woman again. A butterfly with similar black and purple illumination flew up in the air. Ladybug threw her yo-yo at it, encapsulating it in the sky. No more evil-doing for you, little Akuma, she said. Time to devilize. She twirled her yo-yo. It released the butterfly, or the Akuma, and it turned pure white, continuing its flight up towards the clouds. Bye-bye, little butterfly. Ladybug threw a polka-dotted fishing rod up into the air, ladybugs rushing past the crowd and I, instantly clearing up the damage. Miraculous Ladybug. The people cheered. I stood, in awe, wondering who these pros were and how their quirks could possibly be this powerful. Shock and awe washed over my body. The damage was gone in an instant. Without a hero like Cementos, rebuilds would take days, if not weeks, to complete. That Ladybug hero must have a pretty awesome quirk. No wonder she's Paris' #1 hero. Cat Noir used his metal stick to float gently down to the ground. He waited patiently while Ladybug spoke to the red beast Bunimar. Staring proudly at her figure and grace, his eyes never left hers as she tended to the Blink woman, so frail and fragile I never would have guessed her quirk could turn her into something like that. She approached him at last, placing one hand on her hip and stretching the other out in front of her. Pound it, they both said in rhythm. I could tell they'd done it 1,000 times, just like I'd gotten used to the warmth of Kaken's hands for the split second they touched me every shove since we were kids. Like I'd made the same whimpering noise as I hit the ground, not out of pain, but from the calloused look in his eye when I knew it could be soft. Nicely done as always, milady. I knew that voice. I knew that look. She didn't love him back. I knew it was true when her gaze didn't linger. Instead, she tossed her yo-yo to the building tops and zipped away just after saying, "Bug out." I tried not to look into his green cat eyes because I knew what I would see. The green marking on his ring flashed, a few urgent beeps to go along with it. Cat Noir approached me, and I could finally get a good look at him. The impact from my fall had worn off, and I thought clearly for the first time since finding out I was in Paris. Thick muscles bulged out of the fabric of his suit. Blonde hair fell past the sweat beading on his furrowed brow. The slit-like pupils in his eyes dilated. He gripped my waist with one hand, his metal stick launching us away. I'm about to transform back. Can't have you finding out my secret identity, even if you've never seen us in action before. Oh, okay, I replied. The evening Parisian wind was cold in my hair, green curls flopping over and around my eyes. Even though I was pressed against Cat Noir's firm chest, hugged tightly by a caring hero's arms, my mind drifted back to. I pictured Karashima shattered in the dirt. Mr. Aizawa blinded, blood dripping from his now quirkless eyes. Yururika, silently wishing she could see her parents one last time. And most importantly, Kaken, with no thoughts left to give because I wasn't there to save him this time. Tears welled in my eyes. A slow drip wandered down my freckled cheeks as we landed. Our fall to the ground wasn't what I thought it would be. A flash of green light and Cat Noir lost his cat eyes, ears, and suit altogether. Like All Might the day I first met him. Suddenly, the emotions from the whole situation rushed back to me. I thought about my past and my friends and whatever kind of future I'd have without them by my side. I swore I was going to be the world's greatest hero. How can I do that if I'm helpless? I'm stuck in Paris and I don't know anybody or have any way to get home or know how they're doing, and I can't use one for all, and I'm back where I started, a quirkless loser just like Kaken always said. Maybe he was right about me. Maybe I couldn't be a hero. The tears caught up with me. Gentle streams turned to a downpour, almost making me forget about what was in front of me. Cat Noir wasn't himself. Instead, he was a blonde boy I vaguely recognized. "Don't look at me," his kind voice said, two strong hands on my shoulders turning me around. "Here, Plag." I wasn't sure what that meant. But through the tears, I could see he landed us in an alley, hidden from prying eyes and ears. Once the stress of his secret identity was over, I could tell he was staring at me. Most people I went to school with stared at first. A few weeks in, they got used to it. I half expected Cat Noir, or whatever his street name was, to scream at me, a voice rough instead of his smooth one telling me to sek it up. I half wished he would. Maybe then my heart wouldn't ache for home. For him. "Hey, are you all right? Are you crying?" I couldn't speak through the tears. All I could get out was some incoherent mumbling. "I'm sorry," he continued. "I know it can be hard watching other people fight up close like that." "No, it's not that. Believe me, I've been around more fights than I can count. It's just that dash." "Oh, I think I know. You can turn around now. You basically saw me already anyway. What harm can you do? You look around my age and you never heard of me or Ladybug. I didn't mean to scare you." I turned around slowly. I got a better glimpse. His white overshirt draped elegantly over his chest. I knew where I recognized him from. He was on a bunch of billboards all across the city. Adrien Agresti. How was his identity supposed to be a secret if he's a famous model? This backwards world seemed just that, confusing beyond my comprehension. Nothing like this was in my journals. He slumped down against the bricks behind him. My tears drying up, I followed shortly after. That's not why I'm upset. I really don't know who you are anyway," I said. "I need to get back to Kaken. They might be in trouble. I got separated, they might have done the same to the others." "Kaken. You've mentioned that name a few times before. Who is that?" "Oh, he's nobody," I lied. Bakugo was far from nothing, not to me, not to anyone. I couldn't tell a complete stranger about his explosive yet secretly caring personality. He wouldn't understand. I couldn't fit a description of Kaken into a single sentence, a paragraph. Even anything I'd say would give him the wrong idea. "He doesn't sound like nobody to you. I see your face when you talk about him, Cat Noir, well, Adrian said. He's really special to you. I hesitated. Yeah. He is. But I'm not to him. Maybe if I get back in time, I can see him again. I can save him before I never get to tell him how my voice cracked. I couldn't talk about him without crying. Adrian must have understood that, because he didn't wait a second before filling the silence. I know what that's like. Loving someone so much and knowing they don't feel the same. We were silent after that. He looked into my eyes and I looked into his. I was about to speak again, to ask more about Paris and the superheroes, or about him and Ladybug, when his head darted to the left. Plague claws out. He was back as Cat Noir, ears and a tail to go with it. We'll talk about this later, Izuku. As quickly as he left, a flash of red swooped in. Hawkmoth is back. I didn't think he would try something twice in one day. She pulled something out of her yo-yo. A hair clip with 5 web-like markings on it. Izuku Midoriya, I'm entrusting you with the miraculous of the duck. It will grant you the power of agitation, which will disarm your opponent's emotional weapons. You will use it for the greater good. Do you accept? I sat in class, lost in the sea of desks and chatter around me. Nobody seemed to be talking to me, but I was just happy to be home. Only a few more minutes before Mr. Aizawa came to get us for training. My eyes flickered to Kaken, who hadn't said another word to me since what happened in the hallway. We just got back from changing into our blue gym clothes, the lockers stashing our uniforms as we headed back to class. Wait a minute, you dim nerd, a rough voice called behind me. It was Bakugo. Our classmates had gone ahead, warming up their quirks for training. We were alone. Weiss, Kaken? I asked, stopping in my tracks, ready to hear whatever he had to say. That's how it had been since grade school. Whenever he'd talk, everyone would listen. I couldn't say I was any different. Though, his confidence wasn't what made me so excited to hear. What are you playing at? Bakugo demanded, getting closer to my face as my back hit the wall. I don't know what you mean. Anxiety rose in my chest. He was only an inch from my face. I could smell the smoke-like cologne rising off his chest, complementing a minty tang in his breath. My eyes darted around his muscles, trying desperately not to stare. But being this close to them was all I'd wanted for as long as I could remember. That's exactly what I mean, you idiot. All those other extras don't see it, but I do. A warm hand pinned my wrists above my head. My breath tightened. You're teasing me. I know you are. If you think that's going to distract me from surpassing All Might, you're even stupider than I thought. He dropped my wrists, looking as if he was going to storm away. Instead, he leaned in, closing the gap between us with a kiss. His lips were soft against mine, his tongue invading my mouth like I could only dream of. He parted, getting a glimpse at the wild look in my eyes. I didn't mean for them to look like that, like I didn't want it. But that's how he saw it, I could tell. Because he backed away without another word, fear enveloping his stance and gaze. This time, he did storm off, following the same path our classmates took only a moment ago. Kaken, I called after him, desperately wanting to shout how much I loved him but so flustered I could barely speak. Bakugo turned around, shooting a fiery blast just past my head, singeing a lock of my fluffy green hair into a black crisp. Shut it. Not a word about this, you hear me? He continued traipsing away from me. Next time I won't miss. Izuku Midoriya, I'm entrusting you with the miraculous of the duck. It will grant you the power of agitation, which will disarm your opponent's emotional weapons. You will use it for the greater good. Do you accept? A heated determination burned in my eyes. If I help Ladybug, she might be able to help me get back home. Then my and Kaken's story wouldn't be over just yet. Katnor was right, Bakugo wasn't nothing to me. The echo of his lips on mine haunted me, filling my heart with a rage unlike anything I've felt before, fueled by none other than the thought of never being pinned against a wall like that again. I longed for his soft touch against my face, comforting me softly as we fell asleep. For little kisses I could plant on his forehead when we were alone. For the way I know he'd hold me in his strong arms after a long day. I do, I replied. She handed me the clip. While she spoke, I brushed the scorched hair behind my ear, securing it with the miraculous she gave me. When the mission is done, you will return it to me. Out of the clip, in a flash of yellowish light, came a small animal resembling a duck. He floated around me until he was in between Ladybug and I. Hi there. I'm Quack and I'll be your Kwame. All you have to say is, Quack, Billon. Quack, Billon. I repeated. Just as the Kwame said, my costume began to form. A suit just like Cat Noir's appeared on me, skin tight but not nearly as dark in color. Bright orange gloves appeared on my hands, slight webbing between the fingers. Sleeves traveled up my arms that crossed in an orange X, just like Kakin's suit did. Quack must have known I was thinking about him. Finally, a yellow and orange swirling pattern fell onto my legs, and a loaf of bread fell into my hands. Let's go. What should I call you? Call me Deku. A perfect blend between duck and Deku, I thought. Ladybug zipped away, and I jumped to follow her. My strength and speed were nothing to kid about. I could jump higher than I had at the UA entrance exam with One for All's full power. I landed on a rooftop, jumping once again. My legs weren't broken. In fact, they weren't even a little sore. No wonder the pros in Paris were so effective they didn't need any training to control their quirks because of the miraculous. Soon, we arrived at the scene. This time, the villain was a tall man commanding a large array of pigeons. Could use a little help here, milady? Cat Noir cried as he was pecked away, flying through the air trying to escape them. Kitty! Cat Noir sneezed, falling onto a roof near the two of us. Since when did we struggle with Mr. Pigeon? Hawkmoth's powers are evolving. I can't tell where the Akuma is, he said. Another sneeze. Who do we have here? Cat Noir looked me up and down, seemingly unable to tell who I was. That was odd, since I thought Cat Noir resembled Adrien Agresti almost perfectly. Another member of our squad? Yup. I replied. It's Deku. I'll do whatever I can to help you save Paris. We took off toward another building, this time, shielded from the villain's view. From what little I could see, the villain sent pink blasts at the civilians, transforming them into pigeons. That's what his quirk must be. His Akuma is usually in his whistle, Ladybug said, scanning the scene for any clues she could. My lucky charm told me we needed the miraculous of the duck. Here's the plan. We stood huddled in a triangle as Ladybug's genius pieced together like one complicated puzzle. From my understanding, we'd only get 5 minutes to defeat Mr. Pigeon before Ladybug transformed back. Ready? She asked. Cat Noir and I nodded in agreement. I stayed back, just like Ladybug instructed, while she baited him near me. I wasn't sure how my power could neutralize his quirk, but they've been fighting villains in Paris longer than I have. Cat Noir took his position, and Ladybug sprung into action. Her yo-yo wrapped around Mr. Pigeon's body, pinning his arms to his sides to prevent him from moving. From there, I jumped toward him, shouting, "Disarm!" and throwing a slice of bread at him. I wasn't sure how I knew to do that. It was like a little voice in my head reassuring me that it was the right thing to do. As I jumped, I knew what I was fighting for. I was fighting to get back. To save my friends. To muster the courage to tell Kakin how I really felt. And make sure he felt the same. Apparently, that voice was wiser than I thought. Because the anger in Mr. Pigeon's face melted away, leaving him looking clueless, almost delighted at the sight of the superheroes. Ladybug, Cat Noir. I'm so sorry to have caused you this trouble, he said. I don't seem to remember what I was so worked up about in the first place. He took the whistle from inside his pocket. The police tried to stop me from calling my precious pigeons with this. I guess that's what made me wind up akumatized. Cat Noir, hurry. Deku's power won't last for long, Ladybug said. Without another second of hesitation, Cat Noir grabbed the whistle with his right hand, the metal disintegrating as soon as he shouted, "Cataclysm." Just as the big red monster did before, the villainous costume of Mr. Pigeon bubbled away as a purple butterfly erupted from the whistle. And just as she did before, Ladybug captured it, setting a beautiful pale butterfly free. The two looked at each other, then at me, and held their fists out for a job well done. I knew what to do. Pound it, we all said in unison, erupting into laughter right after. The clip in my hair started to beep, as did Cat Noir's ring. I gotta go, kitty. Deku, meet me at our rendezvous point. I did as she said. The beeping got louder and more rapid, before finally returning my old clothes to me in a flash of orange light. Quack flew out of the clip, landing in my palms and looking exhausted. Soon enough, Ladybug flew back into the alley, collecting the clip and Quack before thanking me and zipping away. I waited for something. I wasn't exactly sure what it was. Maybe it was for Ladybug to come back and take me home. Or for Kakin's orange X's to return to my chest, so he could feel a little closer to my heart than before. I was left in the alley, a pit of emptiness consuming me. I missed Japan, where everything made sense and One for All wasn't acting up. Then I could do something about it without a borrowed power. Then again, I borrowed this power from All Might and all the past holders, so it was never really mine to begin with. I really was just a quirkless loser like Kakin always said. Before my eyes got a chance to cry, Cat Noir swooped in, just as Ladybug had. We have some things to talk over from before, right? I think you should head home with me. Nobody will bother us there, he said. Okay, that sounds good, I replied. Excitement bubbled in my chest. Maybe we could talk about some way I could get back to Japan. It couldn't be that hard with the speed and agility the Duck Miraculous gave me. He carried me back to a mansion, flying in through an open window as if nobody would see him do that. He transformed back into his street clothes, the green from his eyes disappearing once more. So, I started, trying to avoid talking about Kakin for as long as possible. I knew it would only bring me to tears. How does your quirk work? Why do they only last for a few minutes? You're a strange kid, Adrian said, sitting on the couch facing his window. What do you mean? I asked. He didn't seem to know anything I was talking about. Now that I think about it, this place didn't make much sense to me either. I'd never been to France, but I knew for sure that Japan wasn't the only country with quirks. It seemed unlikely for all of Paris to be quirkless. You keep talking about my powers like they're weird. Usually, when people see me in action as Cat Noir, they think I'm pretty cool. Oh, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about your quirk, not that your powers are weird. He stared at me with a blank expression on his face. For hours, we sat together and talked about the similarities and differences between our worlds. Eventually, I learned that the baby glowing in Hosu City never happened in this world, so the emergence of quirks wasn't there either. I thought maybe the villain from UA sent me back in time to before that event, but quickly ruled it out. Our society's technological advancements were nearly identical beyond the quirk specifications, so there was no chance I was just in a different timeline. That must be why One for All wasn't working. I was in a different universe. If you just needed to go back to Japan, I could easily power up Plague and fly you there myself, Adrian said, a sad look in his eyes. I hate to bother Ladybug again, but maybe her lucky charm can help you get back to your friends. Yeah, okay. For now, why don't you sleep here? It'll be just like a sleepover. You do have sleepovers in your world, right? Yeah, we do, I laughed. Adrian lent me some clothes to sleep in. I changed out of my tracksuit and into his t-shirt, which fit snugly around my arms and ribcage. We curled into bed when the sun went down, me sleeping on the left and Adrian on the right. I was pretty sure he was asleep. We were so close, I could hear soft breaths steadily creeping in and out of his chest. Silent tears fell down my cheeks for what I wish I could say was for the first time today. I drew the covers close to my face, imagining the warmth and comfort it gave me was from Bakugo. Instead, in my imagination, Kakin had one muscly arm around me, drawing me in close as the blanket we shared struggled to cover the two of us. He let me have the majority of it anyway. That was the caring side nobody else saw. Aizu, he said, making sure I felt safe with his touch. I love you. My mouth opened to respond. A smile spread across my face, which quickly faded as I realized what was going on. I was alone, in a strange world. That warmth was gone. Bakugo wasn't here. And he'd never look at me like he would in my dreams. Dreaming was all I could hope for. So I closed my eyes and let my tired body rest. I woke in the middle of the night. The moon was full, reflecting its pearly glow onto Adrian's peaceful face. I turned back on my side, eyes open. I wasn't tired. I knew I should probably get some sleep, but there was no chance of that tonight. Would it even be possible for me to go home now? With no quirks here, the only chance I had was Ladybug. Maybe she had a miraculous that could frame parallel universes. I doubt it. Catmore loves her. I assumed they told each other everything, and he didn't seem to have a clue about alternate universes. He told me about one adventure he and Ladybug had, where Hawk Moth went into different universes and tried to steal their jewels. That was only possible because of the butterfly. Miraculous. And from what I've seen and heard, there was little chance of getting it back anytime soon. Can't sleep either? A voice asked. It was Adrian, eyes now full, as if he was only pretending to sleep a moment ago. No, I said. It was all I could think to say. What was I supposed to tell him? I was missing Kakin's soft embrace? That I longed for the taste of my childhood bully? That I wanted him to hold me one more time even though I knew it would never happen? I didn't think so. I won't be getting much sleep either. My silence spoke volumes. I flipped onto my back again, and I could see him propped up on his arm, staring right at me. Are you thinking about him again? The one you told me about? Tears welled in my eyes. I nodded. Anything to keep me from crying again. My classmates may be used to it, but Adrian was different. He let me into his home and was helping me out. The last thing I wanted to do was make him put up with how weak I was. I felt Adrian inch closer to me. He put his arm around my waist just like I always wanted Kakin to. You know, sometimes I wish Ladybug would see me differently. I wish I could hold her just like this every night, he whispered, getting closer to my ear. Now, his whole body was pressed against mine. His toned body didn't hold a candle to Bakugo's, but it was all I had. I leaned into it, resting my head against his soft shoulders. We laid there for a while. Soon, I turned to face him, cuddling close and gripping him like a koala. It was dark, so I couldn't see much. Who was I to see it wasn't really Kakin in front of me? With his free hand, Bakugo brushed my curls back, petting my head softly, which calmed my anxiety from being far from home. It's nice to pretend, he said, his smooth voice in my mind shifting into Bakugo's raspy one. All I saw was a rough silhouette. Blonde hair. Sharp jaw. Just like the one I've been looking at since grade school. If I focused hard enough, I could smell the smoke-like cologne he put on. A smile spread across my face. Kakin dash, I found myself whispering under my breath, so quietly I was sure he wouldn't hear. I tiled my face up until we were inches apart. I couldn't look in his eyes. To me, he was my Kakin and no one else. Slowly, silently asking if I was allowed, I began to close the gap between us. I was immediately brought back to the hallway at UA. My breath quickened as his grip around my waist tightened. He went under my shirt, caressing the soft skin on my back as he kissed me harder. It didn't matter to me that he was pretending I was Ladybug, as long as he felt the same. People told me I was small enough to look like a girl if I tried. If we both closed our eyes, neither of us could tell the difference. His tongue explored my mouth with the roughness I knew my Kakin would. He didn't let me come up for air. I didn't ask him to. I could stay in this moment forever. Eventually, we calmed down. A few tears fell from his cheeks. I reciprocated, my eyes glossed over and finally getting used to the darkness. We both fell asleep, my body wrapped tightly in Kakin's arms. As long as I slept, I never had to know who was really holding me. And that was enough. The sun rose early, gently waking me to an empty bed. You're up, Adrian said, as if nothing happened between us at all. Which was fair. It was between me and Kakin and him and Ladybug. Yeah. Thank you so much for letting me crash here. I don't know what I would have done. No problem. You're lucky you dropped in here on a weekend. Now, I don't have to wait until school is over to call Ladybug. I just sent her an emergency SOS. Plag, his Kwame, I learned, was snacking on a smelly piece of cheese. He liked to sleep in a drawer full of his favorite aged cheeses, so he didn't see anything that happened in his bed last night. I wasn't sure why I felt I needed to keep it a secret. It's not like I was going to stay in this world any longer than I had to. Before I knew it, I'd be back in Kakin's arms, and he'd be kissing me for real. He'd take me into his dorm, kissing all over my body until every inch of me was covered in bruises. As soon as I get back, I thought, I'll make it a reality. I'll show him I felt the same, even if I didn't know until it was too late. Adrian perked up, as if he knew something I didn't. Plag claws out. Plag zipped into his ring, and he transformed into Cat Noir in front of my eyes. I got a message back from Ladybug, he said, reading her next message word for word. I might have a solution to help your friend, Izuku. Really? Ladybug can help. My eyes lit up. I was holding on to the possibility, the hope fluttering in my chest but threatening to die down. Now that I knew it could be true, I couldn't help but smile. I changed back into my gym clothes, folding up my borrowed ones and placing them neatly on Adrian's dresser. He had me hide in his bathroom while his father's assistant came to check on him. Luckily, he had the day free. That left all the time in the world for us to talk things over with Ladybug. By this time tomorrow, or even sooner if we were lucky, I'd be right back in Kaken's arms. Soon enough, Adrian transformed into Cat Noir, taking me on another flying ride through Paris. I wasn't sure where he was planning to meet Ladybug, or how they even got in contact with each other if their identities were supposed to remain a secret. Though, all I could think about with the wind in my hair and the sweet Parisian breeze chilling my nose was how warm Cat Noir's body had become. It was like I was being carried by an angel in black. His suit made him more agile and muscular, nothing like his form as Adrian. Even though I could tell it was the same person, the mask made his eyes seem familiar to me. If only I could have laid in bed with Cat Noir instead, maybe my heart wouldn't ache for Bakugo's embrace after the fact. No matter, I'd be back in no time. I'll do whatever it takes to help my friends. We arrived in a park, unusually deserted for a Sunday morning. I'd expect the place to be swimming with worn-out mothers watching their little kids, or other teenagers spending time with friends on their day off. But there was nobody. Nobody except Ladybug. But you're here. I think I have a plan. What is it, my lady? From what I've heard, Izuku's situation is pretty serious. That's why we don't have any time to waste. Izuku, I'm sure Cat Noir has filled you in on Hawk Moth and the Butterfly Miraculous? Yeah, he has. He told me there was a power that could go into other universes, but you'd need an Akuma for that. Is that the right word? Akuma? You got it, Ladybug said. However, as the guardian of the miraculous, I have some other powers under my belt that might be able to help you. Ariko is the Kwami of the rooster, which gives its holder the power of sublimation. Sublimation? I asked. All I could think about was submitting to Kaken, letting him use me however he wanted if I could just tell him how I felt. That's a fancy way of saying you can choose your own superpower, as long as it doesn't interfere with another Kwami's. I'm sure I could unify Tiki and Ariko to help you out. Brilliant as always, milady, Cat Noir said. I don't know why I didn't think of it first. Izuku and I were up late coming up with backward solutions. You two were up late? Ladybug asked, pointing a finger between the two of us. Have you given Plag a break at all? Of course I did, Bugaboo. I always take good care of Plag. Does that mean Izuku knows your secret identity? She shouted. Her face turned almost as red as her suit. Her pigtails stuck out, like her hairs were raising on their ends. Cat Noir immediately put his hands up, cowering as his shoulders slumped over. I'm sorry. He's from a different world. He won't be here much longer as it is. I figured there was no harm. No harm? Are you serious? Her voice grew louder with every word. You know how important it is that we keep our identities a secret. What if Hawk Moth akumatized Izuku? Since he's from another world, I've never given him a magical charm to protect him. I guess I didn't think about that, Cat Noir said, eyes falling to the floor. This was all my fault. They wouldn't be fighting if I never got myself wound up in this mess. I started to cry. I couldn't help it. My palms rose to my face, failing to wipe the tears from my eyes. Neither of them noticed, and I'm glad they didn't. I didn't want them to worry about me any longer than they needed to. Once we used the miraculous of the rooster, they'd be rid of me. Kaken always told me I was useless. Everyone in junior high knew I was powerless. I was right back there, no quirk and nothing of value. All I am is a burden to everyone I meet. Why would Bakugo ever want someone like me? Let's just get this over with, Ladybug said, reaching into her yo-yo. She pulled out a green bracelet first, then a nose ring, trying to find the exact one she wanted. A purple butterfly flew down from the sky. I had no idea where it came from. If I'd been paying attention to the direction, I might have been of some use to them. In fact, I couldn't even speak through the tears. Not even to warn them. I remember what Cat Noir said to me, how negative emotions mean you get akumatized. Hawk Moth must have known, felt me crying out in the open and targeted me. If I kept this up, I'd get myself akumatized and reveal Cat Noir's secret identity. I had to calm down. As the butterfly flew closer, I took some deep breaths. I imagined Kaken and I again in the hallway, his tongue sloppy against mine, his muscles peeking out of his black tank top. I imagined petting his spiky blonde hair and looking into his beautiful eyes. My breath evened and the tears dried up. The butterfly was drawing away from me. I smiled, proud that I'd kept everyone safe, even if it was only preventative. After all, sometimes the best help you can give someone is staying out of the way, as Mr. Aizawa always told us. Then, I realized something. The Akuma was never heading towards me in the first place. Just as Ladybug pulled the duck miraculous out, the butterfly joined with her yo-yo, a purple mask appearing in front of her face, forcing her to drop the hair clip. Ladybug was getting akumatized. And it was all my fault. I backed away. My eyes were wide, fixed on Ladybug's struggling face. Her brow was more furrowed than before, like she was trying as hard as she could not to get akumatized. I suppose that made sense. If Hawk Moth takes control of Ladybug, this world's version of Paris won't stand a chance. Cat Noir was pleading with her to reject it. His voice was strained and desperate, I could tell, but any noise fell numb to my ears. "You're so useless, Deku," Kaken's voice said in my memory. DMN quirkless nerd. He was right. I fell to my knees, sobbing in the street once again. If only I was stronger. I never would have wound up here in the first place. That villain never would have sent me here if I'd been more careful. A bubbling purple electricity fell over Ladybug's body as she transformed into something new. Her hair turned black with a red streak, her spots inverted and evil-looking. Cat Noir was still screaming, telling her she was better than Hawk Moth's control. That this wasn't who she was. "You're so useless," Kaken repeated. It echoed in my mind, on a loop that wouldn't stop no matter how hard I hit myself in the head. "I'm not," I shouted, realizing at the last second that it was out loud. Ladybug called up her lucky charm, this time an oversized scimitar instead of a small object she had before. She zipped away with her yo-yo, breaking buildings in half with her sword. "Do you miss your superhero?" Ladybug shouted to the masses. "Well, you took her for granted. I'm not Ladybug anymore. Call me Lady Justice. I'll bring all the liars and untrustworthy citizens of Paris to their knees." Cat Noir looked at me, fear plastered on his face, the love in his eyes shattered completely. "We messed up, Izuku." "No, not yet. We can still fix this." I slid toward the duck miraculous, which Ladybug left on the ground, and pinned it to my hair. The singed part was coarse, reminding me just how important this mission was. Kaken was counting on me to get back to him. I pictured his fiery eyes. I imagined his loving grasp. My eyes narrowed in determination as I shouted, "Quack, Bill on!" I transformed into Deku again, the orange X appearing across my chest as a friendly reminder to push past my limits. To go beyond. To be plus ultra, even if I didn't have one for all in this world. "Izuku," Cat Noir said, a shocked groan falling from his lips. "You're Deku?" "I am. I know we're supposed to keep our identities a secret, but if all goes well, I'll be out of your hair and no one will remember I held the miraculous of the duck in the first place." He nodded firmly. Cat Noir and I sprung into action, following the trail of destruction along the way. "It should have been me," Cat Noir said, almost crying at the sight. "I have the miraculous of destruction, not her. The one who screwed up. It's my fault she got akumatized." "Don't talk like that, Cat Noir." "No, you don't get it. Ladybug is the only one who can capture Akumas. If she wins, Hark Moth gets his wish and the universe as we know it will be destroyed. I thought about it for a second. My first battle in Paris, the one with Mr. Pigeon, Ladybug only captured the Akuma after the villain had given up. If I can use my power to get Ladybug to calm down, we still have a chance to win. Not if I get her to reject it. My power is agitation. That means I can disarm her emotional weapons, right? If I understood your explanation correctly, that means Hawk Moth is using the Akuma to keep her in a state of rage. That's where his control is coming from. If I use my bread against her, she might calm down enough to reject it herself. I started muttering to myself, rambling about superheroes I've seen in action before. How this situation was nothing like I'd faced in Japan before, but I'd seen enough of the superpowers here to figure out a plan. Sure, I was no Ladybug, but Cat Noir cut me off, just like Kakin and the other UA students did when I got lost in thought. "You're one smart cookie, Deku," he said, leaning against his metal stick as he scouted the area. Another building crashed down, followed by assorted screaming from the Parisians. "There she is. Ready to work your magic, Deku?" "Ready as I'll ever be." Cat Noir vaulted himself toward Lady Justice, trying to get her attention away from the innocent people. "Hey, milady, aren't you looking for my miraculous? Gotta pay Hawk Moth his dues. Stop it with the nicknames, you insolent little kitty cat. It's Lady Justice now. And you're number one on my list. If you weren't so careless with your secret identity, we wouldn't be in this situation." The butterfly mask appeared in front of her face again, as if someone else was talking to her telepathically. "Yes, Hawkmoth. I can't trust him anymore." He revealed his identity to some boy from Japan. Another pause. She must have been talking to Hawkmoth. "Yes, I'll bring him to you. Right after I take Cat Noir's miraculous." They fought, her swinging her giant sword around and him dodging her fatal attacks. There was no opening. If I wasted my power too soon, it wouldn't hit her and this would all be over. Anxiety rose in my chest as I began to wonder how my life would go if I failed. I'd never get to hold Kakin all night like I wanted to. They showed no signs of tiring, jumping from place to place, making it hard for me to keep up and stay hidden at the same time. I took a breath. Focus, Izuku. Well, duck. All you have to do is not miss. I raised my loaf of bread. I only had one shot. I took a slice, aiming right for Ladybug as she paused for a split second. "Disarm!" I shouted, throwing the bread in her direction. I just had to hope my aim was true. Time seemed to slow down. Sounds of concrete crumbling and metal clashing echoed through my ears. The single slice of bread I flung at her seemed to solidify in the air, the sponginess not being swayed by the wind and the crust keeping its shape admirably. I knew it was a long shot to throw it from as far away as I did. That wasn't the plan Cat Noir and I discussed. But if I went in any further, she would have hit me too. With one for all, full cowling gave me increased speed and agility, so I could dodge her sword under normal circumstances. Though, with Quack's power or any miraculous, I guess, those abilities were much stronger. And I didn't have enough practice yet. Just like at UA's sports festival, I wasn't afraid to get hurt to protect my friends. But Lady Justice's new power seemed to destroy whatever it touched. My normal close-range fighting style would be like punching Tamura Shigaraki and expecting not to crumble at his fingertips. Still paused and catching her breath, Lady Justice swatted something away from her face. My slice of bread. It worked. I hit her. But she wasn't calming down. When I hit Mr. Pigeon, it was dead on. Like the proximity to his Akuma made my power more effective. I hit Lady Justice, but only on her hand, thanks to her heightened reflexes. Did that mean it wouldn't have worked unless I hit her yo-yo? Cat Noir looked up at where I was hiding, fear in his eyes as his slit-like pupils dilated. I backed away slowly, just like I had when Ladybug was about to be akumatized in the first place. They continued to fight down below, shouting at each other, news trucks gathering all around. All the thoughts I had before I grabbed the miraculous of the duck came flooding back to me. I'm useless. Just a quirkless loser who never helped anybody. All I do is get in the way. This time, it wasn't Bakugo talking. It was me. I rubbed the orange X on my suit as a reminder of what I was fighting for. Giving up so easily? Kaken asked, as if he was right behind me. But I knew if I turned around to look, he'd be gone in an instant. That's not the Izuku I know. Are you going to help them out or keep standing there like an idiot? He was right. Not the last time, when the only thing I remembered was the bullying back in junior high. Instead, I remembered where my determination came from, where both of us found our passion to become pros. It was in each other. Tears threatened to pour out of my eyes as I jumped off the rooftop and onto the street, before I even had the chance to think it through. I'll make you proud, Kaken. I promise. Look who's finally come to join the party, Lady Justice said, her voice looming over my head from the top of a fallen structure. You're not one of my targets, Deku. You haven't lied about your past or your intentions. Get out of my way and I don't have to hurt you. I braced myself for impact. My knees shifted apart, bending as my core tightened. Not a chance. Suit yourself, she said. With that, her massive sword came swinging above me. I rolled to my left, just barely dodging her blow. I felt the pride and confidence I always did when charging up one for all, even if that power was lost to me in Paris. It was like all the past holders were cheering me on in our spiritual link, whether I could wield their power or not. The more she swung at me, the faster I got. My legs ached, begging me to give them a rest, but I knew what I had to do. I locked eyes with Cat Noir, who shot me a smile in return. He knew what I was thinking. Waiting for her to try and hit me again, this time completely ignoring Cat Noir. I stood in place, my feet locked into the broken-up pavement. Another jump right. Towards me like I knew she would. She's been doing that this whole time. If there's anything I've learned from studying heroes my whole life, it's how to pick up on fighting style. Lady Justice's was simple: jump, swing, use all her force in the blow, and land. Cat Noir now. I yelled in his direction. I pushed my green curls back as I made a run for my discarded slice of bread. My clip chirped. I didn't have much time left. Like clockwork, Cat Noir's stick extended all the way toward Lady Justice and under her foot, rolling her ankle and throwing off her balance. She dropped her scimitar only a foot in front of her. The bread in my hand, I tossed it onto her yo-yo. A flash of relief washed over her eyes. The hand reaching for her sword softened. "Kitty," she said as she saw Cat Noir in the distance. She looked around at the damage she caused, fear constricting her pupils. "Did I do this? Are you hurt?" "No, milady. I'm just fine," he replied, clutching his right arm with his left. "Please, reject the Akuma. This can all be over." "Akuma?" she asked, as if she didn't know what was going on at all. The butterfly mask flickered in and out, but it was clear no message was getting through. My power must have severed her emotional connection to Hawkmoth. I got akumatized? "Yes," I chimed in. "I know it's my fault and I'm sorry. But you can still fix it." She looked at her suit. And her hands. And her infected yo-yo. A single tear rolled from her cheek. "I don't know if I can." She struggled for a moment, hands to her temples, before the butterfly flew from her hip and into the sky. Without the enthusiasm I saw twice before, she captured it in what used to be its home. "No more evil doing for you," she said, leaving out the little Emma part as if she blamed herself instead of Hawkmoth. "Bye-bye, little butterfly." Just like that, it was over. Paris' salvation and beacon of hope was back to normal. Kind of like All Might did back when he could still hold one for all for more than a few minutes. Just like him, Ladybug was cast on televisions all over Paris, standing tall to let the world know it would all be okay. Their symbol of peace. But just like All Might's fights, the damage wasn't disappearing. In Japan, we have robots from UA who cover our training damages. We have heroes who specialize in damage control and reconstruction. It takes a while, but the cities are back to new in no time. Paris was much different. All their faith was in Ladybug to repair what had gone wrong. From my understanding, the only way she could do that was by calling up her lucky charm to defeat a specific villain and summoning the magical ladybugs. With the lucky charm having vanished as she rejected the Akuma, there was nothing she could do to fix it. "Look at the mess I made, kitty," Ladybug said, eyes wide and falling back onto her knees. The pained look in her eyes reminded me of my fight with Kaken in Training Ground Beta that one night, when he told me the guilt he felt from being captured by the League of Villains. He blamed himself for All Might losing his power. I saw right through the mask and into the pain, stemming deep inside from unmeasured shame. I knew that look all too well. You can still fix it, right, Catmoret? His voice wavered as he spoke, like he didn't believe it himself. Call up another lucky charm. You always fix everything. No, I can't. My powers don't extend that far. They're limited. You know that. Chatter bustled among the crowds of people staring at Ladybug, looking for a red and black spotted object, waiting for the heaps of destruction and broken homes to fade away. A weight fell onto my chest as I watched Ladybug and Cat Noir hold each other. It was like they'd already given up. But more than that, I wanted to comfort Ladybug myself, even only having known her for a day. Because the pity plastered on her face made me feel like I'd known her since childhood. It was rare that I saw Kakin at a point of weakness, because he simply wasn't weak. Bakugo was one of the strongest people I've ever known. But I still saw it every once in a while, since I grew up with him as my best and only friend, even if he never felt the same. That look showed up when we were kids, and he fell into the stream below the log bridge. And on training ground beta. And most recently, in the hallway after he kissed me. He backed away from me like he'd made some sort of mistake. I wanted to shout at him that I loved his stupid insults and spiky hair and the secret softness I knew he had inside. Instead, I made him believe what I knew he already thought about himself, that nobody would ever love him back. That was horrible. And far from true. I couldn't sit around and watch it happen to another person. Push past your limits, Ladybug, I said, kneeling beside her. Go plus ultra. That's something we say in my world. It means to go beyond what you think you're capable of. That's not how it works, Deku, Ladybug replied, head hung with pity. Cat Noir's ring flashed. So did my clip. We didn't have much time if she was going to repair everything. Really? Or is that not how you've done things in the past? She looked up at me with bright eyes this time, hooked on my every word. You have the power of creation at your fingertips. If anyone can figure it out, it's you. Deku is right, milady. You figured out how to make those magical charms that protected people from Hawk Moth hundreds of times. You're brilliant. You're the smartest person I know. It can't hurt to try. Cat Noir's focused green eyes stared into Ladybug's glossy blue ones. He looked at her like I hoped Kakin would look at me when I got back home. They smiled at each other as Ladybug pulled herself off the floor. Slow and determined, the kind of focus only desperate times could muster, she said, "Lucky charm." As it fell from the sky, she caught it perfectly in her hands and began to cry. From the angle I was at, I couldn't tell what it was. Cat Noir and I stood, looking at each other and back at Ladybug, confusion and worry smeared across both our faces. What is it, Bugaboo? She turned slowly, shining a mirror in his face. Look at it. It's reflecting all the damage I caused. Like some kind of sick joke Tiki is playing on me. I failed again. There's no fixing it. Ladybug dropped the mirror, shattering the thin glass by her feet. The Parisian chatter grew louder, some mumbling about Hawk Moth's victory, others saying Ladybug wasn't fit to be a superhero anymore. Most of them, though, didn't know what was going on. They'd never seen their heroine defeated before. How did I know? That's what happened after the Kamino incident. No one saw All Might lose, but they all noticed when he retired. And all hell broke loose. The same would surely happen here, considering how easily malleable all these people were, especially when it came to akumatization. I couldn't do anything to help back then. The pros just saw me as a kid, someone who was best left at school and far away from the battles. Sometimes, I thought that's what Kakin felt about me too. But I can help now. You're wrong, I declared, although Cat Noir seemed to believe her. It's not reflecting the destruction. It's reflecting you. Ladybug stared into the fragmented mirror, eyes wide with what I couldn't tell was either horror or realization. Maybe a little bit of both. Either way, I saw the dots connecting in her mind, sparking something much greater than I'd try to understand. She lifted the mirror above her head. Taking a deep breath, threw it up in the air and shouted, "Miraculous Ladybug," just like she'd done before. But this time, Her magical ladybugs swarmed around the city with equal parts of black and red, unlike the pinks and whites from before. The damage was cleared. A wave of relief washed over my body, extending from head to toe. I'd finally be able to get home to my friends. Ladybug took my hands. They were daintier and much colder than I thought a person as strong as her would have. The way she looked at me reminded me of Eureka, a sweet, sincere heart who sees me for who I am. If I stayed in Paris, I think I'd be good friends with Ladybug, or whoever she may be behind the mask. Thank you so much, Deku. I couldn't have done any of it without you. Oh, it was nothing really. You're the one with the awesome powers, I replied, scratching my head and looking away. We were all amazing today, Katnor said. I'm sorry for letting my secret identity slip, milady. I was de-transforming before I knew it. As if it was some declaration of forgiveness, and we all knew it was, she stuck out her fist, shifting her gaze between the two of us. Pound it, we said in unison, laughing as the Parisians cheered all around us. The newscasters concluded their stories, marveling at Ladybug's new power. People slowly drifted into the repaired buildings, not too happy to be back at their office jobs. The police and helicopters went elsewhere, no doubt protecting Paris from other petty crimes. A warmth rose in my chest, because I felt like I made real friends here. As much as I wanted to get back to Japan, and I still did, I'd miss Ladybug and Cat Noir when I was gone. But at least I'd go home having learned something from being here a day or two. As soon as Kakin was safe in my arms, I'll return the favor and kiss him as passionately as he kissed me. And this time, I won't hold back or gape in awe. I'll show him just how much I love him. Deku, I'm guessing Cat Noir knows your secret identity too? Ladybug asked. Yeah, about that, I said shakily. It's all right. Let's get you back home. Meet me at our rendezvous point. I'm going to feed Tiki before all of Paris figures out who I am. Bug out. She zipped away into the newly reconstructed building tops, leaving Cat Noir and I alone. I have some cheese for Plag. I can feed Quack for you too if you want. Thank you. That sounds nice. He took me by the waist once again and vaulted us into an alley. Not the one Ladybug gave me the miraculous of the duck in the first place, but one I could tell he'd been there before. We tucked away in a grate and into the sewers below. Claws in, he said. Bill off, I said simultaneously. Kakin's orange X disappeared once again, leaving my heart empty. I just had to get through a few more minutes. Then I'd be back with Ladybug and on my way home. Quack and Plag ate some smelly cheese while Adrian and I talked, crossing our legs on the floor of the shockingly clean sewer. About last night, he started. I was too scared to let him finish. For all I know, I cuddled with my Kakin that night, not Adrian Agresti. Don't worry about it. I won't tell anyone. That's not what I was going to say, he said. I wanted to say I'm sorry. I feel like I took advantage of you. You're in a new place and you miss the boy you love. I was sad about Ladybug, so I made the wrong choice. You deserve an apology. It's okay. You didn't take advantage of me. I wanted it just as much as you did. His mouth parted slightly, a shocked groan escaping his lips. You're such a kind person, I continued. I'm not the only one who can see that. She sees it too. Adrian inched closer to me. He placed his hands on my shoulders, pulling slightly. He drew me into a tight hug. Thank you, Izuku, he whispered in my ear. A hand reached for my hair, just like Kakin's did in the hallway before training, and I felt myself melt into him. Adrian felt it too. Because as soon as we parted from the hug, we closed the gap between us once again, kissing each other like we had in his bed. We knew it wasn't wrong. But we also knew I wasn't thinking about Adrian and he wasn't thinking about me. Our tongues tangled in a rhythm that was second only to the one I had with the real Kakin, our kwamis playing in the background as they snacked on their cheese. When we finally split, Adrian didn't apologize. He didn't pretend it never happened. Instead, he smiled, stood, and took my hand with the kindest eyes I've ever seen. Ready to get back to Ladybug? He asked. I'm ready. We transformed again, our kwamis newly fed, and we hurried back to the alley we promised. Soon after Ladybug fell into. Her suit was different than before, Her hair was longer with a golden tint and a red set of bangs swooped in front of her face, diamond-like markings embellishing the black spots from head to toe. "Ladybug?" I asked, only half sure I was talking to the same person. "Call me Roosterbug," she said. "I merged Tiki and Eriko, just like I promised." I smiled, unclipping my hair and handing it back to her. "Goodbye, Quack," I said as Roosterbug placed the miraculous back in her yo-yo. "Sublimation," she shouted. "I choose the power to send someone into an alternate universe." With that, a portal appeared in the building behind her. I thought once more about Yue, about how I missed One for All and having the power to help others. Then I really considered it. I helped Ladybug against Hawkmoth, and Cat Noir with his feelings about her, both without wielding One for All today. A bright smile appeared across my face. I looked back one last time before stepping into the portal. Cat Noir hugged Roosterbug from the side, her head leaning on his shoulder. I knew they could never know each other's identities, and I'd never know how their love story would play out from here. But I did know that it wouldn't end with me. And that was enough. The portal enveloped me, and just as fast as I fell into Paris, I found myself back at Yue. And nothing could have prepared me for what I saw next. Rubble and ash plagued the ground and spiraled in the air. The once flattened and lively training ground I made so many good memories on was jagged, stained with something I wanted so desperately to avert my gaze from. My eyes widened. My heart pounded. I clutched the collar of my gym clothes, a pristine and pigmented blue. All I could picture were my friends lying in the dirt, some knocked out, some wondering where I'd gone and why I wasn't there to save them. I fell to my knees, my eyes glossing over with tears. I had to get help. I had to find someone who could tell me what went on while I was away. Suddenly, my legs were weak. I wanted to stand up and race toward the dorms to check on Kakin. If he even made it out alive. Who was I kidding? Bakugo would never lose. Not to the League of Villains. But with the way things looked, there was nothing that could have eased the crushing anxiety stirring inside me. New weight detected. Potential danger located, a filtered voice said from behind me. It was one of the UA cleanup bots. It picked up chunks of debris along the way before a bright blue beam scanned me up and down. "Izuku Midoriya located," it said, pausing its task. "Status, no longer missing. Report to the UA dorms immediately." Without a second look, or, well, however robots managed to see, it resumed collecting the large rocks and bits of metal from the dirt below. "Thank you," I yelled back, suddenly finding the strength to run again. In my whole body, I finally felt One for All coursing through me, rushing through my veins for the first time since I was warped out of Japan. I charged up full cowling, running at top speed all the way back to the dorms. My body was in good shape. I hadn't done anything reckless back in Paris, so there was no need to rest. I didn't know if the same was true for Kakin and the others. Before I knew it, I was panting, bursting through the dorm doors to find most of my classmates huddled around the couch. As soon as I opened the doors, all heads pointed towards me. They rushed over, some crying, some bursting with excitement, others with worry. "Give him space. You may ask your questions in an orderly fashion. We are UA students. We must represent ourselves well," Ida said, pushing everyone 3 or 4 feet back from me. I smiled. Everyone looked okay. Momo had some scrapes on her arms and they looked a little tired, but nobody was too badly hurt. "It's okay, Ida," I said, though I was secretly grateful he stopped all the noise. "I'm just happy to see you all again." "Where have you been, man?" Kirishima asked. The whole class stared at me, eyes wide and staring intently for an answer. "You know Kurogyri? I think he upgraded his power a little. I kind of got transported to an alternate universe." The chatter started again. This time, Ida separated me from them completely. "Eureka, come with me. Everyone else, you can wait. Let us fill him in. You can ask your questions once Mr. Aizawa and All Might have spoken with him," he said. Disappointed sighs traveled backwards and onto the couch once more, but they all stared in our direction, hoping to get some information out of it. The 2 dragged me just shy of the kitchen. "You've been missing for 2 days. Did you know that?" Eureka asked, a soft blush spreading across her face. "Some of us thought you were dead." I kind of figured that would be the case. I didn't even know where I was for a while. Mr. Aizawa issued a missing persons report. They're looking for you all over Japan right now, Ida followed. Oh. I didn't know I would cause everyone this much trouble. It's not your fault, Deku, she said. She looked over her shoulder before taking my hand. We only fought the League of Villains for 15 minutes or so. Nobody else got warped away. When Mr. Aizawa noticed what happened to you, he cancelled Kurogiri's quirk. We assumed their strategy was to get rid of our heavy hitters. Heavy hitters? That would be me, Todoroki, and Bakugo. I stared past Ida and Uraraka and into the sea of my other classmates. Counting in my head, I made sure everyone was there. That's what I told myself, of course. I really just wanted to find Bakugo. I'd been worried sick about him for the past 2 days, imagining the horrible things the League of Villains put him through. Todoroki was sitting among them, looking uninjured for the most part. He probably had his ice to protect him. But Kaken was missing. If I knew him at all, which I did, he'd go into the battle headfirst. If he was their number 2 target, they'd direct all their attacks at him from the start. No wonder all the others weren't injured. I dashed toward the couch, everyone's eyes still on me. Where's Kaken? I asked, praying they wouldn't mention a hospital or him dying or anything like that. Denki and Kirishima looked at each other, then back at me. Their eyebrows upturned and their eyes glossed over. I knew nothing good would follow. They were silent for a moment. Everyone was. Then Kirishima spoke. Bakugo's not doing too good. Before I knew what I was doing, I raced up the stairs as fast as I could, down the hall and to the right to find Bakugo's door. The class probably wanted to talk to me after my time away. All Might and Mr. Aizawa were undoubtedly looking for an explanation. But that didn't matter to me. The 2 days I spent in Paris felt like a million years. Kaken left me in that hallway with a kiss and an insult. It couldn't have meant nothing. Finally, I approached the only undecorated door in Class 1 as dorm, Kaken's. He was the only one missing from downstairs and the only one I had any interest in talking to. Along the hallway were plates of untouched food, surely left by Ida and the others. Why wasn't he eating? There must be something wrong. Whatever it was, I'd be right by his side to help him fix it. I raised my fist to the door to knock, anxiety suddenly racing through my body. What if he changed his mind about me? Or if I'd walk in and see him half-conscious and dying just like how League of Villains wanted him to end up? I knocked, but my thundering heartbeat was all I could hear. Go away. I told you not to bother me anymore. A voice rang from inside the room. It was Kaken's, there was no doubt about that. But for some reason, it sounded nothing like the Kaken I was used to. It was like the fire in his heart and the heated rasp to his voice had vanished altogether. Like he'd forgotten what it meant to be that explosive boy I fell in love with. Kaken, it's Dash. Deku. He cut me off, a mix of shock and awe, only a hint of his old self through his words. Like a pained version of the Bakugo I fought on Training Ground Beta. Yeah, Kaken. It's me. I'm back. As soon as I spoke again, the door swung open. Bakugo was standing in front of me, his spiky blonde locks looming above me as his toned muscles bulged out just below eye level. One thick arm was slung up in a cast. 2 wavering amber eyes stared down at mine. The sight of him was intoxicating, making my knees weak and threatening to buckle under my weight. His skin was pale, his clothes looking old. It hurt that he wasn't taking care of himself. I should have been there to protect him. I flung myself onto him, wrapping my arms tightly around his waist, nuzzling my head into the space between his neck and shoulders. He smelled just like I remembered, a smoky musk, warmth radiating off his body in a rhythm no one else could replicate. For a moment he stood, not knowing what to do with himself. His breath quivered and his tense muscles let loose. I wanted him to use that one good arm to hold me too, wrapping me up in a cocoon and letting me fall asleep on his chest. Instead, he shoved me off as soon as he snapped out of the shock. What the hell, Deku? Bakugo demanded, the spirit somewhat returning to his voice. Since when do you go around hugging people? Especially me. Sorry. I thought Dash. Get lost, dude. I just needed to see if you were real. Kaken's cheeks heated up, a hot blush spreading across his face. He turned away, almost ready to close the door and leave another barrier between the two of us. Wait a second dash. Shut up and leave me alone. Go back downstairs. Everyone else is worried sick about you. I didn't understand anything he did. I really thought he knew me, and I knew him, given how much time we spent together as kids. But regardless of what we've been through together, I was sure he felt the same as me. Back in the hallway, he gave me the kind of passion I didn't know I'd been looking for all my life. When I was in junior high, I felt so empty. All the time. I was a walking husk, void of joy or any more energy than school required of me. I thought maybe it was because I was quirkless or because Kakin teased me all the time. Then I came to UA, both those things having vanished, and I realized what I was missing. It was him. Now that I know that, he was all I thought about. And I missed my shot to fix it all when I didn't kiss him back. Tears welled in my eyes, thick and hot, threatening to pour down my face at any moment. I slammed the half-closed door back open, a tired shock resting on Bakugo's face. With one hand, I shoved his chest swiftly and decisively, pushing him backwards and further into his bedroom. I expected him to fight back, to yell at me some more, but nothing happened. I turned back only for a second to shut the door. I didn't want anyone to overhear this, just in case Kakin didn't want anyone to know. Why do you treat me like this? I asked, raising both the volume and intensity of my voice. Like what? Nothing's changed between us. Stop pretending like it has. You all hate me and I don't like any of you either, so leave me alone already. Stop it. You might want to rot up here starving to death, but we care about you more than you know. And I know you do too. Shut it, Death. I've spent the last few months living a few doors down and putting up with your bullshit all the time. You don't get to disappear for 2 days just to show up and expect everyone to do whatever you want. Get lost already, DMN it. Or did you not hear me the first time? See? What is that? Why do you do that? I said, my face reddening, heating up with an anger I didn't know I had in me. Do W dash. First, you're mean to me every day of my life. Tormenting me in front of all my friends and I just let you. I don't know why. But then you kissed me, and I thought things were going to change. I thought you and I would dash. Kiss you? I never kissed you. What? With those words, his voice softened. I thought I was going insane. Like I was imagining the battle with the League of Villains and the adventures I had in Paris. Like Kakin pinning me against the wall before training was all some twisted, vivid dream I created in my head. Bakugo's eyes were wide. He was blinking fast, his face flushed. If he never really kissed me, why was he so flustered all of a sudden? If he never felt the same, why was he acting like I caught him in a guilty preservation? Sit with me, he said, sitting back against the footboard of his bed. And don't you dare tell anyone about this. I did. And I wouldn't, not unless they tortured it out of me. Whatever he might say was safe with me. The League messed me up pretty bad. It was like they only cared about attacking me. That old recovery hag back at school couldn't fix a lot of me afterwards. My leg still stings and my arm is broken, obviously. But when I passed out on the training field, I guess I must have hit my head pretty hard. She said I might have memory problems for a little while. I'm sorry, I replied, not knowing what else I could say. Was he trying to say he forgot about the kiss? I don't know what you think happened, but I only remember patches of my life for the past week or so. Oh. So, what do you think happened? He asked slowly, caution and newfound anxiety spreading across his throat. Not like I care. Like I'd ever kiss someone as stupid as you, Deku. I smiled. I could see through that mask. I'd learned that much after all these years by his side. I told him about how he kept me back from our classmates. How he told me I was teasing him. How I thought he might scream at me but leaned in for a kiss instead. Then, I told him about the explosion he shot at me just moments after, barely catching my hair as it rushed past me. Right, I had the burn to prove it. See? I said, showing him the singed lock of hair I'd been subconsciously playing with all this time. It happened, Kakin. He paused a moment, letting his guard down for the first time since I hugged him earlier. I think I believe you. He spoke with a hesitance I'd never heard from him before. Like he had to choose his words carefully or something would go wrong. It doesn't sound like something I wouldn't do. Butterflies danced around in my stomach. My nerves flickered at only the thought that he might feel the same, and we might be able to have a relationship after this was over. Yeah, I replied. I hugged my knees to my chest, staring intently at the carpet below us. I didn't know what was going to happen. Maybe Kakin would yell at me some more, and throw me out of his room like he would have only a month ago. Or maybe he would kiss me again, our lips tangling in a passion I'd been craving for the past 2 days. Instead, he did nothing. His eyes were fixed on the ground, just like mine were, but I saw something in them I never thought I would see again. It was the same look he gave when he was captured by the League. The same look when he told me how he blamed himself for All Might losing his power. Kakin was afraid. He didn't blink, much less notice I was watching him. Tears gathered in his eyes, which slowly rolled down his cheeks. He reached up to wipe it away, covering his face so I couldn't see him crying. Kakin, what's wrong? I asked, wanting to hug him tightly and never let go. He didn't respond, just kept sobbing uncontrollably. It hurt so much to see him in pain, to know that the boy I loved was sad and I couldn't do anything about it. I extended my hand in his direction, putting one hand on his back. He flinched. I could tell he wanted to pull away. Get out of here, he finally said through heavy breaths. You can't see me like this. It's okay. I'm here for you, Kakin, and I'm not leaving you. Talk to me. Bakugo was practically gasping for air at this point. I scooted closer to him, rubbing his back in tiny circles to try and help him calm down. I've got you. Follow my breathing. You can do this. My voice was hushed. He eventually leaned over to me, gripping the front of my shirt and resting his head on my chest. I could tell he was trying to stop crying, to calm down enough to get a word out, but it wasn't working. We sat there for a few minutes, my legs extended outward and his body curled up beside me. After some time, Kakin quieted down. He could take full, deep breaths with me there to help him. I knew he wouldn't want to talk about it, at least not with me. Probably not with anyone. But he didn't protest to clutching my arms and chest, or to me petting the top of his soft, blonde locks while he did. Kakin? I asked, hoping he'd have the strength to answer. He stared up at me in response, like he was ashamed to say a word after what he'd gone through. What's going on? Did I do something? He paused, nuzzling his face back into my shirt. No, you idiot. It's my fault. His voice was low again, devoid of the energy and spark I was used to from him. What's your fault? He hesitated. It was like he didn't want me to find out what he was going to say next. I never should have kissed you. What do you mean? I asked, my voice shaking. It felt like my heart shattered into a million pieces, and he was the only one who could pick them up. He was the glue I needed to stay together. And he didn't feel the same. It was a mistake, he said, finally gathering the strength to lift himself off my chest. The whole DMN class is going to see me like this. They'll think I'm weak. No, they won't. Our whole class cares about you so much. So do I. That's not true. He tilted his head against the side of the bed, looking up at the ceiling to avoid eye contact with me. Playing with the bandages on his arm, he began to cry once more, this time silently and much calmer than before. Kakin. Every time I think about being with you, I get like this. So dim and weak and useless. I can't focus on being the number one hero if I'm helpless on the ground. Being with me upsets you? I asked, wishing so desperately that he'd look me in the eyes. No, God, no. You don't get it, do you? I've wanted to be with you since we were kids. It's all I've ever thought about. But if I do, then the world would know I'm, I felt the same way for the most part. I pictured Kakin and I together for as long as I can remember. I actually don't remember a time I didn't want him to hold me, to call me his, to curl up in bed together and sleep the afternoon away. But I knew our classmates almost better than I knew myself. We've been through hell together. They'd never judge us for being gay, not even for a second. Though I could tell I'd never convince Kakin of that. As much as I loved him, I knew how stubborn he could be. And I knew how much he hated himself. Oh, I think I understand. We don't have to tell anyone if you don't want to. We could just . He shook his head slowly. Get out of here, Deku. It. I said leave. If it's between thinking of you as something other than a friend and being the #1 hero, well, we both know which one I'm picking. So get the hell out of my room already. I'm done with this. My gut wrestled with itself, sending an acidic stabbing all throughout my body. A pressure rose to my head, an ache spreading across my temples and across my forehead. I wanted to scream at him for the first time in my life. My face heated up, ready to fight for myself, fight for us. Then I saw the look on his face. His eyes were dull, no spark in sight. His face was pale, void of joy or even anger. Most of all, he looked incredibly empty. And I knew this was hurting him more than it was hurting me. So I stood up and opened the door, leaving everything I've ever wanted to cry alone on his bedroom floor. Kaken, I said quietly before shutting myself out completely. If you ever need me, I'm only a few doors away. With that, I closed the door. I almost expected him to call after me, to tell me he didn't mean anything he said and we could still be together. But he never did. I pinned my ear to the wood for a moment, in case I could hear any sign he regretted what went down. All I heard were that beautiful boy's quiet sobs, a poor attempt to muffle them on his part. He didn't want me to help him, so there was nothing I could do, despite every muscle in my body urging me to barge back in and wrap him in my arms. So I walked away and back down the stairs, where my classmates were all waiting to hear what had happened while I was away. Eventually, Mr. Aizawa got to the dorms and questioned me himself. I told them every detail of my adventures in Paris, aside from the fact all I thought about was Bakugo anyway. Even now, surrounded by people who I knew wanted me around and welcomed my presence, I couldn't take my mind off the one person who kept pushing me away. Unfortunately, Bakugo won't be joining us today, Mr. Aizawa said as we settled into our seats. The classroom was just as I remembered it, not a desk or pen out of place. Nothing changed while I was gone, that was good. Well, except for the empty seat beside mine. He's taking the day off. Chatter broke out among my classmates, speculating on why one of our top students could possibly be missing. Some said he was still badly hurt from the League of Villains. Others said he was catching up on sleep from Recovery Girl's orders. But I knew the real reason. He couldn't pull himself out of bed because of me. He was suffering all alone because he couldn't stand the thought of us being a couple. Did I say you could start talking? Mr. Aizawa continued, his hair and binding cloths rising and coercing everyone back to silence. I hope none of you are distracted by his absence. Let's continue with the lesson. As he spoke, everyone seemed to forget about Kaken. They were taking notes and reading their textbooks like usual, but I was zoned out the whole PRD. I couldn't stand the thought of him by himself, starving in his room because he didn't want to get up or leave. He said he couldn't let himself think about me in order to focus on his hero training, but he was still missing class. That was nothing like the self-assured and determined Kaken I knew. Before I knew it, the lecture was over and it was time to go to our next classes. I snapped out of my own head, beginning to pack my stuff up as everyone else was leaving. Midoriya, stay behind a minute, Mr. Aizawa said, ushering everyone else out the door until we were completely alone. I need to talk to you. Everyone rushed out into the halls after Mr. Aizawa stared them down. In just a few seconds, we were alone. So, what did you want to talk to me about? I asked, fidgeting with the sleeves on my uniform. He sat in his desk chair, motioning for me to come closer. I'm concerned about Bakugo. We both know it's not like him to miss class, no matter the circumstances, he said. Do you have any idea what's going on with him? I stared above him at the walls and the corners of the room, my eyes darting from place to place. Kaken probably wouldn't want anyone knowing about the two of us given our conversation last night. My only option was to cover for him. Oh yeah, I think he was just tired or something. The battle with the League must have taken him out or something like that. I kept muttering somewhat coherently, scrambling to make up a lie Mr. Aizawa would ever believe. He sighed deeply, rubbing his eyes and slumping back in his chair. Got it? Don't tell me then. I'll have to figure it out. I'll go down there tonight. No, wait. I practically shouted. I do know what's wrong. But I can't tell you. My eyes were wide. I never liked to lie to my teachers, even in junior high. So this was my next best option. I couldn't imagine Mr. Aizawa barging into Kaken's room, seeing him with his eyes all red and puffy, trying to get information out of someone who's clearly not okay. He meant well, but I knew Kaken better than anyone, as much as he didn't want to believe it himself. Whatever he needed, Mr. Aizawa couldn't provide it. I hope you can see how little use that statement is to me, he replied, eyeing the window on the door to make sure no one was listening in. I'm only going to tell you this because I know you and Bakugo have a history, so don't make me regret it. He called me this morning to inform me he wouldn't be coming in. The way he spoke on the phone made me worry he's going to become a danger to himself, so you must understand why I can't drop the subject entirely. My eyes widened, though my gaze narrowed nonetheless. It's my fault he feels this way. Maybe if I hadn't left last night, we could have worked something out. Maybe if I told someone else what was going on, he wouldn't feel so alone. Mr. Aizawa continued, clearly noticing the panic in my eyes and speaking in a soft, caring tone. I know he's your friend and you care about him very much. I can see that despite the way you two act around each other. You can either tell me what is going on with him or I'll find out myself. The protocol I'm supposed to follow won't be pretty, so I'd rather you come clean now. Protocol? What protocol? The school instructs me to detain him for questioning at the very worst of it. He'd be prohibited from any outside contact until we determine he's safe to return to classes and the dorms. However, I doubt we'd go that far in his case. Most likely, there'll be someone on watch with him 24/7 to make sure he doesn't harm himself. The blood drained from my face. Those seemed like really extreme measures, especially for the situation he was in. Of course, Mr. Aizawa had no way of knowing that. And he never would, not unless I tell him all about me and Kaken right now. I could tell him about the bullying back in junior high. About the kiss before I got warped to Paris. About the sobbing in his bedroom. About how I know he hadn't eaten in days. Then Mr. Aizawa might be able to get him the help he needs. Maybe he'd finally be brave enough to tell the world who he really is. Or, maybe he'd never forgive me. He'd keep pushing me away once he was allowed back in classes, and hate me forever for giving away his most cherished secret. I couldn't take that chance. I couldn't risk losing Kaken, not after everything we've been through together. What about if I stay with him? I asked. Mr. Aizawa perked up at the idea. I could be on watch. I'll make sure he doesn't do anything reckless, I promise. He considered it for a moment. My heart was beating louder than I ever remembered hearing it before. Kaken's know both of our futures were riding on this decision. Well, the school wouldn't like that, since you're not a professional and all. He leaned forward, placing two hands on the desk in front of him. But I suppose I don't have to report the incident. I won't let you down, I swear. But I'm counting on you. 24/7 means 24/7. Do you hear me? Don't let him out of your sight as soon as you get back. I nodded firmly before walking out the door, ready to help Kaken in any way I could. When school ended, I declined the invitations to play video games or go out anywhere. I had much more important things to worry about. I approached Kaken's door again, the same as I'd left it the night before, and knocked lightly, my backpack still draping over my shoulder. Go away, he said, little energy left in his voice at all. I can't, I mustered up the courage to say. Let me in or I'll find my own way. A deep sigh left his chest as I heard him get up. The door creaked open, and Kaken was already walking the other way, not giving me a second look. They already called me. I hear I've got a parasite for the next few days. That's right. You're stuck with me, I replied, smiling at the thought of spending so much time by his side. I set my bag down by his desk and sat on the corner of his bed. Now, do you want to talk about last night? I won't make you. But I'm your friend and I care about you, I said after a few seconds of silence. Kaken closed the door behind me, just like he did last night, but refused to look me in the eyes. Anywhere in my direction, really. Every motion he made showed me only the toned muscles on his back. Never his beautiful face. I do a lot of thinking, he said, sitting back down on his bed and out of sight from me. I sat the same way on the other side. I didn't look at him and he didn't look at me. That's what people don't realize about me. They think I'm angry all the time with no reason to be. It's kind of hard not to see it that way, I replied. My voice was smooth, my tone completely neutral to prevent Kakin from having another breakdown. I know, he said, quieter this time, tears choking back in his throat. Apparently, didn't work. The last thing I wanted was to cause him more pain than he needed to be in, than he was in already. So, what do you think about if you do it so much? Anything really. You a lot, he added before a long pause. I'm not going to kill myself. I know that's what Mr. Aizawa put you in here for. So you can save your breath. I gathered my knees to my chest once more, just like I had done sitting beside Kakin on the floor last night, fiddling with the scorch mark on my hair. That's not what I'm here for, I replied, holding more truth in the statement than I expected it to. I want to make sure you're okay. I don't want you to go through whatever you're going through alone. I inched further onto the bed, placing a hand on his good shoulder and pulling it in towards me. He was hesitant, his muscles tensing at my touch, but a heavy exhale letting me know he wanted it as much as I did. We shifted until we were more parallel to each other. I looked over at him, staring into his empty red eyes. I knew the angular slopes to his face better than I knew my own. I wrapped my arm around him, my hand rubbing his back to let him know it was okay to touch me, that I wouldn't do him any harm. I could tell he had been on edge lately, not just from the League attacking him, but from me being gone without a trace. I needed him to know that I was here and I wasn't going anywhere. He released the pent-up tension he'd been harboring, finally relaxing and resting his head on my shoulder and chest. With my other hand, I ran my fingers through his hair, easing him with whatever grounding touch I could manage. I'm sorry, he started. I could feel the deep vibration of his voice ringing through my chest as he spoke. For everything I did to you back in junior high. And before too. I never should have said those things to you. Kakin, I forgave you for that a long time ago, I said, a soft smile spreading across my face. What's really been bothering you? When you were missing, I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened to you. That first night, I stayed up until morning worried I'd never get to tell you all the things I've always wanted to. And now that you're here, it doesn't feel real to me. I'm real, Kakin. I promise. I'm not leaving anytime soon. He gave a slight laugh, the first ounce of joy I'd seen on his face in what seemed like forever. And then you told me I kissed you. And I believed it, you know why? Because I've been wanting to work up the courage for years. I felt his breathing slow. He cuddled even closer into me, feeling the warmth my body gave off and taking in every inch of my scent. If I could, I'd wrap him around me like a blanket, and we'd stay like that until Mr. Aizawa said he was good to go. I would too, if not for the cast on his arm. I wasn't sure how to continue. What was he trying to tell me? Before, he said he regretted the kiss, that he never should have done it in the first place. Was I supposed to act like I didn't like him, too? What was I supposed to say? Luckily, he took that step for me, continuing just as soon as he stopped. When I saw the look in your eyes last night, I remembered what happened that day in the hallway. I kissed you, and you were terrified, like I was going to hurt you for not feeling the same way I did. Why would I expect you to feel any different? I almost burned you right after. Kakin, that's not what I dash. It is. Then I started thinking some more. How could you ever love someone like me? Like you said, it's hard not to see me as a short fuse. I can't think of a single reason you'd ever want to be with me. Shut up, I said as anger boiled in my ribs all the way to my cheeks. I lifted him off my chest and turned him to face me, his eyes staring intently into mine for the first time today. I don't care what you think. You're strong and determined, and more caring than I know you want others to see. You're an idiot for thinking anything else. With that, I grabbed the neck of his t-shirt and pressed my lips onto his. Both my hands rested on his neck, one dormant and the other playing with his hair. Our lips and tongues tangled together in a way I only experienced in my dreams, fighting for dominance and ordering the other to retreat. Kakin won the battle, now pinning me against his headboard as he shifted his weight on top of me. Soft escaped my lips every few times I was able to take a breath. My hands teased down from his neck and traveled to his waist, feeling his skin and muscles under the baggy t-shirt. His body was everything I knew it would be, firm yet delicate, soft where it should be. We developed a perfect rhythm, completely in sync with one another for the very first time. That is, when we heard a knock on the door. "Hey Deku bro, I brought you some dinner." Kirishima swung open the door. "I know you haven't eaten yet today, so dash." He cut himself off. He was getting a full view of Kaken on top of me, and both of our faces drenched in shock as they turned toward his. Kaken was frozen. His muscles tensed from the soft touch they once held me with. One arm began to shake, and there was nothing I could do to calm it down. "Oh, I'll just leave this here then," Kirishima said, placing a plate down on the desk by the door. "See you guys later, I guess." He closed the door as soon as he opened it in the first place, encasing Kaken and I in the darkness we'd just taken comfort in. My heartbeat was the only thing I could hear. It pounded up through my chest and into my throat, forcing me to choke on what little air I could gather. Not because I was worried about what Kirishima would say. I knew he'd respect our privacy. I was worried about Kaken. The shaking hadn't stopped. His neck was frozen in a position staring towards the door, unmoving as his legs weakened from under him. "Kaken, it'll be okay," I said, grabbing his hand. Kirishima would never dash. "What have I done?" he whispered, falling onto the other side of the bed so heavily I thought he might have passed out. But he didn't. His breathing was getting heavier by the second, his fingernails clawing at his neck to try and free the air but only leaving large red marks in its place. "You didn't do anything wrong. I've got you." I took his hands, holding the one in the cast firmly and placing the other on my chest. "Follow my breathing. My heartbeat. You can do this." He ended up clutching my shirt once more, but much harder than I anticipated. I winced in pain, wishing the pressure building up from his grasp would dissipate. I tried to remember why Mr. Aizawa had me look after him in the first place. A stranger wouldn't be any help to him. He wouldn't lean on someone so freely, or feel like he could cry with anyone else. But then again, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. If I hadn't gone missing, he wouldn't have worried about me so much. If I hadn't volunteered to stay at his side, Kirishima never would have seen us together. And if I didn't look so scared of him back in that hallway the first time he kissed me, maybe he'd be more okay with them seeing us anyway. The pressure from his hand was getting worse, his heavy palm pressing into my collarbone with no sign of letting up. Tears started to roll down my cheeks, eyes red and puffy to match Kaken, who was calming down a little. Just enough to get words out, that is. "They're all going to hate me. More than they already do," he managed to stutter out. "They don't hate you, Kaken. And I bet more people are going to be accepting than you think." His tears started pouring harder as he laid against my body, his head tucked under my arm like a dog afraid of thunder. "If I had to guess, Kirishima won't tell. He respects you a lot, you know. It might have been a shock at first, but he's still your best friend." I started petting his hair once more. Kaken's body was so warm, mixing with the heat from my own body. I guess he realized his hand was still clutching my shirt and collar, because the collapsing pressure alleviated with a single motion. I took a deep breath, sighing as relief washed over my lungs and mind. I hope Kaken didn't notice. He shouldn't be worrying about me right now. "I hate this. I wish I was normal. Then none of this would be happening," he said softly, still whispering and leaning into me as he did. "Kaken, there's nothing wrong with you." "Yes, there is. Stop pretending like there's not. I'm a joke." His volume began to rise. He sat up, away from my touch. "That's why you're here. Not because you want to be, but because Mr. Aizawa thinks I'm insane. He thinks I can't handle it on my own. You don't have to do it on your own. That's why you have friends. That's why you have me. What kind of hero can I be if I can't spend one night by myself? How can I surpass All Might if I can't take a breath without you?" I wanted more than anything to reach over and hug him as tightly as I could, pressed on top of him until I fell asleep in his arms. Any way I could touch him, really connect, would be enough. I reached out to try, even if it was only to hold his hand while we talked, but he pushed my hand away. Staring at the door and the plate of food Kirishima gave him, I thought back to the plates outside his door. When I got back, they were piled up, dried out food glued onto the edges. It must have been 2 or 3 days' worth of meals, at least. Had he really not been eating? Mr. Aizawa trusted me to look after him until he was better. I wasn't sure how long that would take, but I did know it wouldn't help if he didn't eat anything. I wanted to ask him about it, or make sure he ate something, but this wasn't the time. My biggest concern was making sure Kaken was stable. If that meant easing him into the whole 24/7 partnership thing, then that's what I'd do. Kaken, it's not going to be easy. In fact, I bet it'll be really hard for a while. But I've seen you overcome so much more than this. Think of it as more hero training. As long as I'm by your side, we'll be becoming better heroes together. He looked over at me. God, why do you have to be so dim and beautiful when I'm trying to get away from you? I told you, Kaken, I smirked. You're stuck with me. This time, he kissed me, but I was the one to take control. My mind wandered towards the door, wondering if one of us should get up to lock it this time. But I couldn't focus on anything but him, how every inch of him was chiseled, or how every whispered breath on my neck was joy. I was gentle with him, shifting my hips delicately on top of his, a rush of pleasure washing over me as his lips traveled onto my jawline and collar. He left little kisses all over, careful where any purple bruising could show through my uniform. We fell into each other, my hands running all along his back, under his shirt in a heated craze, and his brushing through my hair, taking in and tasting every bit of me he could. He wasn't thinking about the door, or Kirishima, or the league, I could tell. All his attention was on me, and mine on him, as our lips tangled together on the plane of his bedsheets. By the time we settled down, it was dark. Mr. Aizawa wanted us to sleep in the same room, obviously, just so I could make sure Kaken was safe. Not that it didn't come with other benefits. But for some reason, I couldn't sleep. When I wasn't staring at the ceiling, counting the shapes I could assign objects to, or watching the fan blades revolve around, I looked at Kaken instead. He didn't look angry or sad when he slept, he just seemed at peace. Like there was nothing in the world that could ripple the still water he laid in. It was a breath of fresh air to see him without a care in the world. I smiled lightly, slipping out of bed just after kissing him on the forehead, careful not to wake him. I put on my all-might slippers, creaking open the door and giving him one last look before closing it behind me. There was some business I had to take care of. Down the stairs, the living room lights were still on. Most of us like to go to bed early, especially since moving into the dorms. Hero training was hard on our bodies, so we knew how important it was to get a full night's rest before school the next day. But there was one person I knew stayed up a little later than everyone else. And if he didn't, I doubt he'd be able to sleep very well tonight as it is. The only person left on the couch was Kirishima, scrolling on his phone, looking up to see me walking down the stairs. Hey, Midori bro, he said, sitting up and closing the app he had open. Hi Kirishima, I replied. I sat down a cushion or so away from him, just enough so I could look him in the eye. Can we talk? About earlier? I won't tell anyone, if that's what you're worried about. Unless you want me to, of course. I think it would be best to keep it a secret for now. Thank you, by the way. He lifted one leg and rested his ankle on his other knee, leaning back into the couch just slightly. My heart was pounding. I wasn't sure why. Kirishima wasn't one to cause trouble or judge the people around him, but just the thought of having this conversation with someone made me sweat. No problem, he said, touching the scar above his right eye. He always did that when he was nervous. Can I ask you something? I nodded in reply, my mind racing with the things he could possibly be wondering. If he'd try to figure out how long we'd been going out or if that's even what was happening at all. I didn't know most of the answers I'd assume he'd be asking. All I had to do was make sure nobody in the class gave him a hard time. That's all I came down here for. Is Bakugo doing okay? Mr. Aizawa asked me to bring him the work he'd miss for the week. I'm worried about him, man. I don't know what's going on. I paused. That's not what I thought he was going to say, and still, I didn't know how to answer. I wasn't sure what Kaken would want me to say, or how much Kirishima already knew. He'll be okay, I said, a shred of hope that my false confidence would follow through. Recovery Girl said some of his memories would be fuzzy from the past week. I think he's just trying to figure things out for the most part. Are you sure that's it? The whole class is worried sick. He hasn't touched the food we've brought him over the past 3 days. Yeah, I know. Mr. Aizawa wanted me to look after him, just to make sure everything is alright. You guys' battle with the League of Villains was hard on him. I hate that I wasn't there to help. It was true. Since I got back, if I wasn't worried about Kaken, I was thinking about the rest of the class. They're plenty capable against a villain on their own, I knew that much, but it felt like there was something else I should have been doing to help. And if not, what would have happened if I wasn't warped to a universe where superhuman abilities still existed? If anything, I got lucky Ladybug and Cat Noir were there to protect me. I was helpless then and I was helpless now. I trust you. You'll let me know if I can do anything, right? I don't want to sit back and watch one of my best friends in pain. I promise. You'll be the first to know. I stood up ready to head back up the stairs. I shot one last look at Kirishima before I left, seeing a fusion of worry and hope in his eyes. I could tell that's what I looked like too. When I got back to Kaken's room, he was curled up in the same position, the blankets covering his body and part of his face. I smiled, slipped back into bed, and drifted off with a beautiful boy by my side. The rubble and ash on Yue's practice field was worse than before. Instead of large bits of rock and glass sticking up from the ground, it was flat. Colorless, odorless, void of life itself. The entire thing had been turned to dust. I spun around myself, taking in the ruins of the city I called home. There wasn't a person in sight. Not Kaken, not the UA teachers, not even another civilian. There wasn't even an upright building as far as I could see. Tears formed in my eyes but refused to fall. My body felt suddenly heavy, my knees going weak as I tried to understand what was happening. My hands hit the floor, a bruising pain spreading across my ribs and collar. I picked up some debris between my fingers, pure white and finer than sand. There was no mistaking it. This was Skigaraki's doing. No one left to protect you now, a harrowing voice said behind me, an unwelcome, broken whisper in my ear. I whipped my head around, but nobody was there. This time, we'll get rid of him for good, another voice said. This time I recognized it instantly. It was Kurogyari, no doubt about it. I charged up one for all, ready for the power to rush through my veins, but nothing happened. The green lightning was absent, as was any remnant of All Might's quirk in my body. The first voice laughed, its echo surrounding me. I turned around once more. This time, a deep purple mist encased me, just like it did before I got to Paris. I fought as hard as I could, my brain telling my body to kick and thrash and do whatever it could to get out of the void before it took me to another universe. But it was no use. His quirk paralyzed me until the mist consumed me fully. The pain in my chest ate away at my ability to breathe, choking me as the light faded from my eyes. The last thing I saw was Shigaraki in the distance, covered head to toe in pale and brittle hands, hunched over as his deadly eyes pierced mine. I woke up to the pressure on my chest returning. Just the same as when Kaken was gripping me, but much softer this time. It was only a dream. My eyes flew open in a panic. What if I'd gotten transported somewhere again, and the pain was from the fall? I would be all alone, and Kaken and all of Class A would worry about me and I'd be causing that much more trouble. Then I took a look around. I saw Kaken's dorm. Clothes folded neatly on the dresser, comforter disheveled and blankets strewn on the floor. The League didn't get me. I was still in Japan. Most importantly, the pressure was from Kaken's hand once more, a gentle touch to a pain he probably didn't know existed. He'd always been one to get up early, so it didn't surprise me that I slept in longer. I smiled at him, wincing as I sat in a more upright position. I rubbed the same place lightly through my shirt, just to make sure nothing was seriously wrong. "Are you okay?" he asked with the kind of softness I'd only heard in my imagination. "Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you were still here. It helps to feel your heartbeat." I could tell it was hard for him to say. He couldn't look me in the eye, his head resting on his knees and his nails picking at the sides of his fingers. "I'm all right. I just had a bad dream," I replied. I took his hand to stop him from using his fingernails any longer. "It looks like you're in pain." "I'll be fine, I promise. I just need to go check something." With that, I pulled myself out of bed and opened the door to his bathroom. It was lucky that Principal Nizu had the builders give us our own bathrooms. Doing this in a shared space might be a little more awkward than I wanted this early in the morning. I tugged off my shirt in one go. Besides the scars from battles in the past, running all down my shoulders and onto my hands, there was a giant purple and yellow bruise in the center of my chest. Kakin came over too. My face went red, a hot blush surrounding my cheeks. He was seeing me shirtless. How could I ever compare to his godlike body? Would he even want me if he saw that I looked like this? He put 2 hands on my shoulders, not yet looking at the reflection in the mirror, running them down my biceps and down to my waist. "In it, you're hot," he said, planting a kiss on my neck before finally looking in front of him. When he did, horror filled his eyes, staring at the mark on my chest. Did I do that? His voice shook. We both knew the answer. It wasn't a big deal, really. I'd bruise myself 1,000 times to make him feel better, without a second of hesitation there. Convincing Kakin of that would be a different story. "Yeah, I think so. It's not that bad though. It'll be gone in a few days." "I can't believe I would hurt you. I'm so sorry. Last night I didn't dash." "It's okay, Kakin," I said, pulling him into a hug in case he started to panic. "You didn't mean to. You wouldn't do it on purpose." And I believed every word. Kakin might have been aggressive in junior high, but he's come a long way since then. Of course, he'll probably always throw out insults to everyone he meets, but some things never change. I did know that he wouldn't hurt a friend, no matter what. "I know. But I still did," he replied, shoving me off of him. He stared down at his hands, eyes wide and palms shaking. "You can't touch me. I might do it again. Even I didn't know I was doing it. I don't want to risk that." "That's not the only thing you did." I put a hand on his back and tilted his chin up to look in the mirror. The marks on his neck were still there, a light pink with reddened dots all over. "Mr. Aizawa asked me to keep an eye on you. I won't break that promise any longer." We stared at our reflections for a while. Me, examining the scars all across my torso and Kakin inspecting the red marks on his. His eyes were wide, almost as if he couldn't believe he'd done it to himself. I watched as tears began to form in his eyes. Mr. Aizawa excused us from classes for the next week, so we were all alone here. There was nobody to turn to if I couldn't help Kakin through another attack alone. So I had to prevent one before it happened. I glanced up at him, wiping the side of his face and drawing his gaze away from the mirror. "Hey, look at me," I said, placing my free hand on the other side of his neck. "The past is in the past. There's nothing you can do to change it. I don't know what happened. I can't even imagine doing this to me, doing that to you," he pointed at my bruise, voice softening with every word. "I've hurt so many people over the years. I can't possibly make up for all of it." Slow, controlled tears fell down his cheeks, much different from the panic I saw yesterday. That was a step in the right direction, at least. Though it still hurt me to see him cry. The strong, self-assured boy I fell in love with all this time was in more pain than I could fix for him, suffering more than I could harbor in his place. Part of me wanted to take it all from him, like back when we were in junior high. He'd call me names and tease me in front of all our classmates, but at least I knew how to get through it. In a way, it had become our comfortable routine, as unpleasant as it might have seemed. When we came to UA and I got All Might's quirk, everything changed. He didn't make fun of me the way he did before. And in exchange, he started thinking about all the things he hated about himself. One step at a time. "I'll be right here with you the whole time, Kakin." "Thanks, Deku." He turned around and sat back on his bed, rubbing the sore parts of his neck ever so slightly. His eyes darted to the plate of food Kirishima left for him and back to the floor. A sigh escaped my lips as I walked over to pick it up, seeing what it actually was for the first time. It was some kind of sandwich, probably peanut butter and something else. The bread was stale by now, the top and crust hardening slightly. "Why don't we go downstairs and get something to eat?" I asked, throwing on one of Kakin's t-shirts, oversized on me and baggy around my arms. It smelled just like him, the scent of smoke and musk encasing me and hanging down past my hips. "I'm tired. I don't really feel like leaving. You go. I'll be here." I figured he'd put up some kind of fight, but I needed to get him out of here. It wasn't good for him to be cooped up in the same spot, especially one with the constant reminder of his lowest point. I've got to stick with you 24/7, remember? Anywhere I go, you go. Deku, I'm not going to kill myself. Get over it already. I'll be fine for 5 minutes. That's not what I'm worried about, I replied, kneeling down and looking up at him from his bedside. You need to eat too. If I don't see this through, I won't be doing my job. I'm not some DMN charity case. Tell Mr. Aizawa I'm fine so you can get on with your life. Kaken, what are you not getting? I'm not just here because Mr. Aizawa wants me to be. The whole class is worried about you. And even if they weren't, I still would be. You're not acting like yourself. What do you people care? I've never done anything for you anyway. My face felt hot, frustration bubbling up into my chest. Are you stupid? I asked before I even realized I was speaking. He was surprised too, I could tell, because his eyes met mine for the first time since we left the bathroom. I gripped his hand, forcefully pulling him to his feet, and pressed my lips on his. I love you, Diamenet. I want you to be okay. You can't do that if you haven't eaten in a week. The corners of his lips upturned just slightly. 2 hands wrapped around my waist, his now calm eyes piercing my furrowed ones. You're cute when you're angry. He pulled me close to him, holding me tighter, letting me rest my head on his chest. I love you too, Izuku. We can go downstairs if it means that much to you. Suddenly, I had no desire to move. I just wanted to hold him there forever. But I knew we had to go. Finally, I said with a smile. You're stubborn, you know that? Yeah, but you love me anyway. I took his hand, half wishing my waist could stay pressed against his, and opened the door, holding it for him to walk out. He did, moving slowly down the stairs as I clutched his arm. We made our way to the kitchen, which overlooked the unusually empty common area. There were 20 of us living here, so nothing was ever empty. At least, not while any of us were awake. I knew the rest of the class was in school, and would be for a few more hours, but the silence was strange nonetheless. Kaken walked over to the fridge. He opened the door, scoffing at what was inside. Those DMN extras can't cook to save their lives. I'll make you something. What do you want? I grinned, giddy at the thought of him cooking for me. Can you make that ramen we used to have when we were kids? The one your mom used to give us? Sure, he replied, pulling out ingredients from the fridge and pantry. I could spend hours watching him cook, staring at his muscles lifting the heavy pot of water onto the stove, salivating at his grip tensing around the handle of the knives. Eventually, he finished, pulling out 2 bowls and getting ready to serve it. He put one hand against the counter and the other against his forehead, leaning to one side like he lost his balance. Kaken? You okay? I'm fine, he said shakily, but I didn't believe him. Sweat dripped down his forehead. I stood up from the stool by the counter, ready to return to his side. He opened the pot lid, steam erupting from the water and hitting him right in the face. Kaken tipped the pot over as he fell, sending boiling water up his good arm and across his chest, scalding the skin on its surface. With that, he fell to the ground, hitting his head on the tile below us. Luckily, the cast protected his other one, but the burns were still going to be bad. Sweat crawled down my neck. I forgot all about the rest of the food burning on the stove or the ache in my stomach begging me to eat. Kaken was on the floor, unconscious, and there was nobody here to help him. I rushed to his side, kneeling down and sliding his head into my lap. Kaken? Can you hear me? I asked, my volume raising with every word even though I knew he couldn't answer. He probably had no idea I was even here with him. Our classmates wouldn't be home for hours, so there was no hope for one of them to show up. Mr. Aizawa was teaching, so I couldn't call him until school was over. And technically, I was only supposed to be making sure he wasn't intentionally hurting himself. Mr. Aizawa never told me what to do if there was an accident. Heroes don't need someone to give them instructions. They act. They save lives. How could I call myself a hero if I can't save the boy I love once? Kaken needed to see Recovery Girl at UA. She was the only one who could make sure he was alright. My only option was to carry him there using full cowling. I might get in trouble for using my provisional license without my hero costume, but I didn't care about any of that right now. It was 5 minutes to UA. and Kakin needed me to bring him there. I scooped him up in my arms, careful not to touch any of his wounds more than I had to, and tucked his head in towards my chest. He was still breathing, faintly, but it was better than nothing. Just like when he slept, his face was peaceful, like his mind had no knowledge of the pain he'd be in when he woke up. I charged up one for all, 20% running through my veins as green lightning surrounded the two of us. I leaped from building to building, running as fast as I could to the UA campus. I couldn't help but worry about his head, if flying around like this was doing more harm than good. But he needed to see Recovery Girl as soon as possible, I reminded myself. Be careful, but don't let it slow you down. When I burst through the doors, the halls were empty. Everyone must still be in class. Good, now there's less of a chance I'll be stopped or run into anyone on the way to the nurse's office. There was still nothing from Kakin as I made my way to Recovery Girl. He never opened his eyes, or twitched in my arms. Not even a whimper or any noise to tell me he was all right. "What are you doing back here, Midoriya?" she asked, apparently not too happy to see me so soon after my checkup when I got back from Paris. "Is that Bakugo you have there? Set him here quick." I laid him on one of the beds, almost not wanting to let him go, like if I held him a little longer, I could protect him from whatever came our way. Her office smelled sterile, cleaner than any place I'd been in my whole life. Busting up my fingers all the time learning to control one for all got me used to it, but this time, it only made me more uneasy. He was cooking and he suddenly passed out. He hit his head and got burned by the water. She walked over to him, climbing on a step stool to get a better look. She placed a hand on an uninjured part of his arm. "These burns are bad. Nothing I haven't seen before, but the scars won't be pretty." She paused, looking at him once more. "Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for him," she said, stepping down and starting to attach and for. My breathing quickened. My heart raced. There was nothing she could do? I'd gotten hurt much worse than this and she was able to fix me up. What was the problem? I not? I asked, tears flooding my vision and threatening to fall. "His energy levels are critically low. As you know from your frequent irresponsibility regarding your own health, if I use my quirk to heal someone, it requires them to use energy from their own body. If I healed someone with energy levels as low as young Bakugo here, it would end up doing more harm than good." This time, the tears poured down my cheeks. I sat at Kakin's bedside, staring at his soft and unmoving face, watching his burnt chest rise and fall. It must be because he hadn't eaten. And all the stress I put him under in the last few days, all the worry he faced on my behalf. Mr. Aizawa was counting on me to keep an eye on him. I thought what happened today was an accident, but I could have stopped it. I could have prevented this from ever happening. Then what do? How do I help him now? My voice was strained, coming out slightly raspy. It reminded me of Kakin's rough voice whispering in my ear, or telling me he loved me back after so many years of wondering. Luckily, his injuries aren't fatal. He'll be just fine, so don't you worry about it any longer. Go back to class. I'll call you down when he wakes up. Actually, Mr. Aizawa told me to stay with him for other reasons. We have the week off. Fine, Recovery Girl said. You can stay just this once. Maybe this time, that stubborn boy will let me heal that broken arm of his. Her words hit me like a ton of bricks. Kakin didn't want to fix his arm? Before I knew it, the halls were flooded with students, all rushing past Recovery Girl's office and to their next class. All they had to care about was taking notes, maybe a test coming up this week. None of them knew what was going on in here. I watched them pass by through the door's tiny window, trying not to look back at Kakin, even if he was the only thing I wanted to see. More than anything, I wanted to run my fingers along his cheek, framing his sharp jawline with my thumb. He'd wake up and smile one of his beautiful, soft smiles, and hold me until the sky was black. Seeing him unconscious was too much for me, at least for now. My eyes glossed over, staring at the glass but not really looking through it. I just let my vision become cloudy, my lungs heaving just to get another breath in. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared and snapped me out of the haze. A tall man with bags under his eyes and a scar to match. It was Mr. Aizawa. My smile returned as I opened the door to let him in. Midoriya, he said, shutting the door and taking a look around. What's going on? Recovery girl spoke before I could. This young man fainted while cooking for the two of them. He's got some bad burns, but it's nothing I won't be able to fix. He's passed out for now. Do you have any idea when he'll wake up? He asked in his same, familiar deadpan. Shouldn't be any more than a few hours. His body is so low on energy, it's keeping him asleep for longer than he needs to be. You know, you ought to keep a better eye on these two, Eraser. Always getting into trouble. She walked into a separate room, probably a storage closet of some sort, and was organizing some things into boxes. Thank you, recovery girl, he sighed, turning his attention to me. How are you doing with all of this? What do you mean? I thought I'd been so careful not to let anyone see how freaked out I was. Sure, my hands were shaking at any free moment, and my heart was racing 100 miles a minute, but nobody was supposed to see. I was still smiling. Just like All Might. You've been through a lot these past few days, but you haven't stopped moving. There's no shame in needing some support yourself. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa, I replied, my false smile fading into a softer, more genuine one. I guess it's harder than I thought to see someone I love so much in that much pain. Inside and out. I gasped to myself, panicking more now that I gave up Kaken's and my secret. I waited for Mr. Aizawa to question me about it, or tell me I couldn't be with someone like Bakugo. I thought he would be shocked or upset or confused. But he wasn't. Instead, he gave one of his rare smiles, narrowing his eyes like he understood everything with only a few words. It's nice to have someone in your life who cares about you, especially if you've known them since childhood like you two have. I can tell Bakugo doesn't always see it that way, though. Make sure he knows. I nodded firmly, my eyes drifting back to his still body. I pictured him late at night, clinging his knees to his chest and crying quietly to himself. It was almost uncanny, like he'd never feel so horrible about himself, but after these past few days, I knew the truth better than anyone. He didn't think anyone could love him. He believed it so fundamentally that he pushed everyone else away, even me. If I had to guess, he'd take one look at the burns when he woke up and decide he was better off scarred. Sir, I started, unsure how to say what I wanted to. How do I help him? I don't know what to do. A solution just seems so out of reach. It's not going to be quick or easy. From what I've noticed about him during training, whatever hatred he has for himself is incredibly deep-seated. There's no one solution that will get him to function like you or me. It's going to take some hard work on his part. But I have no doubt he's capable of that. Bakugo is one of the most determined students I've ever taught. He'll make it through what he needs to. Mr. Aizawa took a seat by Kaken's bed, examining the burns to his forearm and shoulder. He brushed a thumb over the reddest part, his breath hitching at the sight. I've done some thinking about all of this today, he added, eyes still fixed on Kaken's wounds. Was it a mistake to ask you to look after Bakugo like this? I'm worried it's too much for a kid to take care of. You should be in class and training. It's not fair to ask this if you... I'm sorry. Mr. Aizawa, with all due respect, I'd be much more worried if I wasn't by his side. I know him better than anyone. Forcing him to get better with a stranger he hates would do more harm than good. If you just give me a few more days, I can get through to him, I promise. He sighed again, standing up and walking over to me. All right, but promise you'll let me know if it becomes too much for you. Your health is important too, you know. He placed a hand on my head, ruffling my curls before walking towards the exit. He disappeared into the sea of students, who were thinning out as the seconds went by. I knew he had to get back to teaching, but part of me wished he would stay. I walked over to Kaken's bed, running my fingers through his spiky blonde hair. I imagined his beautiful face finally looking up at me, craning his neck up to kiss. Me just like I always dreamed he would. Then his eyes opened. As soon as Kaken's eyes opened, I scooped him up into the biggest hug, holding tightly and never wanting to let go. There were so many things I wanted to tell him, so many stories I wanted to share and words I never thought I'd get the chance to say. He was still tired, I could tell, because the most he was able to reciprocate was a light squeeze before melting the rest of his body weight into me. It was nice for him to lean on me for once. He'd gone through too much of it alone already. I'm so glad you're awake. Are you okay? I was so worried when you fell down and then you weren't waking up so dash. Kakin cut me off, stopping the rambling in its tracks. I squeezed him tighter. Careful, I've still got a cast on, you know, he said, a light smile shining through his voice. Oh, sorry. I released him quickly, though my body longed to mix with the warmth on his for just another second. I missed you too. He planted a kiss on my forehead before leaning back against his pillow again. Well, as much as I could for being unconscious. Midoriya, what's all this chatter I'm hearing? Recovery Girl walked out of the storage closet, peeking into the general area. Bakugo is awake? So much earlier than I anticipated too. You've got one fighting spirit in you, you know. Yeah, Kakin said. Now get me out of here already. I'm sick of sitting around. He began to sit up, wincing after putting the slightest bit of pressure on his arms, but still tried to stand regardless. Not so fast, young man. I need to heal you before you're allowed to leave. I can't have some of UA's best and brightest walking around with burns like that. You're lucky the wounds on your chest aren't worse. So sit tight. What's the hold up? Just heal me already then. Isn't that your whole DMN job? I put a hand on his leg to avoid causing any more damage to the burn marks. His gaze softened from the frustration as he looked at me, two sparkling eyes staring right into mine. Recovery Girl can't use her quirk until your body has enough energy to heal itself. Otherwise, it might hurt you more than it helps, I said, rubbing his knee in calming circular motions. I knew he wouldn't take the news lightly. Midoriya is absolutely right. I don't know what you've been doing to exhaust yourself lately, but it ends here. Unless you want to be incapacitated for the rest of the semester, that is. Anger boiled in his face. I could read Kakin like a book, and I could tell he didn't like the idea of swallowing his pride. Fine. I just want to get out of here. I'll order something from the cafeteria for the two of you when lunchtime comes around. For now, here's a little snack to keep your energy up. Recovery Girl handed him a bowl of crackers before returning to the storage closet, rustling around some papers and shuffling boxes on the floor. Kakin scoffed, placing the bowl on the table beside him without taking a single one. Maybe it would be good for you, I said. I tried to speak slowly and softly, hoping he might listen to me this once. I don't want to eat some stupid crackers. I'll just wait and see what lunch rush makes. I stood up, climbing into bed next to him. With one hand, I ran my fingers through his hair to calm him down. I rested the other on his stomach, where I knew the water didn't touch him. This was just like back in the dorms, when I had to beg him to go downstairs with me. If I hadn't acted the way I did, he never would have ended up like this. A wave of nausea glossed over me just thinking about it, and how I could have prevented him from hurting as much as he did, both on his chest and arms, and in his head too. Please, Kakin? I asked, looking at him in a way I knew he wouldn't be able to resist. I want you to get out of here too, you know. Kakin lifted his burnt arm up and placed it between my waist and hips, rubbing up and down slightly before pulling me in for a kiss. All right, he replied as we parted, shifting to a more upright position from the angle we were at before. He picked up the bowl, waving one of the crackers around to tease me before taking a bite. It took him a minute to finish one, but when he did, I had the biggest smile on my face. Happy now. Very happy now. I wasn't sure how to ask him why he hadn't been eating. I thought once I got back from Paris, everything would be all right. But he only seemed to be getting worse since I started sticking to his side. Maybe I was doing more harm than good by trying to help him. Why won't you eat anything? It came out much more bluntly than I imagined it would. He almost choked, looking up at me like I had 3 heads. You just watched me eat one of those. He pointed to the bowl. Maybe Recovery Girl didn't do a good enough checkup on you. You know what I mean. He dropped his smile, staring down into his lap instead of facing me. Yeah, I do, he said, his voice cool and calm, a slight rasp touching on every word. Joining our class for group meals wasn't exactly on the top of my priority list while you were gone. I don't get how they just sat around like that when you were missing. They should have been out looking, or putting up posters, or anything. It was like I was the only one who cared. There was nothing you guys could have done. I wasn't anywhere in Japan. But we didn't know that, he replied, his voice straining and a single tear falling down his cheek. I get it. I'm sorry I worried you so much. But I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere. You better not. He smiled again. He leaned over and kissed my nose before returning his attention to the bowl. Can I ask you something else, Kakin? You just did, nerd. He paused, shoving another cracker in his mouth. But go ahead. If Recovery Girl healed you the first time, then why do you still have a cast? Kakin nearly choked on his food. He coughed for a second, avoiding eye contact and blinking rapidly. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that, I said. Thinking about it, my question came out much more frankly than I intended. I could see why it caught him off guard. Trying to get anything about his feelings out of him was like pulling teeth. He was so used to putting up some hardened persona, I guess he forgot what it meant to be soft, even when we were alone. He swallowed down some water and was finally able to breathe again. He took part of the cast between his fingers, fiddling with it some flaking bits of plaster. All right, I guess we're doing this. Kakin took a deep breath, exhaling shakily as he scanned his memory for something to say. I knew that looked like the back of my hand. It wasn't going to be easy for him to say. Take all the time you need, I replied, cooling the energy in my voice and holding his hand in mine. No other person would have given his cast a second thought. They would have assumed it was all just an inevitable aftermath from the League's attack. But I knew it went deeper than that. I didn't just ask out of sheer curiosity. I didn't just ask because Mr. Aizawa tasked me with keeping Kakin safe. I asked because I wanted to know everything about the boy I loved, inside and out. When we were fighting Shigaraki and the rest of that Demon League, and we saw you get warped away, I just stood there, staring at the spot you disappeared. My body wouldn't move. And you were one of the League's main targets. I gasped, squeezing his hand a little tighter. That's right. That's why I got beat up so bad. I just couldn't believe they took you. I thought they might be doing to you what they did to me when they kidnapped me last summer. I couldn't stand it. But by standing around like an idiot, I left Todoroki and the others open. Some of them got hurt because of me. Kakin, that wasn't your fault. I cuddled in closer to him, careful not to hurt him but leaning my whole weight against his body. And I'm sorry I scared you. Yeah, well, I didn't know what happened until it was too late. So when it was all over, I saw the rest of our class bloody and bruised, and I knew I could have prevented it if I wasn't too weak to fight. Recovery Girl wanted to heal me just like she healed the rest of them, but I told her not to. I guess I thought I deserved it. Kakin has always been hard on himself, especially during our hero training. It's no wonder he blamed himself for all of it. That's what he's been doing since we got to you. Especially when All Might fought All for One and ended up losing his power. You don't deserve to be in pain, Kakin. You never did. But they all suffered because of me. Because the League wanted me. Because I didn't fight back until my body was ready to give out. We've all been through so much during this one school year. Nobody is blaming you. They all just want to see you doing okay again. So do I. I buried my face into him, taking in every inch of his scent like my heart couldn't beat without it. He moved his bandaged arm to my back, rubbing it up and down as I clutched onto him. I wasn't sure if he believed me. Actually, I doubt he did. But like Mr. Aizawa said, it's probably hard for him to understand how many people love him, especially after years of thinking he was worthless. It wasn't going to be easy. And there was no quick fix. I had to remember that. But if this was the first step, I was more than happy to take it with him. Eventually, Recovery Girl brought us our lunches, nowhere near as good as the ramen Kakin would have made for us, but I wasn't complaining. It was the first time I'd seen him eat since I got warped to Paris. The same day, Kakin's body had enough energy for healing. It took some talking into, but I got him to let Recovery Girl fix the burns and broken bones in his arms. She let us go back to the dorms to get some rest by the time school was over. As we walked back to the Alliance building, the wind rushing past us and the sun just past its peak, we saw some of the other 1A students headed towards the doors. Ida! Yururika! Wait up! I called out to them as I jogged forward to meet them, the whole group turning their heads to look at us. Deku? What are you and Bakugo doing out of the house? Yururika asked. I thought you guys got in trouble again. Mr. Aizawa wouldn't tell us anything other than that you two would be out this week. Oh no, it's nothing like that. There's just something we need to take care of, that's all, I replied. Kaken finally caught up to us, in no mood to run like I was. As we walked toward the building, Kirishima was eyeing the two of us but not saying a word to anyone. He locked eyes with me, his brow furrowed and sending me a look I instantly recognized. We needed to talk. Nerves flurried in my gut as our class entered the dorms. What did he want? I knew Kaken would be fine, but Kirishima had no way of knowing that. Or maybe he spilled our secret and the whole class would give us a hard time. Whatever it was, I needed to sit down with Kaken to avoid any surprises. I wasn't sure how much more stress he could take. I was about to approach Kirishima to ask him what's been going on when I heard a high-pitched scream come from none other than our class rep. Ida must be in trouble. I charged up one for all, 20% power coursing through my entire body. Last time the league attacked, I wasn't ready. I was helpless. Kaken got hurt. The rest of 1A had to fight without me. Not again. Not ever. I dashed behind the counter to see Ida kneeling on the floor, surrounded by the rest of our confused classmates. Who did this? Ida demanded, holding broken glass and the fallen pot in his hands, staring at the water on the floor. Which one of you animals doesn't know how to clean up after themselves? In all the commotion earlier, I didn't even think about what would happen to our mess. I guess I was too concerned with getting Kaken to safety at the moment to give it a second thought. About that, I started, scratching the back of my head with one hand. Ida stood up, glasses glaring at me in the bright white lights above us. I should have known you and Bakugo were responsible for this. All that time you had by yourselves has led you astray. I demand the two of you clean this up at once. Yeah, sorry Ida. I'll get right on it, I replied. I opened a cabinet to my left, which held all our cleaning supplies, and grabbed a sponge from one of the bins. Kaken knelt down beside me, scoffing and grabbing a rag to help. Everyone else, do not engage with them until the job is done. They need to learn some DS-pen, Ida said as he pushed the rest of the class toward the living room. Kaken, I said quietly in case anyone was listening. You should go and rest. I'll take care of this. Not a chance, nerd. I'm the only reason you have to be doing this at all. Before I could protest, some spiky red hair walked around the other side of the island, kneeling down with a sponge himself. I thought I'd help you guys out, Kirishima said. He began mopping up the water, hair wrapped up in a headband and his shirt tucked in. Lost, Kaken snapped. We don't need your help. Kirishima looked up at me, arms frozen in place, unsure if he should stay or leave. I reassured him with a smile, a look of unease washing over him as he resumed what he was doing. I actually thought this would be a good time to bring something up with the two of you, he said. Kaken glanced at me, the same fear and panic in his eyes from when Kirishima first walked in on us. Softly, and just loud enough for me to notice, his breathing began to quicken, the thick air struggling to make it through his throat. I placed a hand on his back, which seemed to calm him down a bit. At least, enough to prevent him from crying in front of his best friend. I know that would only make it worse for him. What is it? I stuttered out. I had to say, I was equally curious what Kirishima had to say. After my chat with him that night, I felt good about the whole thing. Just like I suspected, our classmates wouldn't reject us for wanting to be together. In fact, I bet they'd welcome it, and us, with open arms. They'd have 100 questions and poke around in our business, but that's what I loved about them. They care more than anyone else. Kaken just had a hard time seeing it that way. Come to think of it, I forgot to tell Kaken I'd spoken with Kirishima at all. From his knowledge, this was both of our first interactions with him since the incident. People are asking questions and I don't know what to say, he said, voice shaking and eyes pointed at the spill rather than at me. I don't want to tell you guys' secret, but I also can't lie to my friends. I turned to Kaken, whose eyes were wide and breaths became rapid. Oh, now would be a good time to mention something, I said to him, hoping it would calm his nerves a little. Kirishima and I talked the other night. He's totally cool. He won't tell anyone unless we want him to. What the hell, Deku? Why didn't you tell me sooner? It was never the right time. I wanted to make sure you were okay before I brought up something that might upset you. I'm fine, okay? You don't need to walk on eggshells around me. I was just looking out for you, Kaken. I was going to tell you later tonight once everything calmed down. Fine. So what's the problem then? He turned to Kirishima. What happened to not telling anyone? Suddenly you're not okay with lying anymore? It's not that, he continued. They kept asking Mr. Aizawa why Midoriya was keeping an eye on you instead of a teacher. Or why you weren't at school in the first place. He did a good job of shutting them down, but none of them were satisfied with that answer. And when I wasn't asking questions like the rest of them, they started interrogating me. I'm sorry, I said, guilt tying knots in my stomach as I picked up the steel pot from the floor. I didn't mean to make things awkward for you. I gathered the rest of the dishes we used earlier in the day and placed them in the sink, turning on the faucet and beginning to scrub. I caught a glimpse of the rest of the class, talking and laughing, some watching TV and others in their own little worlds. Ida was the only one whose attention was on the three of us, watching like a hawk ready to swoop in and catch us doing something wrong. It's all right. What do I tell them? This time, he looked at Kaken, asking him directly. I'd made it pretty clear how open I was about what was going on, but neither of us knew how Kaken would feel. After all, he was the one everyone was worried about. He was the one working through things, so the ball was in his court. Nobody could make this decision but him. Kaken took a breath. It was like I could see the gears turning in his head, trying as hard as he could to think of a response. Kirishima stared at him, waiting for an answer, eagerly awaiting his answer. So was I. I needed to know what he thought about telling the class we were dating. If dating was what we were. I mean, we never made it official or anything. For all I knew, once Kaken was doing better, he'd want nothing to do with me for good. There was no way to know for sure. I just have to hope I meant as much to him as he meant to me. I'll take care of the extras, he said, cleaning up the final bits of the puddles still on the tile. Are you sure? I asked. I hated the idea of him addressing them alone, especially now that I knew how scared he was of them hating him. It might be better if we did it together. Kaken nodded slowly yet firmly, avoiding eye contact with either one of us. I didn't mean to worry you, he muttered in Kirishima's direction as he stood up beside me. With me doing the dishes and the water sopped up, the mess was all clean, and there was nothing tying Kirishima to either of us. But for some reason he stayed. Baku bro, he started, stuttering over his words, a cool sweat tumbling down his neck. You can talk to me, you know. If you ever need to. We're all here for you. Kaken shrugged him off, framing his lips from a frown to a straight line, which was his twisted version of a smile. With that, he walked over to the living room where everyone else was sitting, their interests immediately piqued by his presence. The same fiery red that engulfed his eyes suddenly spread across his entire body, his brow furrowed, his palms lighting up like he was about to explode the entire room. How many of you extras are poking around in my business? He shouted, receiving screams from the girls and reprimands from our class rep. Kirishima and I looked at each other, smiling as we went to join them. It was the first time our class had seemed whole since I got back to Japan. But more importantly, it was the first time either one of us saw Kaken acting like himself again. When the action died down, people began retreating to their bedrooms, and I drifted off on the couch. I decided to sit further away from Kaken to not raise suspicion, even though I wanted to be cuddling up next to him more than anything. Besides, with Mr. Aizawa demanding we be attached at the hip, he might be itching to get away from me for an evening. Still, I had to keep watch of him. I didn't think he would do anything dangerous like Mr. Aizawa did, but you can never be too sure. I'd rather him hate me just like he did in junior high than anything bad happen to him under my watch. When I woke, the lights were off. The sky was dark, showing no signs of sunset or sunrise. The whole room was empty, even Kaken's seat. I dragged myself up the steps and towards Kaken's room, half excited to be close to him again and half excited to get back to sleep. I creaked the door open slowly, careful not to wake him. But to my surprise, he sat on his bed in a black tank top and sweatpants, wide awake and staring at some spot on the wall. Kaken? I asked, slipping into the room and shutting the door behind me. What are you still doing up? Come here, he said, patting the place on the bed next to him. Though he still stared at the blank wall. No posters, no picture frames. Just paint over plaster. A beige array of absolutely nothing. I sat next to him, drawn in like a magnet but too scared to get any closer if he didn't want me to. With the arm closest to me, finally healed and out of its cast, he pulled me in so my head lay on his chest. A hot blush spread across my cheeks as I wrapped my arm around his waist, feeling every last muscle on his chiseled body. I heard his breathing slow, with my ear up to his chest and all, like he was finally relaxing after building up tension inside for so long. "Kakin, are you doing all right?" He seemed normal when we were downstairs, socializing more than he had since before I was warped to Paris. I thought with the conversations we'd had and the time he'd spent out of class, this might be his time to bounce back. But I knew something was off. I could feel it as clearly as I felt his skin on mine. "I love you so much, Izuku." He spoke coldly, like he was trying to hold back any and all emotion threatening to spill out in his words. "I love you too," I replied, though I was still wary about the whole situation. I was completely awake now, sitting up completely beside him. "What's going on?" "I'm starting to worry. I feel so calm when I'm with you. Even if you're just right next to me. Even if we're not talking at all. It's like the world falls apart when you're not around, but you come around the corner and tie it all back together. I don't want that to go away." "It's not. I'm not going anywhere, Kakin. And with time, you'll be able to feel that way without me there too." I took his hand. He finally looked at me, tears glossing over his eyes and beginning to fall down his cheeks. I wiped them away this time, pulling him towards me. "I can't, Izuku." "You can't what?" "I'm here for you. Just talk to me. It's all too much." "What's too much?" I pleaded, trying to get any kind of answer out of him. But nothing came. It was like he was completely out of words, his mouth run dry and his brain empty of ideas. Instead of speaking, Kakin got up and slipped under the covers, barely acknowledging I was even there. I watched over him as he drifted off to sleep, ignoring my protests and desperate attempts to get him to lean on me. That's what he didn't understand yet. I would always be there to support him when he couldn't do it himself. He was like that for the rest of our week in lockup, in some kind of catatonic state, barely saying 2 words to me unless absolutely necessary. It twisted my stomach into a knot. He clearly wasn't okay. I just didn't know how to help him. I couldn't unless he would talk to me. And believe me, I tried. I'd corner him in his room, refusing to move until he told me what was going on. I'd wear his clothes in case that would spark some kind of emotion in him. I'd hug him tightly, only for a lifeless touch in return. Every day got a little more frustrating. The rest of the class didn't mind it. Kakin wasn't causing them trouble, and he was even hanging out with them every once in a while. They couldn't see that something was wrong, so they did nothing. I didn't blame them. It's not like I tried to ask them either. I thought about telling Kirishima, since he was so close with him before the whole episode, but I started thinking about what might have caused it. I'd taken such detailed notes on Kakin when we were kids, and even through junior high. There was nothing I wouldn't have noticed about how he acts, moves, and especially how he interacts with his friends. That conversation on the kitchen floor was probably what pushed him over the edge. I didn't realize Kirishima knowing had taken so much out of him, that acknowledging the idea of being in love with me could be public was too much for him to handle. If only I'd paid more attention or dealt with things better, maybe he wouldn't be in this situation. After all, he's only upset because he's in love with me instead of some girl. My head throbbed every day of the rest of that week. Every time Kakin ignored me, the ache got a little worse. Every time he brushed off my attempts to connect, tears formed in my eyes and threatened to break me down. There was nothing more I could do for him. And the sooner I accept that, the sooner he can get rid of me for good. On the last day, we were allowed back in school, and Mr. Aizawa pulled Kakin into a meeting alone, asking me to wait outside the door. The halls of UA were bare. Students were off at lunch or mingling in the courtyard. The AC blasted onto my forehead, cooling the rush of sweat creeping down my neck. Leaning against the wall outside Mr. Aizawa's classroom, I stared up at the ceiling, my heart racing as I waited for them to finish. I fiddled with the buttons on my uniform, loosening my tie to widen the airflow. For some reason, I couldn't let myself relax. In there, they were talking about this past week and determining if it was safe for Kakin to be on his own again. I know he'd lie about what was going on. He wanted me gone, and he'd say whatever he needed to get rid of me. But the bottom line of our time together was that I was supposed to make sure Kakin didn't hurt himself. And he didn't. He was eating normally and sleeping well. He was being social and getting his work done. That's what I put in my report. I couldn't lie to Mr. Aizawa just because I thought Kakin needed more help. Eventually, the door swung open. Kakin walked out and started down the hall, hands buried deep in his pockets, his face toward the floor. I began to follow him when he stopped me in my tracks. "They cleared me, nerd," he said, narrow red eyes looking into my fragile green ones for the first time in days. "I'm not your problem anymore." Before I could speak, Mr. Aizawa appeared in the doorway too. "Midoriya," he said, waving me into his classroom. I followed shortly behind, stepping into the homeroom I hadn't been in for a whole week. "He's right. You're no longer required to supervise him. We've determined he's not a threat to himself." "Sir, while I agree with that, he's not acting like himself. I'm still worried." "That's understandable. You're not the only one who's mentioned a shift in Bakugo's behavior. But as a school, policy doesn't allow us to make decisions for a student based on those things. If he's not a danger to himself or others, there's nothing we can force him into. If he needs help, he has to reach out on his own." "I'm sorry." "Okay. I get it." I started to walk off, shattered and hopeless inside. I couldn't watch as my friend and a boy I loved with all my heart suffered with nobody beside him. Kakin was going to isolate himself again, or at least keep bottling up his feelings until there was no choice but to release them somehow. When I was there with him, I could put my hand on his back and help him control his breathing. I could calm him down and hold him until everything seemed okay again. But there was no way he'd ever let me do that. "Thank you for watching over him this week," Mr. Aizawa added, watching as I started down the same path Kakin just did. I gave a firm nod before shutting the door behind me. My gym clothes were hot, the deep blue radiating my own heat back towards my skin. Kakin kept his distance all the while, leaving no less than 3 people in between us at all times. Despite the heat, I missed the feeling of his body pressed on mine, his soft lips close to me and his tongue tangling in my mouth. I pushed the thoughts out of my mind as Cementos came to greet us. He leveled the floor around us before making several platforms of varying heights and sizes. "I'll be supervising your hero training today, students," he said, making sure he was capturing all of our attention. "You'll be placed with sparring partners. I've assigned them already based on compatible quirks. Sparring with someone who has a fighting style similar to yours will help you see your own weaknesses and eliminate them in the future." He began to list our names in pairs, but I was only half listening. I just stared at the back of Kakin's head, my heart pounding faster and faster as I listened intently for either one of our names. I picked up a lot of my moves from him over the years. Hopefully, Cementos would see that and pair us up together. Then I could really get a chance to talk to him. Finally, he listed Kakin's name, making me perk up at the sound. "Bakugo, you will be paired up with..." He checked another page on his list. My breathing quickened, my fists clenching in anticipation. "Todoroki, you both use your hands in battle. Maybe you can learn from each other and improve your mobility. Try to rely less on your quirks as you fight." My heart sank, leaving a gaping hole in my chest. The only way Kakin would talk to me was if we were forced together. I needed to know why he was avoiding me. Last week he kissed me and said he loved me. And now? He won't even look my way. This sparring match was my only option. Maybe it would be like on ground beta, when he finally opened up to me after years of shutting his feelings away. Before I could protest, Ida approached me, stretching his arms out and a wide smile creeping up on his face. "Ready, partner? Cementos wants us to help each other improve our kicking attacks. Your shoot style and my reciproburst should go perfectly together," he said. I guess I was so distracted, I didn't even hear him call my name. So much for training with Kakin. I smiled in return despite my heart aching to be somewhere else, nodding and following him to our ring. I charged up one for all, ready to focus and improve my shoot style with Ida by my side. But just as luck would have it, Kaken and Todoroki were fighting on the level just across from ours. It was like he was taunting me, hoping I would watch him even though I knew I couldn't have him. No matter what he wanted, he was going to get it anyway. I tried to fight Ida, to put 100% of my focus into sparring with Ida. He deserved a partner who would help challenge him and make him into a better hero. Instead, he got me. He landed hit after hit on me, undoubtedly bruising my ribs as I tried to hold my own. The same was happening to Kaken. Todoroki's ice was moving into him from all sides, leaving giant red marks all over his toned arms. I knew Kaken hated to lose, so he usually didn't. This loss wouldn't be easy for him to take. He was going to need someone to help him through it. I hated the thought of him sobbing alone, gasping for air with no one to turn to while I sat in my room, completely oblivious. Midoriya, focus, Cementos yelled up at us, clearly seeing how beat up I was getting from the fight. You need to be thinking only about what's in front of you. Don't let yourself get distracted. Sorry, sir, I replied, finally finding my footing against Ida, who was still much faster than I was. I bounced off one of the low cement walls that acted as our barrier, flinging myself across the ring. A blast of air in the other direction, and I swung my right foot right toward Ida's head. He dodged just as I expected him to. I was never aiming for his head, that would be far too dangerous for a spar. Instead, I went right for his calves, holding his engine and the very thing that gave him an advantage. Ida was down. He winced on the floor, trying to crawl away and buy himself more time. I took the opportunity to pin him, my hand pressed against his shoulder as Cementos called the match. Eventually, all our fights were finished, most of us coming out unscathed. Still, all I could think about was being there for Kaken. Even when they sent some of us to Recovery Girl, he was on my mind. Once again, he refused treatment. Said that he didn't need another kiss from that same old hag for some bruises. When classes were over and people were flooding into the dorms, I approached Kaken's door. I raised my fist to the wood, about to knock. But something stopped me. My own muscles were betraying me, refusing to let me pound on its surface or even try the handle. As much as I tried, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I was so useless. He needed me. I know he did. And I couldn't do anything to help. Footsteps crept down the hall, forcing me to wipe my tears and pretend nothing was wrong. Kaminari started in my direction, his bright yellow hair sticking out among the beige walls surrounding us. Hey Midoriya, he said. He held an empty laundry basket in one hand, waving at me with the other. You looking for Bakugo? Why I am, I replied in a voice much shakier than I imagined. He not in his room. Kaminari's face shifted, his smile fading just slightly and the energy in his hair dying down. He balanced the laundry basket on one hip, leaning like a mother carrying her child. He's been training for the past 30 minutes. I'm worried about him. After everything he went through with the league, I don't know how he's still up and moving. His body must be pretty beat up. I guess that week of rest healed him up though. His voice was chipper, upbeat despite the grueling expression plastered on his face. He didn't want to worry me, I could tell. But all of Class 1A was thinking about Kaken, as much as he didn't want to believe it. Thanks, Kaminari. I'll go check on him, I replied, trying to keep up my smile the same way he did. The same way All Might did. Let me know he's okay, alright? I nodded firmly before starting toward the stairway. The top floor had a special training room where we could work out on the weekends or after class if we wanted to. Before the whole incident with the league, Kaken would go up there in the mornings before we left for the dorms. Now, though, after the intense training we had at UA today, it seemed like overkill even for him. My legs burned as they carried me seamlessly up the stairs, my heart racing and anxiety rushing through my head. I opened the door to the training room to a bright flash of explosions. A wave of heat blasted into my face as soon as I entered, almost making me wish I hadn't come at all. It reminded me of how Kaken used to bully me in junior high. I'd grown up learning to fear his quirk as much as I admired it. Just as Kaminari said, Kaken was throwing punches, flying all across the room as he beat up the equipment. Beads of sweat glistened off his thick muscles, which blushed through the fabric of his black tank top. As the wave of heat grew more intense, so did the explosions being driven from his fingertips. It was clear Kakin wasn't holding back, not after losing his fight with Todoroki in class today. He didn't notice me come in. And if he did, he wasn't planning on acknowledging me anytime soon. Because he didn't rest even for a second, throwing fiery kicks at the punching bag without a moment to catch his breath. I was too scared to speak. Not because I thought Kakin would hurt me. I'd endured enough of his wrath over the years to know how to dodge an attack. And although those came with an exceptional amount of extra power when he was running from his true emotions, I wasn't going to sit around and take it. Not like I did in junior high. Eventually, the blasts stopped, the smoke clearing from the thin screen that enveloped the room. Kakin winced, and this time, I was sure he hadn't noticed me at all. His eyes narrowed, breathing focused. His palms were bright red, a stark comparison to their usual callous nature. He rubbed them slightly, something he only did when he was overusing his quirk. Without his gear, the nitroglycerin in his sweat would wear down his skin until there was nothing left to explode. My breath hitched, catching in my throat at the sight. I might have been able to look the other way if he was holed up in his room like before. But this? He was hurting himself so he didn't have to deal with his feelings. And I couldn't stand by any longer. Kakin, what are you doing? My voice shook more than it did when I spoke to Kaminari. He whipped his head toward me, 1,000 thoughts flashing through his mind as he saw me, my eyes wide and brimming with tears. None of your business, Deku, he said, looking away as quickly as I locked eyes with him in the first place. He resumed sending spiral attacks at the punching bag, whimpering slightly with every hit. He was trying not to let me see the pain he was in. But I didn't grow up with Kakin for nothing. I know what it looks like when he pretends he doesn't feel anything, especially after the week we spent together. Enough, I demanded, grabbing his wrist, not caring if he exploded me right then and there. That time, through the smoke, I saw him clearly. Bruises, thick and purple, traveling all up and down his arms. Burns across his shoulders and chest, unlike the ones Recovery Girl healed for him before. Kakin wriggled out of my grasp, backing away as he saw the horror begin to shadow in my eyes. What are you doing? I asked, anger boiling in my head and making my face feel warm. You need to let Recovery Girl take a look at you. I don't care what kind of twisted thing is going on in your head to make you hate me all of a sudden, but you can't do this. You don't know anything. Just get out of here and forget I exist already. One arm reached for his other, feeling the rough skin underneath at first, but subtly poking at the bruises when he thought I wouldn't notice. You're such an idiot. You don't see how much we all care about you, do you? Stop, I cut him off. Why won't you let me in, Kakin? Why do you keep pushing everyone who loves you away? He paused, refusing to look at me, his head hung in what I can only imagine was shame. His fingers dug deeper into the bruises. I don't need you, Deku. I never have. The tears forming in my eyes streamed down as I approached him. And without even thinking, I slapped him dead across the face. I braced my knees for an explosion, muscles tense and ready to guard. The whole class and I knew what kind of reaction this would rise out of him, even if they hadn't grown up with him. One thing was for sure, if he didn't hate me then, he definitely did now. I waited for the anger to rise on his face. For some kind of emotion to take over and force him to feel something. Instead, there was nothing. Kakin turned away, fingers falling out of the bruises they were pressed against. His stare was blank, expression unmoving. He just turned back to the punching bag and resumed hitting it until his hands bled. All I could do was watch. Despite my protests, my constant screaming at him to stop, he kept cracking his skin open, fighting an invisible army until his muscles threatened to give out. And when they did, he walked right past me. As if he hadn't heard my begging all this time. I slumped to my knees, suddenly alone in the training room. For once, I couldn't bring myself to cry. Why couldn't I get through to him? What happened that made his outer shell so much harder than I was breaking it down to? I thought back to the first few nights of our lockup together. His warm body up against mine. His face nuzzled into my chest. I missed it. He might have been broken, but at least he wasn't bleeding. At least he could have been mine. It was like his memory was completely wiped of our time together, leaving a crumbling husk of the boy I fell in love with. I know he feels the same. He held me, as weak as his body and brain allowed him to be, and told me he loved me. But maybe I did something to change that. Maybe all my pestering and clinging to him was too much. Maybe it made him sick of me. That wouldn't be a surprise. He thought I was nothing but a nuisance growing up. I wouldn't be surprised if he felt that way now. The next week, I rolled through my classes like a zombie, dragging my feet, my mind in a constant haze, stuck between worrying about Kakin and hating myself. I stopped hanging out with the rest of the class in the living room. I stopped going down for group meals. Instead, I laid in my bed, motionless but completely awake, waiting for the dead of night to eat anything. I stared at the blades on my ceiling fan, remembering the time when Kakin and I did the very same thing. They twirled around and around, creaking slightly as they spun. It was the only sound I could hear, even through the walls. That meant everyone else was asleep. I dragged myself out of bed, feet brushing against the soft carpet as my eyes got used to the sharp hallway light. As I tiptoed down the stairs, careful not to wake anyone, I was surprised to see the kitchen lights still on. I walked over anyway. I figured I'd just turn them off when I was done. Someone must have forgotten before they went to sleep. But as I turned the corner, full view of the island and countertops, I saw what was really going on. Kakin had the same idea as me, and was chopping vegetables with a pot of water on the stove. He looked up at me, eyes wide yet heavy. He looked right back down at what he was doing, dicing carrots into little cubes. I sat at the counter facing him. Usually, he wore long sleeves under a t-shirt around the dorms, on the rare occasion anyone saw him these days. And with the uniforms at UA, I didn't catch a glimpse of his arms since that one day in the training room. But this time, he wore a tank top. He thought he was going to be alone, and so did I. Some of his bruises were yellow, healing but making his pale skin look even more sickly. Most, though, were fresh and purple, looking like they threatened to burst at any moment. I thought about asking him why he'd been acting like this, why he was pushing me and everyone who wanted to help him away. I thought about begging him for answers, to tell me what about me made me so repulsive he wouldn't even look at me anymore. But I was too tired to fight. Instead, I just asked, "What are you making?" Kakin paused, unsure if he should answer. "Ramen," he replied. Still emotionless. Face still unmoving. "Could I have some?" He nodded firmly before adding the noodles to the broth. I recognized the smell. It was his mom's recipe, just like she used to make for us when we were kids. The same meal that ended with him passed out on the floor with burns all over his chest. I wanted to picture Auntie Mitsuki's smiling face as she served it all that time ago, but I couldn't. All I could picture was Kakin's pained expression, unconscious on the tile. I watched him cook just like before. Every time he lifted something, his muscles shook. He was giving his all in his hero training and working himself to death after class. He needed time to recover, and I knew he thought so too. Maybe Kakin thought he deserved all the pain he got, just like when he refused to let Recovery Girl treat his broken arm. Or maybe he just distracted himself from his real feelings with the aches and burns. It hurt to see him suffer so badly when there was nothing I could do. It hurt even more that I wasn't doing anything now. But what if all he needed was a friend? What if he needed someone to sit by his side, not questioning his new bruises, and just accepting him for every broken part that he is? What if that's what loving him meant? Steam erupted from the pot like a kettle, whistling loudly to tell us it was done. I couldn't help but stare at Kakin, not because of the scars and bruises but because of how he carried himself when no one else was around. His head sat perfectly on his shoulders, muscles framing a perfectly balanced ego. Not like the cockiness he showed at school, or the apathy he directed at me. Instead, his expression was neutral. Completely calm, like now was the only time he didn't have to put up a mask. He scooped the noodles and broth into the bowls, crafting a picture-perfect presentation just like his mom always did. I smiled to myself. He was so cute when he focused really hard. I almost wanted to tell him right there. I opened my mouth to speak, but stopped myself just as the words were about to leak out. This wasn't the time to bring up everything I wanted to say, even if I thought it would make him feel good. Even if it was true. Right now, he needed someone to be around him, not judging any of the things he had going on. If that meant giving up my control for a while and coexisting in silence, then that's what I'd do. Everything in me wanted to snuggle up against him and take in everything I'd been missing for the past 2 weeks. Holding back was a lot more difficult than I imagined it would be, especially when every instinct in my body itched for his taste again. I wondered if he felt the same. If all the times he told me he loved me or fell asleep holding me in his arms was true or something he thought he wanted in the moment. 100 questions raced through my head, but I kept it all inside. Surprisingly, the quiet wasn't as awkward as I thought. I always filled the silence with some kind of muttering about heroes I thought were amazing or All Might's different eras, so I had to learn to hold my tongue a lot. He sat beside me, the mix of salted caramel and smoke I'd missed so much dancing off him and making me salivate more than the ramen did. After all, I could live without food for a few days. But Kaken ignoring me had been completely torturous. We slurped down our ramen fast. Both of us were starving from skipping out on dinner a few hours ago. And it was over as soon as it started. We cleaned up together, not saying a word or even doing so much as looking at each other. But as I walked back up the stairs, parting ways with a boy I wasn't sure I knew anymore, I felt a sense of calm rush over me, like something was letting me know everything would be okay. That went on for a few nights. I snuck down the stairs in the middle of the night to find Kaken cooking. The moon at its peak, the stars decorating the sky. I'd push away the sleep begging to take me as I asked Kaken for a serving. Other than that, we said nothing, just like that first night. We ate in silence side by side. Kaken would plate the food, we'd eat, I washed the dishes, and he'd put them away. There was no trace of our late-night meals, at least, unless anyone heard me asking for a portion. Eventually, I stopped having to ask at all. I'd stumble down the stairs to find 2 bowls already by the counter. And each time, a smile crept up on my lips. Not just because he embraced our little routine as much as I did, but because it was the only time I felt like I was seeing the real Kaken. One night, seeming no different from any other, I sat at the counter, and my heart pounded faster than it had in a long time. Kaken's arms were much worse. Almost their entire surface was laced in purple splotches, kind of like how mine looked before I understood how to use one for all. Hero training in class hadn't even been that intense these past few days. It was mostly lectures anyway. That meant he was doing it to himself in the training room. He wasn't giving himself any time to recover. I tried to keep it in, not say anything like we'd been doing the whole time, but I couldn't. His arms were shaking more than usual. The redness on his palms had become more permanent. He almost dropped the pot he was holding, filled with boiling water. I gasped, images of him burnt and unconscious flashing through my mind and sending my lungs into overdrive. I clutched at the collar of my t-shirt, trying to make more room for the air to flow through my throat. But nothing was helping. I tried to keep it together so Kaken wouldn't notice. If he saw how I was getting, he might never show up to our late-night ritual again. And I couldn't stand the thought. Picturing my life completely without Kaken only made things worse. My vision became fuzzy, real-life images being replaced with ones where Kaken was bleeding or wishing I was there when I was nowhere to be found. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I fell out of the kitchen chair. I silently kicked myself, knowing that would get his attention. He'd hate me after this. He'd never want to see me again. Scratch that, he already does. He thinks I'm some kind of desperate nuisance who bothers him every night. He probably wishes I would get out of his hair for good. I heard some dishes clattering but still saw only spots. My legs shook as I tried to stand, but failed, hitting my head against the counter, making the pain even worse than it had been from not being able to breathe. I continued to scratch at my throat, hoping some kind of miracle would open my airway. Then I felt something touch me. Someone. 2 arms wrapped around me, pulling my fingernails away from my neck and cradling me from behind. And slowly but surely, as I leaned into the warmth, the air started to return. The spots clouding my vision faded away. I saw the back of the couch at eye level a few feet away and a sea of tile in between us. I took a deep breath in and let it go, but I wasn't sure why. It was like my body knew how to do it more than my brain. As the rest of my senses returned, I realized what was going on. The warmth that comforted me so much was Kaken's. Despite his injuries and how much he seemed to hate me all of a sudden, he stopped everything I was doing to make sure I was okay. I glanced upward toward his face. His eyes were wide, pupils constricted and brow furrowed. But he didn't look angry. Almost dry tears painted lines down his face, which he wiped away as soon as I turned to face him. Though, to do that, one of his arms had to leave the spot they'd settled in around my waist. I missed the warmth as he did it, selfishly wishing we could stay here forever. "I'm sorry, Kaken," I said quietly, my voice scratchy and rough. "Don't you dare apologize, nerd." He hugged me tighter and scooted me in closer. His head rested on top of my shoulder, soft ashy locks brushing against my face. I should be the one apologizing. I've been a JRK. We were silent for a minute as I caught my breath, holding each other, closer than we'd been for almost 2 weeks. It's like I was getting a fix of some drag I'd been craving, and I was nowhere near ready to let it go. "Kaken," I asked as I nuzzled my face slightly into him. "Why are you doing this?" I know it could mean 100 different things. Why was he ignoring me? What made him hate me? Why is he hugging me instead of cooking dinner? Why is he hurting himself? Even so, I didn't care to clarify. I wanted every single answer, and I wouldn't leave until I got a response. I'd gone too long without even hearing his voice, and I wasn't about to give it up now. "I'm just so confused, Izuku," he replied, which somehow answered all of them. "I missed you so much even when we were 5 feet apart. Being with you is the only way I'm able to think clearly or feel anything good. I'm so sorry I've been such an butt." "So you don't hate me?" "No, God no. I could never hate you." Kaken swallowed and took a deep breath, like the next words were hard for him to say. "I just pushed you away. Because I thought I didn't deserve someone like you." "What do you mean? You're one of the strongest people I know. Anything you're going through, we can get through together." I said it before, but I'll say it again. I'm not going anywhere, Kaken. I'm right here just like always. He began to cry again, gentle tears forming around his eyes and melting into my t-shirt. I put one hand on his arm to comfort him, completely forgetting about the bruises. He winced as soon as I touched them, but I could tell he was trying to hide it. "Those look bad," I continued. "I know. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry." I released myself from his grip and turned to face him, running my fingers through his hair and placing both hands around his head. "I won't make you talk about it if you don't want to. But I'm worried. I don't want to see you in pain." "It all just feels like too much," he choked out. "What's too much?" "I just think about all the things I'm failing at. Like hero training. No matter how hard I try, I don't even get close to All Might's level. And I know we're still in school. But I can't help but compare myself to him all the time. Then I think about trying to be with you. And it's the same. Being with me?" My heart dropped, a lump in my throat forming at the thought of screwing things up for him. No wonder he wanted to get rid of me. Just like always, I was too overwhelming. People told me that a lot in junior high. If it wasn't my obsession with All Might, it was my rambling about pro heroes. They all made that very clear. I just didn't know Kaken felt the same. "I didn't mean it like that. You're not the one who's too much. I just can't stop thinking about what everyone will say. I have no idea how my parents will react. Or our classmates. When Kirishima found us that night, I froze up. Well, you remember. I couldn't take it. And then when he brought it up again last week, I did the same thing. It was all too much. I didn't want to drag you along, so I pushed you away instead. People are more accepting than you think nowadays. I'm sure your parents will love you just the way you are. Just like I do." He gave a slight smile before it faded right back into nothing. And even with our conversation, everything in me wanted to pin him on the tile and kiss him until morning. But I had to hold back, just until he knew how much I and everyone around him loved him. It's hard to believe. At least for me. It feels like my whole world is caving in. "Is that why you're—" I motioned toward his arms, purple and puffy to match the bags under his eyes. He nodded firmly, hanging his head and avoiding eye contact with me. Every time it hurts, I stop thinking about all that, even for a second. I wrapped my arms around his waist and cuddled in close, hoping his sides hadn't gotten bruised too. Luckily for me, he did the same, leaning into me as much as I did him. Then let's figure it out. Together. Do you mean that? After everything I've done to you? Kakin asked, blinking back any visible sign of emotion. Only if you'll let me, I replied. If you want me to help you, you can't push me away anymore. I won't. I promise. We sat on the floor for a while, wrapped in each other's arms and cuddling each other close like it was our last day together. Eventually, though, I pulled him off the ground and helped him finish dinner. Well, helped isn't the right word. I tried to get in, but Kakin said I'd just slow him down. And he was right, I'd never cooked a day in my life. He'd been doing it for years. Fortunately for me, that meant watching a set of sculpted muscles prance around the kitchen, knowing they belonged to a boy I love. And who hopefully still loves me. I know we cleared up the whole issue, but there was still some part of me that felt disconnected from him. Like he didn't really mean it when he told me he loved me all that time ago, and ignoring me the whole week only confirmed that fear. I've always been one to pour my entire soul into something, even if I only get a little bit back. But with Kakin, something inside me wanted him to give me his, too. And right now, I only felt a sliver, like I didn't know all of him yet despite being friends since we were young. Still, we ate in silence, the cooling embers of our weeks apart finally burning out. And when it came time to clean up and leave, only one thing changed. Usually, I'd dry the dishes and walk upstairs. Kakin would stay behind for who knows how long. It might have been a minute, or it might have been all night. Either way, that's where we parted. I'd go to bed with his sweet scent teasing me, my heart fluttering as I rolled under my all-night covers, drifting off and wishing he was here by my side. This time, though, Kakin followed me up the stairs when everything was done. I wanted to ask him all about what he did once I left, but he was tired. We both were. His eyes hung low, from more kinds of exhaustion than one. All he needed was to rest. We stopped at my door, one over and across from his. His eyes drifted toward his room, his hands almost shaking at the thought. I almost wanted to ask why, 100 questions spinning around in my mind, but I didn't. He'd tell me if he wanted to. I know that now more than ever. Is it okay if I stay in your room tonight? He asked quietly. I wasn't sure if it was to avoid waking up everyone in the rooms beside ours or if the idea of going back to his own room was some kind of terrifying. Of course, I replied, smiling back at his expressionless face and opening my door for him to enter. With that, his tense muscles eased and he took a deep breath in. Luckily, we were already in our pajamas and we tucked right in under the covers. As much as I wanted to climb on top of him and taste every inch of his body after being deprived of it for so long, I knew he was tired. He was going through a lot, and the last thing he needed was someone to keep him up later than he should be. Still, even just his presence relaxed me, as long as we were ignoring the thought of my hands on his body running rampant in my head. We were inches apart, eyes closed and turned away from each other, clock ticking deeper into the night. But for some reason, I couldn't sleep. Even when I was able to stop thinking about Kakin, I stayed still, staring at the posters on my wall or the figurines on my dresser, unable to rest my eyes. And I have no idea how much time had passed. Can't sleep either? Kakin asked, turning on his side to face me. Yeah. How did you know? Well, you've been moving around this whole time, for one. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize, I replied, my cheeks turning pink and a subtle ache crawling in my chest. It's okay. I don't think I would have been able to sleep even if you were completely still. As much as I wanted to hide my face in the covers and make sure I was silent for the rest of the night, something told me to get closer. I scooted in towards him, clutching his body like a koala. Then I could bury my face into his chest instead. You're very warm, I said, feeling one arm tunnel under me and wrap around my waist. I like it. My face turned up toward his, a smile finally forming on his lips as he looked down at mine. Yeah. Tension built up between us. My gaze flickered between his eyes and lips, seemingly out of my control. My body wanted every inch of him more than my brain could tell me no. His smile grew wider, but nothing happened. I felt his hot breath rushing onto my cheeks, mine falling just at his neck. Every flicker of his finger on my skin was a tease, locking the two of us in a stalemate I only half wished would never go away. That other half, though, was ready to kiss him until my face was numb, taking control while his lips explored my neck and chest and collar. But he stayed staring at me, my breath growing quicker with every passing second. God, I love it when you look at me like that, Kakin said. And with that, he closed the gap between us, pulling our lips together and tangling me up in a way I only dreamed he would. Our breathing was slow and controlled, each breath in sending a wave of butterflies shooting through my stomach, and each breath out turning them into pleasure. He gripped my waist, firmer than he did before, and propped me up on top of him, arms strong despite the bruises and how exhausted I knew he was. My hips rolled just in front of his, my back arched as I continued to taste every bit of him. I brought one hand to his bicep, the other supporting me just close enough to his head for me to feel his hair. Feeling each chiseled muscle in a row, I traced my free hand up his shoulder and to his neck, tunneling down to his chest but careful not to hurt him. Two hands snaked underneath my shirt. At first, I was worried my body wouldn't be good enough for him, like even though we had the same hero training, he'd somehow look down on my smaller frame. Like he'd be disgusted at what he saw. But as his fingers ran up and down my waist and ribcage, those fears melted away. I felt him harden beneath me, my body threatening to betray me and do the same. Our lips were still pressed against one another, each of us giving everything we had, and I found myself pulling back. I didn't realize how quickly it would happen. My face flushed, a warmth spreading across my cheeks at the thought of Kakin and I doing, or at least our bodies wanting us to. I scrambled off his lap, my eyes wide. I hurried to shove my pillow between my legs, sitting with them folded as my face reddened further. Kakin propped himself up, catching his breath just as I was, but looking all the more confused. Deku, what's wrong? Did I do something to make you uncomfortable? I shook my head. The opposite, actually. We both looked down at the pillow. I buried my head in my hands, wanting to disappear completely. Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, I said softly. He's going to hate me for sure. I ruined everything just like always. He might as well have shut me out for the rest of the semester. Every time I was afraid of disappointing him in elementary school or junior high was bubbling up now, when all I wanted to do was kiss him some more. You don't have to be embarrassed, Izuku, he said in a low voice that only made my situation worse. He took one of my hands and uncovered my face. This is as far as we have to go. Really? He nodded, rubbing the back of my hand with his thumb. We can even stop right now if you want. I shook my head again, much more promptly this time. Kakin chuckled, fully sitting up against my headboard. Then get over here, nerd. I grinned, wider than I anticipated, and straddled Kakin's waist once more, trying not to care that my hips were pressed right against his. I stared down at his face, taking in every beautiful angle and curve. Let me know if you want me to stop, all right? He asked, warm hands returning against the cool of my waist. Okay. At first, his lips were on mine, much tamer than before. I moved both my arms around his neck, my hands exploring his shoulders and upper back as they pleased. Then, he came up for air, planting little kisses down my jawline and down towards my neck. He began to kiss me there, undoubtedly leaving bruises along the way. I started breathing more heavily without my consent, soft M's threatening to escape my lips as his hips shifted under mine. I ran my fingers through his hair as his face was tucked against the crook of my neck, inhaling every inch of his sweet smell. It had been so long since he was this close to me, since I was able to indulge myself in the joy of his touch. I wanted to stay put, to hold my breath and never let go, so long as I could be with him forever. Kakin, whose hands were under my shirt and along my upper ribcage, traveled down, away from my stomach and inching further toward my hips. A strong tingling sensation spread all across my waist, forcing whimpers out of my mouth without consulting me. His hands rounded out, circling my inner thighs instead, but careful not to get any closer than that. I leaned forward, letting him know it was okay, and brought his lips back to mine. Our tongues tangled together, his taste leaking into my mouth and mixing sweetly with mine. Kakin's fingers teased around my waistband, my hips rising in response but pressing right back down against his. Neither of us had cooled down even a little. I could feel it right through our clothes. "You're so dim and hot, Izuku," he said, dancing around the reality that I wanted him to pin me against the mattress and ravish me as much as he pleased. But his hand left the border between my boxers and my skin, a magnetic force pulling his grip around my shirt instead. He kissed me deeply again, synchronizing our breaths and making sure every moment my legs were spread across his was gold. And it was. Tension flooded my lower half. I wrapped my arms around him, palms firmly situated against his back, and pressed myself even further into him, this time forcing a groan from him between kisses. I could have spent hours with his hands on me and my lips meeting his. But we had to go to sleep eventually. Luckily, though, it was the last day of the school week, which meant after tomorrow, I could spend every waking minute in his arms. As we finally rested our eyes, bodies close, warmth shared more equally than I ever imagined, the world felt at ease for once in our lives. When I woke up, Kaken was nowhere to be found. The mess of sheets next to me was empty, still smelling of caramel and smoke but void of any signs of life. My heart raced, head throbbing all around. As my breath started to quicken, my eyes darted from corner to corner, searching for some kind of sign he didn't leave me again. Maybe it would be just like last time. I'd be alone and helpless in a quiet bedroom, wishing I still had a shoulder to cry on and seeing it 5 feet away. And it never looked at me. A tear or two rolled down my cheeks. "Kaken," I managed to squeak out, my voice quiet and wavering, the pit I felt eating away at my hope. Then my bathroom door opened. Kaken was standing in the doorway, tank top seemingly tighter than the night before, rubbing his eyes. "What do you want, nerd?" he asked in his same raspy voice, but sweeter, like he wouldn't rather call anyone else in the world by that name. Without responding, I hopped out of bed and hugged him around the waist. I took in his scent, which practically mocked the whisper of flavor left in my bedsheets, and the tears became uncontrollable. "Deku, are you okay?" he said, taking no time to wrap his arms around me in return. I cuddled my face into his chest. Only a moment ago, I felt like I'd never touch him like this again. I just went in there to brush my teeth. What could have happened in that time? "Sorry, Kaken," I said, my every instinct telling me to pull away but my heart drawing closer to his anyway. "I kind of thought that I don't know. That I left." The silence in between said everything. I understand why he acted the way he did. Logically, I can begin to comprehend everything he'd been through lately and piece together the behavior that followed. But that didn't change the fact that I've been hurt by him too many times. I love him for everything he is and more. Nothing he's done in the past can change that. Though, my heart still needed more time to trust he'd be there when I needed him. "Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have dash." "Don't be sorry, Deku. I'm the one who should be sorry." Kaken ran his fingers through my soft curls before kissing my forehead and pulling away. "I'm the reason you feel that way." "Maybe," I replied, finding no means to deny it. We both knew it was true. I was just scared. After everything that's happened, I didn't want to be without you for another week. I couldn't stand the thought of it. He pulled my hand toward the bed. I sat beside him, looking into his fiery eyes, two I've grown to love despite their flaws. "I'll tell you something you've told me 100 times. It's gotten me through the worst of the worst," he said, gripping the side of my scalp like a lifeline. "I'm not going anywhere, Deku. And I mean it this time." "Really?" I asked, still not fully believing he was right in front of me. "I don't know how much more change I can take." "Really? I swear. I won't disappoint you again. I love you so much. I wouldn't be able to stand leaving you even if I could." With that, he hugged me again tightly, like it was proof his words meant something. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of his arms, framed muscles flexing with ease. It made my mouth water being pressed up against them, a gentle reminder of last night I didn't want to part with. Other than that, his bruises were healing nicely. Well, as much as one night of rest could heal them. One thing was clear, he hadn't been getting much sleep at all. Having him by my side last night helped out the both of us. The deep purples faded into a lighter blue, and some of the yellow staining had gone away completely. I just had to make sure they didn't get worse. "Come on," I said, parting from his warmth and looking around for my uniform. "We're going to be late for school." We completed our morning routine side by side. Fixing our hair, his was flawless as always, but he still found a way to mess with it some more and getting dressed together. He asked to borrow one of my spare uniforms. I couldn't help but think it was odd, considering his room was right across the hall. But when I brought it up, his shoulders tensed, his breathing heavy. I didn't want to press, so I just gave him one of mine. But as we went down the stairs to join the rest of our class on the walk to school, my eyes stuck to his door, curiosity almost prying the questions out of my mouth. Kakin and I walked in the UA doors side by side, behind the rest of our chattering classmates. I wanted to grab his hand, squeeze it and never let go, but I knew he wasn't ready for that. I was plenty open about my sexuality to the other 1A students, but Kakin didn't feel the same. Eventually, we'll work up to that. Until then, I was perfectly content just having him by my side. "We should stop by Recovery Girl later," I said quietly in case anyone would overhear. "Get your bruises all healed." Though he looked nervous, sweat beading on his forehead and hands shaking slightly, he nodded. An arm reached to touch where I knew his biggest bruise was, and it seemed to calm him down. I pried it away. I knew exactly what he was doing, and I couldn't let it continue. His eyes met mine, glossed over as he swallowed back tears. But he complied, so I wasn't complaining. As we funneled into the doors, Kakin walking just in front of me, Mr. Aizawa stopped us. Well, he stopped Kakin. "Bakugo, a word, please." "Midoriya, you can head inside." What's wrong?" I asked, an uneasy feeling sitting in my stomach. "I suppose it involves you a little, so I don't mind if you know. Principal Nizu and I have concluded Bakugo is a danger to himself. He needs to be questioned immediately." "What?" Kakin and I said at the same time. Mr. Aizawa's expression was blank, like he was trying to keep any and all emotion out of the situation. He shut the door so the rest of 1A wouldn't overhear. "He's not. Didn't you clear him just last week?" I asked, my voice straining and tears forming in my eyes. "He may have seemed that way then, but we have some serious concerns, Midoriya. You don't have a say in the matter. I've spoken to you about worst-case scenarios, yes? This is only to make sure we don't have to implement them. Please, Mr. Aizawa. I've talked to him. It's a rough patch. Everybody has them." "Then how did he get these?" With that, he shot his binding cloth around Kakin's wrist and pulled up the sleeve of his uniform, the one I let him borrow just this morning, to reveal the bruises lining his thick arms. "It's for his own good, Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa continued. "Please don't make this any harder than it has to be. It's just some questions for now. We haven't decided to take any serious measures yet." To my surprise, Kakin wasn't shocked at all. My eyes were wide, my voice threatening to crack if I dared to say a word. But Kakin's? They were more emotionless than Mr. Aizawa's. He hung his head, tugging down his sleeve as soon as Mr. Aizawa's binding let up. "Fine," Kakin said, taking a step away from the door, balling his hands into fists but somehow surrendering to the people who wanted to lock him away. "Let's get this over with." "Kakin, no," I pleaded, my legs wobbling under me and threatening to drop me to the floor. If I knew anything about Kakin, it was that he never gave in to anyone. Not even to me just last week, when I was only trying to get him to talk to me. To think he'd give up without a fight was beyond the realm of possibility. At least to me. Suddenly, I was that kid in junior high again, chasing after that sludge monster in hopes of seeing Kakin get out of his grip. This time, though, my body was even weaker than before. All Might gave me his power in the first place. And instead of tearing away at slime, I was grasping at the back of Kakin's uniform, my grip unwavering. "Izuku, stop," Kakin said, though he didn't try to pry my hand away. "I said I wouldn't leave you, right? I'll be back before you know it." Mr. Aizawa gasped just slightly, apparently never having heard him call me a name other than Deku. Still, beyond that surprise was a teacher who was done putting up with me. And this time, the binding cloths restrained me. As I was forced to stay back, I heard the delicate seams on my spare uniform rip. That's why I never wore it. My mom had to sew it up too many times. I was left with a little piece of fabric between my fingers, on his body just long enough to retain a bit of his scent. They walked away. Down the hall. Around the corner. And there was nothing I could do. I opened the door to my homeroom class, hands shaking and trying my best to maintain composure. Ida was making sure everyone was behaving while Mr. Aizawa was gone, and I just slumped down at my desk. Yururika and Tsuyu and Kaminari pummeled 100 questions my way, none of which I felt like answering. Luckily for me, Ida kept them quiet. I wasn't sure if he could read the plea in my eyes or just wanted to maintain the order, but either way, I was grateful. Though, Kirishima saw right through what happened. He rubbed the scar over his eye, making eye contact with me from across the room. There was no way I could explain this to him. Kaken wouldn't want me to. Like he said last night, Kirishima knowing was just too much. The rest of class was a blur. Mr. Aizawa came back eventually, without Kaken by his side. He resumed our normal lecture like nothing happened. Like he didn't have to drag me away from the boy I loved while he went to be interrogated who knows where for who knows how long. I knew it was important. I knew it was for Kaken's own good. But some part of me thought I could help him get through it on my own. Just the two of us, just like it's always been. Still, an ache crept up into my chest at the very thought of him missing me, crying alone and wishing I was there to hold him when I was nowhere to be found. The bells rang over and over, my vision blurring more and more each second, and before I knew it, school was over. And Kaken never came back. I'd managed to dodge questions, avoiding my friends like the plague. I sat alone at lunch, and I took the long way back to the dorms. Anything so I wouldn't spill something that would get Kaken in more trouble. Right now, the only thing I wanted was for him to come back home to me. Wind rushed through my hair as I walked the back roads, mimicking how Kaken would ruffle it when he held me close but lacking the warmth of his hand on my scalp. I couldn't take it anymore. I headed straight for the dorms instead of dawdling any longer. Anything that made me miss him more was just too much. I'd gotten used to our late-night dinner routine, so when I finally arrived at the dorms, I wasn't hungry at all. I went straight up to my room, climbing the stairs even though my legs ached for rest. As I dragged my feet up the stairwell and down the hall, I saw Kaken's door wide open. My heart raced. Was he back already? Maybe the questioning went better than I thought, and they just sent him home. For the first time since this morning, a smile spread wide across my face. And I looked into his room, thinking I was completely ready for what I'd see next. I hadn't seen the inside since the week we spent together. From what I saw, he was exactly the same as when we were growing up. Clothes neatly folded on top of his dresser. Dark curtains hanging over the window to maximize sleep at night. Sparse picture frames of childhood memories, none of which included me, but there was no surprise there. Back then, if I were to look at the remnants of his room now, I wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Now, a cleanup crew was in there, picking up shards of broken glass and searching through disheveled bedsheets for something seemingly urgent. The curtain rod was ripped down, the fading afternoon sun cascading onto the laundry strewn across the floor. I took a step closer, my eyes wide with horror and my mouth hanging just slightly open. Someone walked down the hall, their hair wrapped neatly in a bun and a white jumpsuit encasing their entire body, just like the rest of the cleaners. They paused in the doorframe a moment, slipping on blue rubber gloves. What did you do?" I asked them as they walked past me, my voice quiet as I spoke. They turned their head to me, unsure who I was or why I was bothering them, surely. "Huh." I said, "What did you people do?" I repeated, louder this time. "Why did you destroy everything? Kaken hates when his things are a mess. He's not going to be happy when he sees this." "Kid, we just got here. This is how the boy left it," they replied, their voice muffled by the mask like Kaken's room was some kind of biohazard. They joined the 2 or 3 other people searching his room, digging through desk drawers and rifling through papers he kept laying around. "Kaken did this? There was no way. In all the years I've known him, he's always taken good care of the things he owns. He takes pride in being tidy, that's one of the things I love about him. It had to be a mistake. We were only apart for a week or so. Things couldn't have gone so wrong. But it did make sense why he didn't want to go in there, even to get his uniform." I pulled out the piece of fabric I tore off his, Well, my uniform earlier in the day. I imagine the things going through Kakin's head, not wanting to open himself back up to an environment that made him feel so horrible. I hugged the piece close to my chest. It was the closest I'd be getting to Kakin for who knows how long. "Get out of here, okay?" one of the other cleaners said. "Or at least stay out of our way. We aren't supposed to let anyone in here." Sorry," I said, still unable to draw my eyes away. As I stared at the mess further, I couldn't find one thing in the room that wasn't broken in half or shattered to pieces. Not one piece of unripped fabric or smooth surface between the four walls. Well, except for one picture frame laid face down. One I didn't recognize from before. After a week of sharing a room, I got to know every nook and cranny like it was my own. It also helped that Kakin barely had anything in there in the first place. He had exactly 4 photos. Him and his parents, a few of our classmates at an arcade, All Might in his silver age, and a younger version of him with an All Might card. I almost found myself smiling at just the thought. He was almost as big a fanboy as me sometimes. But each one of those photos he dusted off each week like they belonged in a museum were cracked on the floor. The glass protection was cracked or even gone, and the prints were wrinkled or torn. Except for the 5th, the one I didn't recognize. I bent down, careful not to bother the people going through his things, and picked it up. The frame was in perfect condition. And on the front, a movie night from when Kakin and I were kids. Our backs were to the camera, invested in something bright on the TV. We had matching All Might onesies, our shoulders pressed against one another as Kakin pointed toward the screen. I didn't even know he had this picture. And it was the only thing in the room that wasn't broken beyond repair. I backed away, the frame behind my back so the cleanup crew didn't take it from me. Luckily, they paid me no attention as long as I got out of their hair. Slipping into my room and shutting the door as fast as I could, I stared at the photo. I imagined Kakin clutching it, tears pouring down his cheeks while he wished I would come for him. But I never did. I knew something was wrong and I didn't reach out to make sure things were okay. I should have pushed harder. I shouldn't have given up until he told me what was wrong. Maybe then he'd be here with me now, instead of being locked up somewhere else. But part of me was glad he might be getting better somewhere. If anything made him feel horrible enough to tear down everything in his room and practically train himself to death, then maybe he needed help I couldn't provide. Tears began to stream from my face. I didn't realize how tightly I was holding the frame, and soon enough, I felt the joints loosen. I wiped my eyes, trying to find a way to fix the only thing he'd left intact. I took the backing out of the frame, expecting to take out the glass and picture, and tighten a few screws. But when I opened it, I didn't just see a picture. There was a piece of paper, folded neatly into quarters, with Izuku scribbled in Kakin's print. I held the paper between my fingers, my hands shaking, my knees curled up in front of my chest. I was almost afraid to open it, like Kakin had died and I was trying to keep the last mystery of him alive. But that was stupid. He wasn't dead. I'd see him again. I just didn't know when. Was it new? Or from years ago when the picture was taken? Did he mean for me to have it? Or was it a way to express his feelings in a way he could never tell me to my face? Would it be wrong to read it? Was it wrong to want to, despite what Kakin may have wished? I could spend hours asking myself these questions, debating whether or not to read it. But there was only one way to find out. Well, 2 ways. I could ask Kakin whenever he got back. But I'm going to ignore that option, just for now. I unfolded it carefully, reading the smudged but flowery cursive inside. Izuku, I know you're nosy, so I'm sure you found this okay. By now, they've probably gone through most of my things. But I don't think they'll look here. On the off chance someone else gave this to you, I hid it in the back of a photo of the 2 of us when we were kids. I love that photo. I remember being so close to you back then. Like nothing in the world could break us apart. And I'm sure nothing would have either, considering how stubborn I know you are. When I got my quirk and you didn't, I knew I would end up being great. But what I didn't expect was you tagging along by my side everywhere I went, reminding me how kind and wonderful and hopeful any person should be. You were those things and I wasn't, regardless of our quirks. So I bullied you. I needed to feel superior to you in some way to forget how much I hated myself. I hate to say that even after all that, after all the suffering I put you through, I didn't get anything out of it. Not like I thought I would. I'm so sorry, Izuku. For everything. You said you forgave me, but it's not enough. I can't stand the thought of living in this world any longer when I know I've done so many horrible things to the people I love. I had to stop there. My eyes widened. I folded the note back up, slipping it into my pocket so I wasn't tempted to read any more. The letter didn't have a date on it, but I had a pretty good idea of when he wrote it. Kaken mentioned I forgave him. I did, of course. Long ago, I'd learned to see past his hard shell and into what I knew was real. That's when I fell in love with him. But I only told him all that during the week we were together. And the picture frame wasn't there that whole week, so it must have been the one after. The week Kaken isolated himself. The week Kaken's bruises started appearing. The week I did nothing to help him out of that hole. He was blaming himself the whole time, and I did nothing. I let him believe I hated him and he deserved all that pain, when in reality, all I wanted was for him to be happy. And to think he destroyed his room because of all that pent-up anger. The class and I noticed he was less explosive than usual. They all thought it was some kind of blessing, that maybe he was reforming or changing his mindset. In a way, that was true. Though, all that changed was that he was taking his anger out on himself. And now he didn't want to live in this world anymore? No, that's not right. It can't be. He has to have said something more than that. My hands shaking still, I unfolded the letter again. Silently, I promised myself I wouldn't reel anymore for now. But my curiosity was getting the better of me nonetheless. So this is goodbye. Hopefully. You might be one of the only things I'll miss, even if it's selfish of me to want you around. All I do is destroy things. That's the quirk I was born with and the one that will set you all free of me. Izuku, you are filled with so much light. Last week, your smile was the only thing that kept me around. I needed you to know that since I'll never get the chance to tell you in person. I'll cook for you tonight, just like always. I'll only make one portion. But when I leave in the middle of your meal, that's where I'm going. You deserve to know that much. Once again, I'm sorry, especially because I know you, and I know this letter will leave you more questions than answers. I've been writing for a while, and I think I might have missed this one detail. I love you so much, Izuku. More than you'll ever know. With all my love, Katsuki. Beside his name, Kaken was crossed out before Katsuki, like he thought he didn't deserve to be called that. So this was what I thought it was. It was a suicide note. Before I started hyperventilating that night, Kaken was going to kill himself. My airway thickened, my lungs squeezing and constricting to try and get some air. God, he was so stupid. No matter how many times I told him, he didn't believe me. The whole class loves him. I love him more than words will ever be able to comprehend. 1A wouldn't be the same without him. I wanted to hit him, scream in his face that he was wrong, and to quit talking about himself like he's nothing. But more than that, I wanted to be in his arms again. I wanted to hold him in mine too. I wanted to press my lips against his and bury my face into his chest until he forgets why he hates himself, even for a second. A second is all I need. No matter what was going to happen that night, and no matter where Kaken is now, I knew one thing. I had to talk to him as soon as possible. In the early morning, when the sun was just too bright to see the stars any longer and the clouds covered the ground in a hazy mist, my eyes wouldn't let themselves close. I wasn't going back to sleep, and it's not like I got very much in the first place. Instead, for most of the night, I stared at my ceiling fan and hoped. If I turned my head just to the left, I'd see Kaken's hair poking out beside me. I hoped his smell would linger on my bedsheets even a moment more. But every time I tried, he wasn't there. I pulled myself out of bed, Kaken's letter still folded up on my desk where I left it, only after reading it 100 times. I thought about sitting down, rereading it a couple hundred more and sobbing into the afternoon. Though, that wouldn't do me any good. It wouldn't do Kaken any good either. What I needed were answers, and there was only one person who could give them to me, Mr. Aizawa. The teacher dorms weren't too far from the student ones, so the walk wasn't too bad. Plus, it might get my mind off things. Not bothering to check the time, I threw on a t-shirt and some shorts, missing the days I could wear Kaken's oversized clothing all weekend long. I tied my bright red sneakers and opened my bedroom door. Kaken's room was right across the hall. Part of me wanted to get in his bed and sleep off how much I missed him. The cleaning people were gone, having removed the broken things and shattered glass, but leaving the door wide open for anyone to see. Our rooms were the two at the furthest end down the hall, so I doubt anyone would have noticed he was gone just yet. Even so, I don't think he'd want people to know. So I shut the door, a rush of air that smelled of smoke and caramel breezing past me, almost bringing tears to my eyes. I took a deep breath and snuck out the front of Class 1's student dorm. As I traipsed through the fog on the winding, paved pathway, I couldn't help but wonder how I was supposed to contact Mr. Aizawa once I was there. I've never been one to go into something without a plan, so this was new territory for me. No matter the way, I just had to ask him what happened. I had to know Kaken was okay. It was pretty early, not early enough that no one would be awake, but surely so that the majority of them would be sleeping. Whatever time it was, Mr. Aizawa would definitely be asleep and not so happy to see me. When I got to the teacher's doors, I thought about pressing the buzzer. That way, anyone could open the door and let me in. But I didn't want to talk to just anyone. I only wanted Mr. Aizawa. Plus, even if someone did let me in, there'd be no telling how long I'd have to wait for him to see me in the first place. So, I decided to call him instead. Mr. Aizawa had given all of us his personal number when we first moved into the dorms in case of emergencies. I dialed his number, nerves dancing around in my stomach and nausea threatening to take over. As the call rang, its dull tone only worsening the anxiety, I wondered the worse about Kaken. If they were prying into his life. If they'd expel him from UA. Then, Mr. Aizawa picked up. "What do you want?" Could I talk to you in person if you don't mind? I'm outside the teacher dorms, but I didn't want to wake anyone." "Midoriya, you're up too early. Come back later," Mr. Aizawa's sharp yet sleepy voice shot out through the phone. "Okay. Sorry to bother you, sir." My voice came out shaky, quivering as I tried to hold back tears. He must have heard it too, because a deep sigh came right as I was about to hang up. "Wait," he continued. "I'd ask what you're here about, but I think I have an idea. I'll be downstairs in 5. Before I could thank him, he hung up the call himself. I waited patiently on one of the benches lining the sidewalk, tears I couldn't control finally spilling out from my eyes. I tried to wipe them away, pushing out the thoughts of Kaken missing me and having no one there to comfort him. Wherever he may be. Whatever they may be doing to him. I say that like they're performing some kind of medieval torture on him. I'm sure he's safe with them. But Kaken isn't the best at expressing his feelings, I figured out that much. Whatever they want to know, they're not going to be able to force it out of him. He needed a gentle touch. Someone to tell him it would be okay, and that he was safe with them. I was worried they wouldn't know that, and he'd be ripped from me for good. As I tried and failed to stop crying, the teacher dorm door opened. "Get in here, Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa said in a much softer tone than I expected. I did as he said, walking into their common area and taking a seat on the couch across from Mr. Aizawa. There was no one else around. I guess I misjudged how early it really was. "Thank you very much for meeting with me, sir," I said, my voice still shaking and my eyes glossed over. "Don't mention it. Now, do you want to tell me why you woke me up at?" He checked his watch. 5:30 in the morning? "Sorry. I guess I couldn't sleep. I was just doing a lot of thinking." My voice cracked as I pushed out the words. "I'm so worried about him." I wanted to say so much more, to ramble about my theories and questions until my head was empty of any thoughts at all. But the tears caught up with me, cutting me off. The oxygen swirled out of my lungs, forcing me to gasp for air in response. Suddenly, Mr. Aizawa took my hand, kneeling beside me. "Breathe, Midoriya." Mr. Aizawa's hands were warm. He squeezed my fingers lightly between his palm and thumb. That's kind of what snapped me out of it. "Breathe in and out with me," he said, and in doing that a few times, I was able to calm down. The pressure released from my chest. I opened my eyes, not realizing I'd shut them somewhere along the line. I was almost surprised to be in the teacher dorms. Last time I felt this secure, I was on the kitchen floor with Kaken, who, obviously, was nowhere to be found. Mr. Aizawa's eyes were red and glowing, his hair floating in the air. Though, as soon as his gaze met mine, it relaxed. "Thank you," I said. He returned to the position across from me. Don't mention it, he replied, rubbing his eyes and slumping down in his seat. Why you used erasure on me? He nodded. Panic can send our quirks into overdrive. I didn't want to risk you breaking an arm or two under my supervision. Not to mention, your boyfriend gets explode why when he's like that. Learned that one the hard way. He rolled up the sleeve of his pajama shirt to reveal a minor burn as well as a few scrapes on his forearm. Sorry about that. He tugged down his sleeve, and I registered the other thing he said. Wait. Kaken isn't my boyfriend. Mr. Aizawa laughed lightly. Does he know that? I stared down at my lap, playing with my hands as I tried to think of how to explain the situation to him. Kaken and I had such a complicated past. It wasn't anything like the romances you read about in books or the ones they make movies about. What Kaken and I have is different, and before I knew it, I started to mumble about every part of our relationship I could think of. I mean, we've been friends since we were kids, and I guess we were kind of close, but then we got separated in junior high because, well, he kind of bullied me a little, but I don't care about that anymore, and then we had to spend that week together, and there was something going on, but we never talked about what it actually was. Stop that. Sorry, sir. After a pause, I continued. Much slower this time, with more purpose in every word. Kaken was talking about me? You're all he talked about, kid. Listen, technically I could get in big trouble with the school for releasing information about another student. Then why are you doing this? Honestly, you remind me of Hizashi and I when we were at UA. So ask me anything you want to know. I can't promise you'll get an answer, but I'll tell you everything I deem relevant. I imagine you've been worried. Thank you very much, sir. I have been. I thought about the 100 things I wanted to know about Kaken, what the questioning was like, how much of a fight he put up, where he went, what the cleaners were looking for in his room, and so many more than I'd be able to count. But most of all, I wanted to know one thing. Is Kaken okay? Mr. Aizawa paused. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. We don't know. Physically, he's fine. Recovery girl healed his arms as soon as we took him in. The kid's exhausted as it is. You problem children have always had so much energy. It was strange to see him so tired like he was. So where is he? Bakugo is living with an instructor at the moment. Think of it like a safe house here on campus in case a villain were to attack. We thought it would be best to remove him from the environment he was having harmful thought patterns in. I imagined 100 different scenarios they could have put him in, with white padded walls and restraints that would make him crazy. All alone to face whatever he had to. But the way Mr. Aizawa described it made me feel a little better. Because if I know one thing about my homeroom teacher, it's that he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He wouldn't lie to me now either. You mentioned Kaken was panicking earlier. I was worried about that. Unfortunately, when we pulled him from class yesterday, Nizu and I already decided where he'd be. He didn't take the news so well. Though, it was like some part of him accepted it from the start. Like he knew what was going to happen, but his body wasn't ready for it anyway. The whole time, he kept asking for you. He did. All he wanted was for you to be by his side. He said he couldn't do it without you. My heart began to race. Every fear I had about Kaken feeling scared or alone without me there to comfort him was just confirmed. He just got done pushing me away. He just found a way to let me back in after being apart from me for so long. I couldn't stand the thought of him pleading with Mr. Aizawa to see me. It hurt too much. I started to cry, my voice straining as I tried to push out the words. Please. I have to see him. Unfortunately, part of the environment we want to isolate him from is the student atmosphere. It's clear he carries a lot of guilt from what's happened to the teachers and students on his account, even if they weren't his fault. You're a part of that environment, Midoriya? No. No, I'm not. I sobbed, my tears growing uncontrollable. Please. I have to talk to him. I have to ask him about the note and everything that's happened, and I have to hold him another time. I have to hold him again. There was a note? Mr. Aizawa asked, more like an interrogation this time. I gasped, not realizing I'd let it slip. Midoriya, a note? My hand covered my mouth faster than it ever had. The tears were still pouring down my face. Even more so now that I'd let Kaken's secret slip. If Mr. Aizawa found out, They might worsen whatever they were putting him through now. They might increase his security, removing any and all privacy he had before, and it would be all my fault. He'd get worse because of me. My ears began to ring. I could tell Mr. Aizawa was trying to talk to me. I wasn't sure if it was more questions about the note or if he was only trying to calm me down. Either way, I didn't want to talk about it anymore. I can't be the reason Kaken suffers more than he has to. I can't be the reason they don't send him home to me. But then again, what if they did know what was in the letter? If they saw how much Kaken wanted me there with him, they might reconsider letting me visit. Was that too risky? It could either work out in my favor, or put Kaken through hell because of some selfish wish I have. Would he want me to do everything in my power to see him? Would the relief of holding me alleviate the weight of the teachers knowing more than he intended them to? Suddenly, I was alone. In all the chaos swirling around in my brain, I hadn't noticed Mr. Aizawa leave. I turned my head to the side, looking around the teacher's common area to see where he might have gone. As soon as I turned around, Mr. Aizawa's binding cloths wrapped around my arms, pinning my limbs to my torso. The shock of it all stopped the flow of tears. But you've calmed down. Still in his pajamas, the only addition being the gray scarf circling his neck, he took the seat in front of me once again. I'd have done it earlier, but I didn't have my hero costume on. In case you've forgotten, you woke me up at 5:30 in the morning to talk about your boyfriend, not to sit there and sulk. Sorry, sir. Don't be sorry, kid. I know these things are hard. But you have to work with me here, all right? I nodded, looking down in my lap as the binding loosened and returned to Mr. Aizawa's side. Midoriya, tell me about the note. I'm worried it'll make things worse. I just want him to come home. I know you do. We all do. But before that can happen, we need to make sure Bakugo is healthy. If there's something in that note that might change things, you need to tell me. It'll only help us help him, I promise. He'll never know you shared it with us. I opened my mouth to speak, but hesitated. I wanted to break down and cry again. No, what I really wanted was to curl up in Kaken's arms and fall asleep in one of his oversized shirts. I wanted his warm hands on my bare skin and to play with his hair until he's completely sick of me. Maybe that can happen if they know how much I love him. How much he loves me. I was upset when I read it, so the details are kind of fuzzy. It's back in my room. I'm not completely sure, but I think it was a suicide note, I said, Mr. Aizawa's eyes widening. He said I was the only thing that kept him alive so long and that he was sorry for everything. And that he'd miss me more than anything. Just thinking about it again made me start to cry, maybe for the 100th time today, at least. This time, the tears were gentle and controlled, air shaking as it flowed in and out of my lungs. Mr. Aizawa took a deep breath, lifting his binding cloths with one hand. I braced myself for impact, squeezing my eyes shut and tensing my muscles. But instead, he lifted them over his head, took a step toward me, and wrapped me up in a hug. I'm sorry you had to read that. It's not fair to you, he said, voice strong yet soothing. His shirt was soft beneath my fingers as I clutched onto it, burying my face and crying just a little bit more. Mr. Aizawa always knew I was a crier, but I never took him for the affectionate type. Well, I wasn't complaining. Somehow, just his touch seemed to calm me down. Kind of like how Kaken's did. It made me smile to think of him, and how the safety I felt tight in Mr. Aizawa's grip mimicked one I'd longed for since Kaken left. We had no idea Bakugo might be suicidal, he said, releasing me but sitting to my side instead of across. We'll ask him about it and see if he answers freely. That's all I can say for sure. If you don't mind me asking, what did you know? I know Kaken isn't the best about expressing his feelings. He was much more articulate than we expected, actually. Mainly, he was telling us how he felt without letting himself feel it. From that, plus the bruises and overtraining your classmates have reported, we concluded we had to stop him from hurting himself. Okay, I said quietly. Do you know when he can come home? Mr. Aizawa paused, taking a breath. I'm not sure. The details weren't exactly clear when we decided he needed to be on his own, and now that he's a suicide risk, it's going to take a lot more discussion before we decide. You don't know anything? You guys don't have any idea yet? I'm going to be honest with you, Midoriya. It's not going to be any less than a month. A month? The blood drained from my face, breath hitching in my throat. Sir, you have to let me see him. A month is too much for me. For him. You know I can't do that. I'll be here if you have any questions about the process, but contact with his old life is strictly out of the question. I sunk into the couch, defeated. I wouldn't see Kaken for an entire month. Maybe more now that I told Mr. Aizawa about the note he left me. I had to apologize for that. I had to tell him I loved him more than anything in the world. Because I did, and he deserved to know. There was only one way to do that: sneak into the safe house. My conversation with Mr. Aizawa was more than productive. And for a week straight, I'd been coming up with a way to see Kaken without Yue's permission. I raced back to the student dorms just short of 6:15 in the morning. Knowing my classmates, only Ida, Momo, and Kirishima would be up. Well, and Kaken on a normal day. But in order for things to get back to how they used to be, I'd need help from my class. Specifically, the ones who understood the stakes and were willing to help in the past. Ida was on a run, just like usual. Good thing he needed to stay out of this one. I couldn't risk him telling our teachers about my plan. He would have back in Kamino, too, when Kaken was kidnapped by the League. If we hadn't just gotten in trouble for fighting Stain, he never would have agreed to come along. And I didn't have that kind of leverage this time. I stopped by the training room, where I knew Kirishima would be, and found him with his earbuds in, kicking the same punching bag Kaken bloodied his palms over. As soon as I stepped in, my heart began to race. I pictured the bruising on his arms, the worn-out look of his hands from overusing his quirk, the defeated look in his eyes when he saw me. The images flashed in front of me, the smoke returning to my nose and the desperation in my throat resuming its course. I guess I hadn't been back since the incident. I usually liked to use the room when no one was there to practice full cowling, and maybe up the percentage of one for all I could handle. But much more important things have been on my mind for the past 2 weeks. Kirishima, I choked out, trying to separate what happened then from what's happening now. He looked over at me, taking his headphones out and softening his body. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he walked towards me. "What's up, Midoribro?" "I need to talk to you," I replied. "It's about Kaken." He nodded, and without another word, followed me down the stairs and to the couch in the living room where I knew Momo would be. Just as I suspected, she was propped up on a cushion, reading a book and sipping her morning tea. "Yayarozu, can I ask you something?" Momo closed her book, tucking her fingers into the sleeves of her sweatshirt. At first, she had a smile on her face, wide and pearly white as it always was. Then, when she saw mine and Kirishima's expressions, hers grew dimmer, too, wrinkled with tension and knotted in anxiety. "Of course. What's going on, you guys?" Kirishima and I looked at each other, then sat down next to her, making an L on the corner of the sofa with Momo and I on the ends. "You two helped save Kaken during the Kamino incident," I started, fidgeting in my lap as I tried to gather the words. "So you know how much he means to me. To all of us. What's going on with Bakugo? I mean, I haven't seen him since yesterday, but I thought he was just homesick with his parents," Momo said. "I think something else is happening here," Kirishima said, his voice low and shaky. He rubbed the scar above his eye. I nodded firmly. I had to be careful about how I gave this information away. Like Mr. Aizawa said, he could get in big trouble if personal information was leaked about a student. And knowing Kaken, he wouldn't want Yayarozu to know about everything just yet. Even Kirishima knowing was too much for him. I wasn't sure if it was the depression he didn't want him to see, or the fact that he and I were together. Either way, I had to be selective about the way I told them. For Mr. Aizawa's sake, for mine, and for Kaken's. All I can say is that Kaken is being held somewhere at UA. He's safe, but he won't be back for a little while. I have some things I need to give him. And they can't wait that long, I said, speaking quickly and lying through my teeth. Momo raised an eyebrow at the two of us. "It's okay, Midoriya," she said. "You don't have to tell me everything right now. But I do want to help in any way I can. That's what being a hero is, right?" "Thank you. I promise you'll know everything when the time is right. And if things go wrong, no one will know you were a part of it." "No problem. What do you need me to make?" I was thinking a remote search device of some kind. I'm not sure what exactly I want, but I need to map out the UA campus without anyone noticing. She sat for a second, brow furrowed and crossing her arms. She picked the book back up and flipped through the pages, reading more quickly than I'd ever seen in person. After a few seconds, 2 devices popped out of her elbow, which she wriggled down her sleeve and handed to me. One looked like a beetle, with a hard exterior shell and 6 legs. The other was a rectangle with a touchscreen and a few buttons. It's a mapping device, she started, taking another sip of tea. The bug looks like the ones that live in the forests around UA. Plus, it has a smoke chamber that emits the bug's natural pheromones, so it should fool Hound Dog if he ever gets close on his patrols. Wow, Momo. You really thought this through, Kirishima said, taking the beetle from my hands and examining it himself. Without programming it to know exactly where the UA buildings are, it would be completely useless. So, I built it to walk the perimeter of something. In your case, all you have to do is set it down by the UA barrier and wait. It's small, so it'll take about a week to circle the whole campus. But when it's finished, the screen will flash a few times, and you'll have a full map of UA. It'll report any words on or around the buildings and the number of people inside. Thank you so much. I really couldn't do it without you. Of course, I'll always help a classmate in need, even Bakugo, she said. I stood up, taking the bot back from Kirishima and heading towards the door. He followed me out, breathing in the morning dew as we started the closest path toward the edge of UA. Midoriya, he started. If Momo made the bot and everything, then what did you need me for? I stopped in my tracks, taking a deep breath and turning to face him. It was clear he was worried about Kaken, maybe more than me, considering he had no idea what was even going on. I promised you'd be the first to know if anything changed with Kaken. I'm not sure what he'd want me to tell you, so I can't say much. But overall, some of the teachers at UA are worried he'll try to hurt himself. He's all alone somewhere on campus, but I don't know where. I have to see him. I have to make sure he's okay. I get it, he said. I'll help you out however I can. Thanks. For now, though, all we need to do is set the bot down and wait. And we did. We walked mostly in silence, trekking through the forest, breathing in and out alongside each other with a common goal. It was nice to be so connected to another person, even if the thing that binds you together is somewhere out of reach. My red sneakers and Kirishima's gym shoes sank into the soggy dirt for almost half a mile until we spotted one of the pillars that enacted the UA barrier. We looked at each other, unease on both our faces but no solution for it in sight, and I placed the beetle on the ground. It walked away, slowly but surely, and a green loading symbol popped up on the tracking screen. Now, all I could do was wait. The next few days were complete hell. I drifted in and out of focus, barely paying attention to my lectures, my notebook bare when it was once filled to the brim. Hero training was no different either. Every time I sparred with a classmate, they'd pin me in less than 5 minutes. It was like the world stopped moving when Kaken disappeared. Mr. Aizawa tried to talk some sense into me. He held me after class, sitting with me and trying to get me to talk. But with no real decline in my grades, there was nothing he could do. So I shut my mouth. Another nervous rambling session and I'd give away my whole plan. Maybe I'd even throw Yaoyorozu and Kirishima under the bus by accident. Just a little longer and the map would be complete. In my pockets now, I only kept 2 things, the tracker in my shorts and Kaken's note in my uniform's chest pocket. That was the only way a piece of him could be close to my heart. Both jostled in my clothes as I snuck all around campus after class. Just because the tracking device didn't complete its round yet doesn't mean I can't do some searching of my own. If I ended up finding Kaken before the week ended, it would only be to my benefit. But then again, if I got caught, Mr. Aizawa would surely keep a closer eye on me. And I couldn't risk that. Which only meant I had to be extra careful. But as careful as I was, and as thorough as I could be, the building was nowhere to be found. The UA perimeter was larger than I ever could have imagined. Even if I covered a mile radius every night, it would take me almost a month to search the whole place. That being said, every once in a while, Kirishima would come check on me. Most of the time, we'd patrol in silence, checking every hill for a secret entrance and peering into every window that wasn't a student dorm. One night, I sat on the grass, staring up at the moon, tears forming in my eyes. "What's up? Done your search?" Kirishima asked, taking a seat beside me. "No, sorry. Just taking a break." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't buying it. "I just don't want to wait any longer. It's been 6 days already. I know Yaoyorozu said it would take over a week, but I can't stand it." "I know what you mean, Midori bro. I'm worried sick about him. But there's nothing we can do, right? There has to be more. There's got to be something I'm not thinking of that will help me find him. Maybe if I ask Mr. Aizawa or Principal Niza-. "You can't," he said, putting a hand in front of me. "That'll only make you get caught." "But dash." This time, a slow buzzing cut me off instead. It was from my pocket. I took out the device, its screen flashing yellow. Kirishima's eyes met mine, both of ours wide and pupils constricted. "It worked," I said, now looking at a comprehensive map of UA. Yaoyorozu's tracker worked. Across every nook and cranny of UA's barrier reach, there was only one unmarked building. Some had labels with dorm assignments and others were a few stores that happened to be protected by the border. But one, on the far edge of campus and away from the school completely, had nothing written around it. "Is that him?" Kirishima asked. I nodded. I charged up only 3% of one for all, the green lightning around my body glowing much dimmer than usual so I didn't attract any attention. I started off on the route I knew would get me there fastest. All the time I'd spent alone in the woods helped me realize the ins and outs of the campus like the back of my hand. Kirishima began to follow me, but I stopped him. "I think I should go by myself. For now, at least. I promise I'll let you know how it goes, okay? I'll cover for you back at the dorms." "Thank you, Kirishima." "No problem. Tell him I miss him, all right? And that we all want him home." I nodded again. I took off as fast and as quietly as I could without attracting suspicion. Following the map was pretty simple thanks to Yaoyorozu's brilliant idea. And in no time, I found myself leaping from tree to tree, staring at the unmarked building. It was one story, with only 2 windows total. From the outside, it only had 3 rooms at most. That meant Kaken wasn't allowed to sleep by himself either. Everything in me wanted to break through the glass and hold Kaken until he was completely sick of me. I wanted to defend him with one for all and whisk him away where we could be happy together. But I knew that wasn't an option. Instead, I watched. And waited. Kaken was cooking like I know he loves, and Cementos was watching over him closely. Maybe he wanted to learn how to make katsudon the way I'd grown so fond of. Or maybe he was making sure Kaken didn't try to burn himself. I perched myself in a nearby tree with a clear view through the window. They ate in silence, and when they were done, Cementos left the room. Kaken cleared the dishes and slumped down on the couch, burying his face in one hand. I leaped down from my tree, tapping one finger on the window. He looked up, his chiseled jawline sharper than ever and his beautiful eyes crystal clear in the moonlight. This was it. The moment I'd been waiting for since he disappeared. I'd find a way around Cementos and see him again. We'd talk about school and his note and what he'd been up to this week and everything in between. I'd feel his warm hands on my skin and take the pressure from his chest so he didn't have to feel it any longer. But he took one look at me and his expression turned to horror. He looked behind him one last time and shut the curtains on both sides. My heart dropped. The last look I got at Kaken was twisted. Distorted even. Like he was holding out on me for no good reason. I'd been waiting to see him for days, and I got nothing. All the buildup I'd stowed away was pointless as the thick fabric shut me away. I leaned my ear against the wall, hearing an echoed mock of their conversation. "Not a fan of the moon tonight?" Cementos asked, presumably gesturing to the curtains now covering the window. "You usually stare out there for a while?" "Yeah, well, I guess I'm done for now. The sky isn't going anywhere, right?" Kaken replied. I could tell he was still near the window as he spoke. "Time for bed, then?" "Maybe in a minute." Kaken's voice was tired, almost drained of energy like the night I got warped back from Paris. But the rasp still stuck. Good thing that was my favorite part. Something he said got me thinking. Or maybe it was the way he said it. The sky isn't going anywhere. It's not like Kaken to say something like that. Unless there was some other meaning behind it. Was he telling me not to go anywhere? Or that he's not going anywhere and I should give up? No matter what he meant, or if it was even a message for me at all, there was no way I was leaving. I'd worked too hard and waited too long. I wasn't leaving until I could hold him in my arms and hear his voice clearly, not through a foot of concrete. I'll be right back. Don't you make any trouble now, Cementos said so quietly it was almost out of my range. With that, a door shut farther in the house. Almost immediately after, the front door opened and Kaken sprinted out onto the porch. And with the same crazed look in his eyes, he saw me again. He darted towards me, and I felt myself rushing to his side too. Without even thinking, he wrapped me tightly in his arms, my face pressed gently against his chest. He smelled the same. My eyes glossed over with tears. I thought I'd never get to smell that again. Izuku, he whispered, hot breath falling just past my ear. Are you really here? I am Kaken. I'm not going anywhere. His grip around me was unwavering. One hand ran through my hair, the other clutching firmly to the small of my back. He parted from me slightly, leaning his forehead against my shoulder and letting his muscles relax. He always got this way when they'd been tense for too long, like he was always on his guard for some reason or another. I missed you so much, he said, voice breaking and fingers squeezing around my skin. So badly, I wanted those hands through my shirt, feeling up and around my body, not holding anything back now that we were together. I thought back to the time in my bedroom, the very last time I was on top of him before he got taken from me. It was only a week ago, but it felt like 100 years. Each night I was forced to lay awake without him was sleepless. The void of his shape by my side was agony. And now that we were together again, fit perfectly like two pieces of our own puzzle, I wasn't ready to let him go. I can't stay, he continued. Cementos is doing his nightly routine right now. He'll only be gone for another minute or two if we're lucky. Why you really have to go? He nodded, eyes drooping and lacking the light I loved so much. If they catch you out here with me, they might take me somewhere else. I don't know if I can take that. So, do you want me to leave? He paused for a moment. I hoped, prayed that he wouldn't tell me yes. Because if he did, I would have no reason to come back here. No reason to hold on to the hope he could be mine again. Not after I ruined everything by blabbing about his letter. No. God, no. My shoulders relaxed. His hand brushed against the side of my cheek, pulling my face in close to his. My breath hitched, my heart pounding faster. And finally, his lips met mine, soft and sweet, just how I remembered it. But before I knew it, or even had time to savor the moment, he backed away. I love you, Izuku. Thank you for coming. You have no idea how much it meant to me. He hurried back inside, closing the door behind him, and once again leaving a barrier between us. One neither of us could cross or seem to part in any way. The cold air enveloped me. I was alone again. The boy I loved was only feet away from me, and yet, I wasn't able to hold him in my arms. Maybe Mr. Aizawa was right. Maybe my being here would only bring up bad memories Kaken was better off forgetting. But I couldn't spend any time thinking about that. Once again, I heard their muffled conversation through the wall. I had to focus. Bakugo, you were outside? Cementos asked. Yeah, just getting some fresh air, that's all. Cementos sighed deeply. While that's fine with me, you need to let me know if you're going. Principal Nizu was very clear. Are you kidding me? Again? I was out there 2 minutes. What could I have possibly done? You know the rules, Bakugo. I have to check. It's for your safety. The conversation faded away after that. I couldn't help but wonder what it was they were talking about. Whatever it was, Kaken didn't seem too happy about it. It was almost like he wanted to escape that part more than he wanted to get out of that house. I wanted to save him. Isn't that what a hero does? How can I call myself a hero or even Kaken's friend if I can't help him now? But that wasn't an option. So all I could do was learn to live like this. A short 2 minutes with Kaken every night. If that was the most I was allowed to see him, I'd take every second I could get. Saturday. The shadows from the trees hid my figure. I waited for the conversation I heard the night before. Things were different now that it was the weekend. I could spend all day staking out Kaken's hideout. But the two were inseparable, and as hard as I tried to find an opening to come to the window, Cementos had Kaken on a tight leash. They were certainly taking his detainment seriously, and it was taking a toll on him. He barely said a word unless spoken to. He had to be prompted to eat a single bite. I wanted to be in there with him, holding his hand and telling him it was okay to be going through whatever he was. That no matter what the voices in his head told him, there was always someone there who loved him. Like me. So that night, when Cementos was doing his nightly routine, Kaken creaked open the door, careful not to make too much noise. Whatever he was avoiding from the night before must have been serious enough to elicit some kind of caution. He poked his head around the sides of the porch, a hope lingering in his eyes that I'd be there waiting. And I was. "Kaken, this way," I whispered, and he jolted his attention my way. His shoulders relaxed, and he waved for me to come closer. I tiptoed up the steps and onto the porch as Kaken shut the door behind him. And just like the previous night, he wrapped me tightly in his arms. This time, though, instead of savoring his smell and touch, I let him go. Last night, we didn't get the chance to talk. I had no idea if he was doing any better here, and it was consuming my waking hours. I slumped down, my back against the wall, Kaken following close behind. He leaned his head on my shoulder. I gripped his hand in mine, rubbing his calloused palm with my thumb. "You came back," he said weakly, leaning his full weight against me. "I didn't think you would." "Why not? I'll always come back for you, Kaken. I'm not leaving you behind." He paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. "I hate this, Izuku." "What do you mean? What are they doing to you?" Kaken shook his head. "Not that. I hate this. I can only see you for a few minutes in the evening. If I wasn't so dumb and stupid, I never would have got myself into this mess." "You're not stupid. Never say that. You needed more help than I could give you. That's why they put you here. Don't you get it? I wanted to get better when I was with you. I was ready to try. Now it just feels pointless when I don't see you next to me." I turned to face him, holding his face in my scarred hand. "I'm next to you here. That's all we can have for now." I leaned forward, bringing his lips to mine, finally connecting with him after all the time I'd only dreamed of it. "I miss you, Izuku," he said when we finally parted. And I held him there for as long as I could. Before I knew it, our 3 minutes were up, and Kaken had to sneak back inside. Somehow, Cementos knew again. And an anguished grumble was the response before compliance. "Kaken, can I ask you something?" I said as we resumed our seated position on the porch like the night before. "Go ahead. What is Cementos checking for when you go back inside? I've heard it 2 days in a row." He hung his head, hand rubbing against his neck and scratching slightly. I took it from him in case it would leave a mark, and squeezed it gently instead. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," I replied. "No, it's okay," Kaken said. He took a breath and looked at me, as if just seeing my face would bring him the comfort he needed. "He's making sure when I'm out here, I'm not doing something to hurt myself." "Oh. And when he does, he has to check every inch of my skin." "Oh. I hate it. It feels like he wants me to fail and prove them all right." "I'm sorry. Would it be easier if I stayed away?" "No," he replied almost instantly. "For you, it's worth it. Every minute is worth it." Kaken's breath teased me, dancing all along my chin and neck, making me wish 3 minutes could turn into a year. He finally pressed his lips on mine, slipping his hands under my shirt and feeling each of the carefully crafted muscles on my body. I leaned forward into the kiss, pinning him against the wooden porch and wishing the little distance between the two of us would close completely. He was loosening up. It was such a dramatic shift since Friday, when I visited him the very first time. But I could tell we'd both been dreaming of this. Today, I'd ask him about the note. A week and a half, and I still didn't have any answers. I kept that letter in my pocket, beating close to my heart every day, and I didn't know if he ever wanted me to find it. Sure, it was addressed to me, but that was under the assumption that he was dead. Was I ever supposed to find it under circumstances like these? Was that something he was even ready to share with me? I'd get there and ask him everything I'd been wanting to know for so long. But when I leaped from tree to tree and found the safe house, ready to have a serious conversation for once, Kakin was already out waiting for me. He spent the entire time talking about his day, and the things he was thinking about, and what he'd do as soon as they let him out. About how we'd get ice cream at a cart near where we grew up and take long afternoon naps on the weekends we weren't doing hero work. I recognized that look in his eyes from when we were kids. I almost forgot what it looked like on him, and I loved it. It was hope. For the future, for the two of us, and most importantly, for himself. And I couldn't dampen that just yet. I got ready to see Kakin again. Last night, I almost saw a smile start to form on his face. It was my favorite when he looked like that. I laced up my sneakers and snuck down the stairs, into the dark common area. Everyone was asleep, just like always. This would be a breeze. Suddenly, the entry light flickered on, just above the door. A figure stood in front of the door, tall and brooding. It was Mr. Aizawa. Going somewhere Midoriya?